Chapter 1. Ghost in the Shell. The neural lace diagnostic felt like someone driving an ice pick through Sera's brainstem and twisting. She bit down on the rubberized mouthguard, standard issue, tasted like recycled polymer and previous patient's fear sweat, and tried to keep her skull still against the imaging cradle. The technician had strapped her in tight, but convulsions were part of the process. Her teeth wanted to crack the guard in half. "Readings are spiking," someone said. Male voice. Corman Vega, maybe. Hard to tell through the white noise flooding her ears. The lace interface projected phantom sensations into her nervous system. The weight of breech armor settling across her shoulders. The magnetic lock of boots on hull plating. The whisper-quiet hiss of recycled atmosphere through a helmet seal. All the markers of connection, of the bond between soldier and equipment that made you more than meat in a can. Except her body kept rejecting the handshake. The signals misfired, crashed, tried to route through pathways that had burned out 3 months ago during the extraction on Titan Station. Pathways that weren't coming back. The pain ramped up. Her fingernails dug crescents into her palms. Someone was making a sound, low, animal, and it took her a moment to realize the sound was coming from her own throat. "Terminating diagnostic," Dr. Corso said. The interface cut. The phantom sensations died. The ice pick sensation faded to a dull throb that settled behind Sera's eyes like it planned to stay a while. She opened her eyes. The medical bay ceiling was the same off-white polymer she'd been staring at for 12 weeks, 3 days. And, she checked the chronometer display on the bulkhead, 6 hours. Not that she was counting. Dr. Corso's face appeared in her field of vision, blocking out the fluorescent panels. They had the kind of face that could have been 30 or 50, gender-neutral features framed by close-cropped dark hair going silver at the temples. Their expression was professionally neutral, which was how Sera knew the news was bad. "That's attempt number 7, Corso said. They unstrapped the cranial sensors, movements efficient and practiced. "How's the pain?" "Manageable." "Lie. The pain was boring holes through her frontal lobe. But you didn't admit weakness in medical. Weakness got you grounded, sidelined, discharged. Not that it mattered anymore." Corso's fingers worked the restraints free. "You can sit up." Slowly. Sera sat up slowly. The base spun for 3 seconds before her inner ear caught up with her equilibrium. She'd stopped throwing up after the 3rd diagnostic, which felt like progress even if nothing else was. The medbay was quiet this cycle. 2 other beds occupied. A private with a cybernetic leg still learning to sync with their nervous system, and a nav officer recovering from decompression exposure. Neither looked at her. Nobody looked at burnouts if they could help it. Burnout was contagious, not medically, but psychologically. It was a reminder that the neural lace that made you effective could also fry your brain in the time it took to blink. "Sera," Corso pulled up a stool, sat at eye level. They had a tablet in their hands, medical readouts scrolling across the screen in graphs Sera had learned to read over the past 12 weeks. None of the lines went the direction they were supposed to. "We need to talk about outcomes." Outcomes. That was a clinical word for the end of everything. "The neural pathways aren't regenerating," Corso continued. Their voice stayed level, but there was something in their eyes, sympathy, maybe, or pity. Sera couldn't tell which was worse. The damage from the burnout is permanent. Scar tissue has formed across the primary interface nodes. Secondary and tertiary routes are, well, you felt what happens when we try to force a connection. Sera's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs, willing them still. "So no more diagnostics." "No more diagnostics." Corso set the tablet aside. "I'm sorry, I know that's not what you wanted to hear." What she wanted to hear was that this was temporary, that neural tissue could heal, that the next attempt would work, that she could get back in a breech suit and do the only job she'd ever known how to do. What she wanted didn't matter. "Discharge." Her voice came out flat. "Good. Flat was better than breaking." "Medical separation with full honors," Corso said. "Your service record is exemplary. 8 years, 3 commendations, 17 successful breach operations. The Corps takes care of its own, Sera. You'll have benefits, rehabilitation support, civilian job placement assistance." "I don't want civilian job placement." The words came out harder than she meant them. "I want to do my job." Corso's expression softened. Wrong move. Sera didn't want softness. Softness was for people who were broken beyond repair. You can't interface, Corso said gently. Without lace connection, you can't operate breach equipment, can't run tactical feeds, can't coordinate with a fire team. You know what that means. Sera knew. A breach runner without neural lace was like a pilot without depth perception. Technically alive, functionally useless. She'd been 12 years old, hiding in a crawl space, when pirates breached her mother's freighter. She'd listened to the suit decompression alarm, 3 short bursts, then silence. She'd stayed in that crawl space for 6 hours until a TRC patrol found her, covered in her own piss and someone else's blood. She'd enlisted at 16 with forged papers because the Corps had protocols, procedures, the promise that if you followed the rules and trained hard enough, you didn't end up like her mother, killed by vacuum and violence while your kid hid in the dark. 8 years. 3,000 days of being useful, necessary, part of something bigger than the terrified child in the crawlspace. And now? How long do I have? She asked. Corso checked the tablet. You're cleared for light duty until the separation paperwork processes. 4 to 6 weeks. After that, you'll transfer to a civilian medical facility for continued. The bay doors hissed open. Corpsman Vega stepped through, then immediately stepped aside to make room. Admiral Cascade walked into the medical bay like she owned it, which technically she did. The threshold was her carrier, her command, her floating city of 3,000 personnel who snapped to attention when she appeared. Sera tried to stand. Her legs didn't cooperate. She stayed sitting, which was probably going to earn her an ass chewing for disrespecting a flag officer. Except Cade wasn't looking at her. Dr. Corso, Cade said, I need the bay cleared. Medical privacy protocols. Corso stood. Admiral, I'm in the middle of a patient consultation, which is now classified. Cade's voice didn't rise, but it carried the weight of 30 years in uniform and the authority to make people disappear into black site medical research if she felt like it. Clear the bay. That includes your techs and the other patients. 5 minutes. Corso's jaw tightened. They looked at Sera, some silent question in their eyes, then back at Cade. This is highly irregular. Noted. 4 minutes. The other patients were already moving, the private hobbling on their prosthetic, the nav officer being wheeled out by a corpsman. Corso gathered their tablet and instruments, movements precise and controlled. They paused at Sera's bedside. If you need me, they said quietly, I'm outside. Then they were gone, and Sera was alone in the bay, with an admiral she'd only ever seen at shipboard briefings, a woman whose career file read like propaganda. Decorated carrier commander, tactical genius, the officer who'd held the line at Ceres Station when the Belt Wars kicked off. Also the officer who'd lost her flagship and 3,000 crew to something classified 2 years ago. The official record called it a reactor malfunction. The unofficial whispers called it something else. Cade crossed the bay, boot heels clicking on the deck plating. She didn't sit. She stood at parade rest, hands clasped behind her back, studying Sera the way you'd study a piece of malfunctioning equipment. Sergeant Machen, she said. Admiral. Sera's voice came out steady. Small mercy. How much do you remember about the Titan Station extraction? Wrong question. Admirals didn't ask about past operations unless they were investigating. In 3 months post-op was too late for after-action debriefs. Enough, Sera said. Specifics. We breached the station via cargo airlock. Hostile contact immediately. My team... Her throat tried to close. She forced the words out. My team secured the package. Civilian researchers. I provided covering fire during exfiltration. The burnout happened during extraction. And Corporal Solace? Indy. Her name was Indy. She'd been from Luna City, drank her coffee with too much sugar, hummed old Earth songs while cleaning her weapon. She covered Sera's 6 for 3 years. Indy died at the objective, Sera said. Each word cost something. Hostile fire. I recovered her tags. Cade nodded once, like Sera had confirmed something. The official report lists cause of death as catastrophic suit failure. That's what hostile fire does to a breach suit. Indeed, Cade pulled a tablet from her jacket, smaller than Corso's medical unit, military-grade encryption evident from the biometric lock she pressed her thumb against. I'm going to show you something. It's classified, TSSCI, need to know only. By viewing it, you're bound by the National Security Act. Disclosure carries a minimum 20-year sentence. Do you understand? Sera's brain was still cataloging the pain from the failed diagnostic, but she could parse a threat. Yes, ma'am. Good. Cade turned the tablet around. The video feed was low resolution, time-stamped 3 days ago. Location code she didn't recognize. The subject was in what looked like a medical observation room, strapped to a diagnostic bed similar to the one Sera was sitting on. The subject was her. Sera watched herself, except it couldn't be her, because she'd been in the med bay 3 days ago, sedated after a particularly bad reaction to attempt number 6. Watched herself interface with something that wasn't a standard neural lace diagnostic. The equipment was wrong. Organic-looking cables, surfaces that seemed to pulse, connections that shouldn't exist. And her body on the screen, was responding. Not rejecting, not burning out. Moving. The straps broke. Not released. Broke. Snapped like they were tissue paper. The figure on screen, Sera, but not Sera, moved with a speed and precision she'd never possessed even before the burnout. Crossed the room in 2 strides, stopped at the observation window, looked directly at the camera. The expression on that face wasn't human, or it was human, but wrong. Something predatory behind the eyes, something that recognized the camera as a threat and was calculating angles of attack. Then the feed cut to black. Sera's hands were shaking again, worse this time. That's you, Cade said. 3 days ago. You don't remember it because we sedated you afterward, scrubbed the memory chemically. Standard protocol for integration testing. Integration, not interface. Different word, different meaning. What the fuck did you put in me? Sera's voice came out raw. A second chance. Cade pocketed the tablet. Neural burnout means you can't interface with standard military equipment. But standard equipment isn't the only option anymore. The Vanguard Initiative is developing something new. Something that doesn't require intact neural pathways because it creates its own. Something that bonds with broken soldiers and makes them functional again. Bonds. Symbiotically. The technology is unconventional, derived from recovered xenobiological materials. But it works, Sergeant. You've seen the proof. Sera looked at her hands. They looked normal, felt normal. No different than they had 3 days ago. 3 weeks ago, 3 months ago before Titan's station, except she'd moved on that video. Moved like something that wasn't entirely her anymore. What's the catch, HFY? She asked. The catch is that bonding is permanent. The catch is that we don't fully understand the long-term effects. The catch is that you'll never be what you were. You'll be something else, something new. Cade's expression was unreadable. The catch is that I'm asking you to volunteer for a program that might kill you, might change you, might make you into a weapon that frightens the people you're trying to protect. And if I say no, then you separate from the core, take your benefits, and try to build a civilian life. No judgment, no consequences. This is entirely voluntary. But that was a lie, and they both knew it, because the alternative wasn't building a civilian life. The alternative was spending the rest of her existence as a ghost, a burnout, a soldier who couldn't soldier anymore. What do you need me for? Sera asked. You already ran the test. I'm already bonded or integrated, or whatever you want to call it. The test was preliminary, memory wiped, disconnected. Cade leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, Sera saw something other than command authority in her face. Desperation, maybe, or conviction. I need you to volunteer with full awareness. I need you to choose this, because what's coming isn't pirates or insurgents or the Belt Wars. It's something older, something bigger, and we need soldiers who can fight it on its terms. What's coming? Cade's finger moved across the tablet. The screen lit up again. Different footage, different location, deep space, judging by the star density, a structure that hurt to look at, vast, organic, geometry that didn't make sense to human eyes. Things that might have been ships or creatures or something in between, moving across its surface. "We call them the loom," Cade said. "They're waking up, and everything we built, every weapon, every strategy, every soldier, isn't enough to stop them." The footage continued. A TRC destroyer approached the structure. The structure responded. Sera watched the destroyer's hull. Open. Not breach. Open. Like the metal was flowering, unfolding, welcoming something inside. The feed cut out. "That destroyer had 800 personnel," Cade said quietly. "None survived. Or, we assume they didn't survive. The structure integrated them, absorbed them, made them part of itself." Sera's mouth was dry. "And you think whatever you put in me can fight that?" "I think it's the only thing that can." Cade closed the tablet. "The loom built the technology that became your bond, or something like them did a long time ago. Bioweapons designed to interface with their systems. We found them in derelict ships at the edge of explored space, dormant, waiting. For what? For someone desperate enough to use them, for someone broken enough to accept the bond." Cade straightened. "I'm not going to lie to you, Sergeant. This is dangerous. This is experimental. People have died in integration, and more will die. But it's also the only option I can offer you that doesn't end with a medical discharge in civilian job placement." She turned to leave, then paused at the bay doors. "I'm returning to my command station," she said. "You have 24 hours to decide. If you want in, report to Base 7. Bring nothing. You won't need anything from your old life." The doors hissed open. "Admiral," Sera said. Cade looked back. "That footage, the preliminary test, you said you memory wiped it." "Correct. Why show it to me now?" Cade's expression was unreadable. "Because you need to understand what you're volunteering for. The bond doesn't just enhance you, Sergeant. It changes you. What you saw on that screen, that's who you'll become." She left. Sera sat alone in the empty med bay, hands still shaking, the phantom weight of breach armor still ghosting across her shoulders, like a memory that wouldn't fade. On the bulkhead, the chronometer ticked forward. 12 weeks, 3 days, 6 hours, 17 minutes since Titan Station. Since Indy died, since the burnout, since the end of everything she'd been. She thought about civilian job placement, about trying to sleep in a bed that didn't vibrate with engine hum, about explaining to potential employers why her hands shook when she interfaced with basic neural equipment, about the crawl space and her mother's decompression alarm and the promise she'd made to herself at 16 that she'd never be helpless again. She thought about the thing on the video, the predator wearing her face, moving with purpose and precision, and something that might have been joy. 24 hours to decide. The medbay doors opened again. Dr. Corso stepped through, tablet in hand, professional concern written across their features. "Sera, are you?" "I'm fine." She stood, legs steady this time. "I need to file voluntary transfer paperwork. Where do I go?" Corso's expression shifted. Understanding, resignation, something that might have been grief. "You're taking Cade's offer." Not a question. "Yeah," Sera said. "I am." The chronometer kept ticking. Somewhere in the black, the loom were waking up, turning human ships into flowers, building structures that broke physics and consumed everything they touched. And somewhere in Sera's nervous system, something that shouldn't exist was waiting to bond with her, to change her, to make her into a weapon that might be enough, or might not. She walked toward the doors. Corso didn't stop her. Behind her, the empty diagnostic bed waited for the next burnout, the next failed test, the next soldier whose nervous system couldn't handle what the core demanded. Sera kept walking. She'd made her choice the moment Cade showed her the footage. Maybe before that. Maybe 12 weeks ago when the burnout happened and her brain started the countdown to obsolescence. Maybe 16 years ago in a crawl space, listening to alarms she'd never forget. The choice was always going to be this: another chance to be useful, another chance to fight, another chance to be anything except the ghost she'd become. Bay 7 was 3 decks down, marked with security clearance requirements she didn't have yet. She'd need Cade's authorization, probably biometric verification. Maybe a psych evaluation she'd lie through, like she'd lied through every evaluation since enlisting. She had 24 hours. She'd need 30 minutes. The corridor was empty, the night cycle lighting dim enough to hide the way her hands kept shaking, the way her reflection in the polished bulkhead looked wrong somehow, like the person staring back was already someone else, already something else. She reached for the comm panel to request transfer authorization. Her hands were steady. That should have felt like victory. It felt like surrender. Chapter 2. The Offer. Cade watched Macon through the one-way smart glass partition as the tech prepped the secure briefing room. The sergeant, former sergeant technically, since medical separation paperwork had already been filed, stood at parade rest in the holding quarter, but her weight distribution was wrong, favoring the left leg. Old shrapnel, probably. The kind of injury you didn't report because reporting meant desk duty. "Admiral, the room is secured." Lieutenant Venn materialized at her elbow, silent as always. He had that CID spook quality, present when needed, invisible when not. Tempest protocols active, Faraday cage engaged. No devices detected on the subject. "She's not a subject, Venn. She's a recruit." "With respect, ma'am, she hasn't agreed yet." Cade didn't answer. She stepped through the airlock-style double doors into the briefing room. Neutral gray walls, no windows, a single metal table with 2 chairs bolted to the deck. The kind of room where careers ended or began, where officers received their final orders before black operations that didn't exist on any manifest. Machen entered 30 seconds later, eyes tracking corners, exits, the ventilation grills. Good. Still thinking like a breach runner, despite the burnout, Cade gestured to the chair opposite her own. "Sit." Macon sat, hands folded on the table, spine straight, the formal posture of someone who'd spent years getting yelled at by drill instructors. But her pupils were dilated, pulse visible at her throat, fear wrapped in military bearing. "You saw the footage," Cade said, not a question. "Yeah. Questions? How long have you been dosing me?" Machen's voice was flat. "The memory gaps in the test 3 days ago. How many others?" 3 integration trials over 4 weeks, escalating duration and intensity. You've been unconscious for each, sedated post-procedure." Cade pulled a data chip from her uniform pocket, slid it across the table. "Full medical logs. Dr. Corso administered under my direct orders and presidential authority. You can press charges if you want. You'll lose. Classified national security operations, exigent circumstances, imminent threat to Terran Republic sovereignty." Macon stared at the chip, didn't touch it. "Why me?" The question Cade had been waiting for. She touched the table's interface panel. Holographic displays materialized in the air between them. Star charts, ship rosters, casualty reports. The familiar data Cade had lived with for 18 months, since the lattice first appeared in the Kuiper Belt and started converting mining platforms into structures that violated every law of physics humanity understood. "Because you're already broken," Cade said, "and the Husks only bond with broken things." She swiped through the displays. Images of the derelict ships appeared. Ancient hulls recovered from the churn. The ship graveyard that drifted in Jupiter's shadow. Vessels that predated human spaceflight by millennia, maybe longer. Each one containing cargo that had made xenoarchaeology teams very rich and very dead. Helion Dynamics recovered the first Husks 17 years ago. Bioengineered weapon, origin unknown, designed to interface with nervous systems. Every attempt to bond it with healthy subjects failed. Rejection syndrome. Hemorrhagic brain death within 72 hours. Cade pulled up autopsy images. She watched Machen's face. The sergeant didn't flinch. 34 dead volunteers before someone asked the right question. What if the Husks weren't designed for healthy neural pathways? What if they were built for damage? "You're telling me these things need broken brains?" Specifically, neural lace burnout survivors. The scarring in your motor cortex, the dead pathways, that's not damage to a Husk. That's compatibility. Kate expanded another file. We've bonded 7 so far. 5 survived integration. You're number 8. And the test footage? Your husk recognized you during the first trial, initiated partial bond before we could sedate you out. The footage you saw was trial 3, full integration under controlled conditions. Cade leaned forward. Sera, you moved like nothing I've ever seen. Reaction times 40% faster than baseline. Strength augmentation, regenerative healing, 0-point energy manipulation that let you rip a blast door off its housing with your bare hands. And that's without training, without voluntary activation. Just the husk operating on instinct. Machen's hands had curled into fists, small tremors running through her fingers. What's the catch? Same as any weapon system, it might kill you during bonding. Permanent integration has a 62% survival rate. If you survive, the husk becomes part of your nervous system. Can't be removed without killing you both. And we don't know the long-term effects. Oldest bonded operative is Major Park. 3 years integrated. So far she's shown no degradation, but the sample size is too small for statistical confidence. You're asking me to gamble my life on being a lab rat. I'm asking you to be a soldier, again. Cade killed the medical displays, brought up new footage. This time Machen flinched. The lattice. Humanity had 100 names for it. The bloom, the flower, the architect plague. But lattice was most accurate. The thing that grew in the black, converting ships and stations and human bodies into geometric patterns that defied 3-dimensional space. Structures that bent light and consumed everything they touched. The footage showed the TRC destroyer, Agamemnon, encountering a lattice growth in the outer asteroid belt. Standard first contact protocol, hail, scan, maintain defensive posture. The lattice didn't respond, it just grew. Crystalline tendrils that moved faster than the Agamemnon's burn capacity, wrapping the destroyer in fractal patterns that looked almost beautiful if you didn't see the crew transmissions showing what happened inside. The screaming, the bodies converting into organic substrate, integrating into the structure. 312 souls turned into building material. Cade had watched this footage 87 times. It never got easier. That was 6 months ago, she said. We've lost 41 ships since then. 11 stations. Estimated civilian casualties exceed 90,000, and it's accelerating. Every structure the lattice builds seems to make the next growth faster, more aggressive. Current projections give us 18 months before it reaches Mars, 24 before Earth. Machen was staring at the frozen image. The Agamemnon wrapped in impossible geometry, human shapes visible inside the crystal like insects in amber. What do the husks do against that? We don't know yet, but they're the only tech we've found that can interact with lattice material without being converted. During Major Park's first deployment, she physically touched an active growth. The lattice tried to integrate her. Standard response. Her husk, Cade pulled up the footage, ate it. The video showed a figure in modified breach armor punching through crystalline tendrils, leaving collapse, blackened structures wherever contact occurred. Not destroying, consuming, converting foreign biomass into something compatible. The husks were designed to fight something, Cade said. Maybe the lattice, maybe whatever created the lattice. Either way, they're our only offensive option. Everything else we've tried, kinetics, plasma, nuclear, just feeds the growth, gives it more mass to work with. Silence. The kind that stretched between decisions that couldn't be unmade. You said you'd show me Indy's last transmission. Machen's voice had gone quiet. Dangerous. That was the deal. Cade had saved this for last. The card she'd play only if Machen seemed ready to walk. She touched the interface again. Everything you know about Corporal Solace's death is redacted intelligence, Cade said carefully. Official reports state she transmitted "get out" before lattice conversion. That's what they told you during debriefing. That's what they told her family. Bullshit. Machen's hands were flat on the table now. I heard the transmission. I was there. You heard the edited version. CID sanitized it for operational security. The full transmission was classified above your clearance level. Cade cued the audio file. This is raw, unfiltered, recorded during the last 30 seconds before Corporal Solace's neural lace failed. Are you sure you want to hear it? Machen didn't answer. Didn't need to. The look in her eyes said everything. Cade hit play, static first. Then Indy's voice, distorted by transmission degradation and the awful wet sounds of lattice growth consuming human tissue. But underneath, unmistakable, that Martian accent, the voice that had talked Sera through her first orbital insertion, the friend who'd carried her through burnout recovery. Not a weapon, it's a seed. They're planting. Harsh breathing, something cracking. Everywhere we go, every ship, they're spreading it through us. We're the fucking vector. Another voice in the background, male, screaming about conversion, about his skin feeling wrong. Tell Cade, Indy's voice breaking. Tell her it's deliberate. They're hurting us. Want us to fight back. Want us to... Then the sound that still made Cade wake up at 0300, pulse hammering. Indy Solace laughing. High and ragged and wrong. Sera, if you're listening... Pause, wet breathing. Don't get out, get even. Find the fuckers who made this. Make them... The transmission cut, not static. Cut. Like someone had severed the connection mid-word. Cade killed the playback. Watched Macon's face drain of color. Watched her throat work around words that wouldn't come. The rest is lattice growth consuming her transmission hardware, Cade said quietly. She was gone by then. But those were her last coherent words. Get even. Find who made this. You think the Husks... I think the Husks are weapons designed to fight the lattice. I think whoever made them fought this war before and lost. I think they left their weapons behind, hoping someone would find them and finish what they started. Cade stood. And I think Corporal Solace died believing you'd be the one to do it. Machen sat frozen, staring at nothing, processing. Cade gave her 10 seconds. Then, Vanguard Initiative deployment leaves in 6 hours. The Reliquary is a converted mining station in the churn. Full medical integration facility, training complex, the 5 other bonded operatives. You join them, complete integration, and we have 6 weapons to throw at the lattice. You walk away, we have 5. And I spend the next 18 months watching the casualty reports climb while I pray someone else figures out how to kill gods. She walked toward the door, stopped, turned back. Your answer, Sergeant? Machen looked up, eyes red but dry. The look soldiers got when grief turned to fuel. When do we ship? Cade allowed herself a breath of relief. 1 recruit secured, 5 more to find before the lattice reached populated space. Transport's waiting at Base 7. Grab what you need, say your goodbyes. Then we'll escort. The briefing room lights cut to emergency red. Klaxons blared. The kind reserved for imminent collision or hostile contact. Cade's hand went to her comm. Cade, sit rep. Commander Oyo's voice crackled through, sharp with controlled panic. Admiral, we have unknown contacts emerging from hyperspace, multiple signatures, not Lattice, not Republic, not anyone in the database. How many? 68 and counting. They're not responding to hails. They're not broadcasting IFF. They're just... Pause. Ma'am, they're deploying weapons. Cade's blood turned to ice. Through the bulkhead, she heard the carrier's point defense system spooling up, felt the subtle vibration of the threshold's main drives coming online. Machen was already on her feet, combat instinct overriding everything else. Cade pulled up the tactical display on her wrist unit. The threshold sensor array painted the picture in brutal clarity. Unknown vessels, sleek and angular, nothing like human or lattice design. Emission signatures spiked across hostile spectrum, targeting systems locked on the carrier group. Ma'am, Ven's voice through the door. We need to get you to the bridge. But Cade was staring at the formation pattern, the way the unknown ships moved in perfect synchronization. Professional, organized, military, a third faction. In a war humanity was already losing. The first weapons lock alarm screamed through the carrier. 68 unknown ships, and they weren't here to talk. Chapter 3. The Reliquary. The transport shuttle smelled like oxidized metal and fear. Sera sat in the cargo bay webbing, alone except for the loadmaster, who hadn't spoken since departure. Through the porthole behind her head, the threshold grew smaller, dwindling to a point of light, then nothing. Whatever happened with those unknown ships, she wasn't part of it anymore. The loadmaster finally broke silence 12 hours in, announcing deceleration for final approach. Sera looked out the porthole again and saw the churn. The derelict graveyard stretched across her field of view like a god's boneyard, hulks and fragments, some the size of corvettes, others the size of cities. Dead ships from dead wars, some human, some not, all tumbling in slow orbit around nothing. And buried in the debris field, lit by running lights that picked out docking struts and hab modules, sat the reliquary. The mining station had been converted with brutal efficiency, blast doors where windows used to be, gun emplacements where ore processors once hung. The whole structure bristled with point defense systems, sensors, jamming arrays, a fortress pretending to be abandoned infrastructure. The shuttle docked hard. Sera grabbed her duffel, everything she owned fit in one bag now, and followed the loadmaster through the airlock. The reliquary's interior was exactly what she'd expected. Institutional gray, low ceilings, the recycled air smell of a station running on minimum life support. Pipes and conduits ran exposed along the walls. The lighting was medical bright, the kind designed to keep people alert during long shifts. Every surface was spotless. Clinical, haunted. A lieutenant waited at the dock checkpoint, tablet in hand, expression professionally blank. "Sergeant Machen?" "Yeah, Lieutenant Torres. I'll escort you to intake." He scanned her duffel with a handheld, checked something on his tablet, then gestured down the corridor. "This way." They walked in silence through identical gray hallways. Sera counted intersections, mapped exits by instinct. Old habits. The station was bigger than it looked from outside. The mining complex must have extended deep into the asteroid's interior. They passed what looked like barracks, a gym with windows looking out at the churn, a mess hall where someone had tried to paint a mural of Earth before giving up halfway through. Torres stopped at a door marked Medical, authorized personnel only. "Dr. Corso will conduct your intake. After that, someone will show you to your quarters." He paused. "Welcome to the reliquary, Sergeant." He didn't sound like he meant it. The medical bay was smaller than the one on the threshold, but better equipped. Corso stood at a workstation reviewing what looked like brain scans. She glanced up when Sera entered, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe concern. "Sera, glad you made it." Corso gestured to an examination chair. "How was the flight?" "Long." "They usually are." Corso pulled up a holographic display, started entering data. "I need to run a full baseline before we proceed. Neural mapping, genetic sequencing, metabolic panel, standard intake protocol." Sera set her duffel down and sat. "How many candidates are here?" "7, including you." "Well, 6 active and 1 in recovery." Corso attached sensor leads to Sera's temples, wrists, chest. "Lieutenant Shea completed his second integration 3 days ago. He's stable but needs observation before we clear him for training." "Second integration?" "The first one rejected after 48 hours. We salvaged it before permanent damage occurred." Corso's voice was carefully neutral. "He volunteered to try again." Sera watched the brain scan build itself on the holographic display. Layers of neural pathways rendered in blues and greens. "What happens when integration fails?" "The husk goes dormant. The candidate survives if we catch it early enough." Corso adjusted a sensor. "Look straight ahead. Don't blink." A laser grid swept across Sera's eyes. The scan took maybe 10 seconds. "What if you don't catch it early?" Corso didn't answer immediately. She pulled up another screen, compared readings. "Then we have a memorial service." The medical bay door opened. A man walked in without knocking. Mid-30s, pilot's build, wearing civilian clothes that had seen better days. He had the kind of face that used to be handsome before something broke it. Twice reset nose, scar tissue around the eyes. "Doc, you got any more of those stims? The good ones, not the shit from the dispenser." He noticed Sera, offered a lopsided grin. "Oh, fresh meat. Lieutenant Ben, this is Sergeant Machen." Corso didn't look up from her screens. Sera, meet Pitor. He's supposed to be in his quarters. Quarters are boring. Also, I can't sleep. Also, the station makes weird noises at night and I'm pretty sure we're haunted. Ven leaned against the wall, crossed his arms. So, what did you do to earn a death sentence? Pitor? Corso's voice carried a warning. What? She signed up. She knows what this is. He studied Sera with the casual assessment of someone who'd seen a lot of people die. Let me guess. Burnout. Neural lace went pop. Admiral Cage showed you the scary footage. Made you an offer you couldn't refuse. Am I close? Yeah. Thought so. She's got a type. Ven scratched at the scar tissue around his left eye. Me, I crashed my interceptor during a training run. Killed my RIO. Damaged the cognitive centers responsible for spatial processing and threat assessment. Can't fly anymore. Can't pass the psych evals. Can barely pass a sobriety test most days. The grin widened. Perfect candidate for experimental alien brain surgery. Pitor crashed because he was drunk, Corso said flatly. He has two options. Integrate successfully or spend 15 years in military prison for manslaughter and destruction of Republic property. He chose option one. See? Death sentence. Ven's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. How long you been here, Doc? 3 months? 4? You lose count yet of how many body bags you've prepped? Corso's jaw tightened. Out. I'm going. Ven pushed off the wall, headed for the door. He paused on the threshold, looked back at Sera. Advice, newbie. When they take you to the integration chamber, make sure you piss first. The paralytic doesn't wear off for 6 hours and they don't give you a catheter. The door closed behind him. Sera waited 10 seconds. Is he always like that? Yes. Corso's fingers moved across the holographic interface, pulling up new scans. He's also one of the most successful integrations we've had. 96% neural compatibility, full motor control after 72 hours, no rejection episodes. She paused. He's an asshole because being an asshole keeps him alive. Easier to stay angry than afraid. How many have died? Corso met her eyes. In the last month? 2. Candidates we thought were stable. They went into neural cascade during sleep. We couldn't save them. And before that? 4 more over 3 months. Corso turned back to the screens. 12 candidates total. 6 active, 6 dead. Those are the numbers Admiral Cade doesn't put in her briefings. Sera looked at the brain scan floating between them. Her neural pathways look like a disaster zone. Burn scars, dead regions, improvised connections where her brain had tried to root around damage. Why'd you agree to work here? Because I believe in the science. Because the lattice is real and we need weapons. Corso's expression softened slightly. Because I'd rather try to save soldiers than watch them burn out slowly in VA hospitals. The scan completed. Corso studied the results in silence. Well, neurologically, you're a perfect candidate. The damage to your lace integration nodes creates natural anchors for Husk bonding. Your cognitive flexibility scores are exceptionally high. You adapt faster than most. Corso pulled up a comparison chart. But there's something else, a scarring pattern in your hippocampus that suggests... She trailed off, frowning. Suggests what? Previous trauma, significant memory disruption. It's consistent with what I saw after your test integrations on the threshold, but the scar tissue is older, years older. Corso zoomed in on a section of the brain scan. Did you have any neural procedures before joining the Corps? Any experimental augmentation? No, standard recruit processing, basic lace installation at boot camp. Sera tried to remember. The timeline felt right. 18 years old, fresh off the transport from Nova Caracas. The neural lace installation had hurt like hell for 3 days, then settled into background noise. Nothing before that. Corso made a note. I'll run a deeper genetic sequencing. Might be a congenital anomaly. Is it a problem? I don't think so. Your integration test went smoothly despite it. Corso detached the sensor leads. Get some food, meet the others, try to sleep. Tomorrow we start prep for full integration. How long until? 72 hours, maybe less if Cade pushes the timeline. Corso's expression turned grim. The unknown ships that hit the threshold? Cade's pushing for accelerated integration across the board. She wants all 6 of you bonded and operational within the week. Sera stood, grabbed her duffel. That's safe? No. Corso met her eyes. But neither is waiting. The mess hall was half empty. Dinner rush had passed, leaving behind the stragglers, a maintenance tech reading on a tablet, 2 guards playing cards, and 3 people clustered at a corner table who looked like candidates. Sera grabbed a tray of whatever the dispenser called protein and vegetables, picked a seat with good sight lines to both exits, and ate without tasting anything. Old habits. You're the new one. A voice from behind her, male, accented, something core world, expensive education. Machen, right? She turned. The man standing there was maybe 30, lean and precise, with the kind of posture that screamed officer even without the rank insignia. His eyes had the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen combat. Lieutenant's bars on his collar, fresh from medical. Yeah. Lieutenant Cormac Shea, second integration. He gestured to the empty chair across from her. Mind? Suit yourself. Cormac sat with the careful movements of someone nursing pain. How much did they tell you about the process? Bioengineered parasite bonds with damaged neural tissue. Rejection kills you. Success gives you superpowers. Sera stabbed at her protein. That about cover it. More or less. Cormac's smile was tired. They leave out the part where it feels like dying, where you lie in the integration chamber while something alien crawls through your brain, rewriting you neuron by neuron, where you wake up and don't know if the thoughts in your head are yours or theirs. Theirs? The Husks. Cormac leaned back. They're not mindless. They have patterns, instincts, preferences. The bonding is mutual. You change them. They change you. He touched his temple. I can feel mine now. Sleeping. Waiting. It knows when I'm stressed. It responds to my emotional state. Sera set her fork down. And you volunteered for a second integration. The first one rejected because I fought it. Tried to maintain control. Keep myself separate. Cormac's expression was haunted. The thing is, integration requires surrender. You have to let it in. Trust it. And trust isn't my strong suit. Why try again? Because I saw what the lattice did to Helion Station. Because my sister was stationed there when the loom woke up. His voice went flat. They found her ship 2 weeks later. Empty. The crew just gone. No bodies, no signs of struggle. Just gone. Sera didn't have an answer for that. Movement across the mess hall. Ven appeared, tray loaded with what looked like 3 dinners worth of food. He spotted Sera and Cormac, changed course to join them. Look at this. The 2 serious ones. Having a serious conversation. Ven dropped into a chair, started eating with mechanical efficiency. Let me guess. Shay's telling you about the existential horror of bonding, how it changes you, how you lose yourself in the merge. Fuck off, Peter. See? That's the old Cormac. Pre-integration Cormac would have said, please refrain from such language, Lieutenant. Ven grinned. Post-integration Cormac tells people to fuck off. I call that progress. Despite herself, Sera almost smiled. Don't encourage him, Cormac muttered. Ven shrugged, kept eating. After a moment, he said, the 3 newbies went in for baseline eval 2 hours ago. Haven't come back yet. Doc's probably running every scan in the book, making sure they're not secretly lattice plants or whatever. She ran mine in 40 minutes. Yeah, well, you had pre-screening on the threshold. These 3 are cold recruits, volunteers from the general pool. Ven's expression turned serious for half a second. Poor bastards. The door to the mess opened. Dr. Corso walked in, still in her med coat, exhaustion written in every line of her body. She scanned the room, spotted Sera's table, approached. Sera, I need you back in medical. Something wrong? Just follow up on your genetic sequencing. There's something I want to double check. Corso's voice was carefully controlled, but her eyes said different. Now, please. Cormac and Ven exchanged a glance. Sera stood, left her half-finished tray, followed Corso out. They didn't go back to the main medical bay. Corso led her deeper into the station, through restricted corridors that required biometric scans, down a lift that descended 3 levels. The walls here were older, original station construction, mineral-stained and pitted. Doc, what's going on? Your genetic sequencing came back. Corso stopped at a blast door, placed her palm against the scanner. The door unsealed with a hiss. And there's an anomaly I need you to see. The room beyond was a lab, compact but well-equipped, dominated by a holographic display showing genetic code in 3 dimensions. Corso pulled up Sera's scan, highlighted a section. Standard human genome is approximately 3 billion base pairs. We've mapped most of it. We know the markers for augmentation compatibility, neuroplasticity, metabolic adaptation. Corso zoomed in. But your genome has insertions, non-human sequences. They're dormant mostly, junk code that your cells ignore. Except here, she highlighted a cluster. These sequences are active, expressing proteins, building structures in your neural tissue. Corso looked at Sera. They're integration anchors, natural ones, like you were born with them. Sera stared at the scan. That's impossible. I thought so too. So I cross-referenced with every database we have. Republic Medical Archives, xenobiology samples, the Husks genetic library. Corso pulled up a comparison. Sera, these sequences are a 97% match for Husks bonding proteins. I've never been bonded. I didn't even know about Husks until 3 days ago. I know. Corso's hands moved across the interface. So I checked your medical records, birth certificate, genetic screening from childhood, and I found this. A new scan appeared. Older. Low resolution. A genetic profile from 28 years ago. This is you. Age 2. Standard childhood screening on Nova Caracas. Corso overlay it with the current scan. Notice anything? The sequences were there. Subtle, buried, but present. You've had these insertions your entire life, Corso said quietly, which means either you were exposed to Husks material as an infant, or, Corso pulled up one more file, Sera's birth certificate. Mother, unknown. Father, unknown. Place of birth. Nova Caracas Municipal Hospital, Ward 7, the Foundling Ward. Corso opened the attached genetic registry, the one hospitals use to track abandoned infants, looking for family matches. No matches found. Genetic markers, 23% unknown origin. Or you were never fully human to begin with, Corso finished. Sera couldn't breathe. The lab felt too small, too bright. Corso zoomed in on the genetic scan, highlighted another section. There's more. These sequences here, they're not Husks. They're not human either, but they match samples recovered from lattice derelicts. The floor seemed to tilt. Sera, Corso's voice was gentle, professional, terrified. I need to run one more test. To be absolutely certain, she pulled up a comparison algorithm, loaded Sera's genetic profile, then loaded another file, something from the xenobiology database marked classified Project Genesis. The algorithm ran, match probability, 99.7% classification, hybrid construct origin, lattice bioengineering designation, generation 0. Sera's vision tunneled. Corso was still talking, saying something about impossible, about rechecking, about how this couldn't be right. But Sera wasn't listening. She was staring at the display, at the words that rewrote everything she thought she knew. Generation 0, not human, never human. The genetic scan blinked. She was lattice. Chapter 4. Rejection Protocol. The integration chamber smelled like burnt copper and ozone. Peter Venn stood in the observation gallery, arms crossed, watching through reinforced glass as the candidate, Rickman, his name was Rickman, convulsed on the surgical table. The husk wrapped around his spine like black wire, threads spreading through muscle tissue, searching for purchase, finding none. Rejection phase initiated. Dr. Corso's voice came through the speaker, flat and clinical. She moved around the table, injecting something that made Rickman's body arch. Neural adhesion failure. Husks is attempting secondary bonding protocols. Peter had seen plenty of people die. Cockpit fires, decompression. Once a wingman who'd taken shrapnel through the canopy and bled out before rescue could get there. But this was different. Rickman wasn't dying from enemy action or mechanical failure. He was being rejected. The husk pulsed, black threads retracting, then striking deeper. Rickman screamed. The sound cut off when his vocal cords tore. Jesus, someone muttered behind Peter. One of the new candidates. Harper, maybe. Or Chen. Peter hadn't bothered learning their names yet. Half of them wouldn't make it to integration anyway. Sera Machen stood to his left, face carved from stone. She'd been at the reliquary 3 days and already looked like she belonged. That hollow-eyed, thousand-yard stare everyone developed eventually. Though hers had an edge to it, something colder than mere exhaustion. Lieutenant Cormac Shea stood on her other side, perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back. The man was a statue, already bonded once, already survived this nightmare, and now back for round 2 because the first husk had gone dormant after his partner died. Glutton for punishment. On the table, Rickman stopped moving. The husk withdrew completely, coiling back into the containment unit Corso activated with a gesture. Black threads retreated like dying roots, leaving torn tissue behind. Corso checked the monitors. Time of death, 14:47 station time. She looked up at the observation window. Admiral Cade requires all candidates to observe post-integration autopsy. You can look away, but you will remain present. Understood? No one answered. Peter figured silence counted as acknowledgement. Corso pulled the surgical tray closer. The next 40 minutes were educational in the way that combat footage was educational. Technically informative, viscerally awful, impossible to forget. Corso worked with methodical efficiency, narrating as she went. Tissue damage, neural degradation. The way the husk had attempted to anchor to Rickman's spinal column and been met with catastrophic immune response. The integration process isn't passive, Corso explained, spreading Rickman's chest cavity. Her hands moved with practiced precision, as if she were teaching anatomy instead of dissecting a man they'd shared breakfast with. The husk tests the host, psychological resilience, trauma threshold, desperation quotient. Desperation quotient? That was Harper, or Chen, definitely one of the fresh ones. The will to survive when survival should be impossible. Corso extracted something that looked like a charred liver. The husk bonds with hosts who understand loss, who've been broken and kept moving anyway. It's looking for a specific kind of damage. She glanced at the observation window, at Sera. Rickman was a good soldier, competent, professional, but he'd never been destroyed, never faced a choice between dying or becoming something else entirely. Corso returned to the autopsy. The husk sensed that and rejected him. Peter felt his jaw tighten. So integration wasn't just about neural compatibility or genetic markers. It was about trauma, about being fucked up enough that bonding with an alien parasite seemed reasonable. Well, he qualified on that front. Beside him, Sera's breathing had gone shallow, controlled, the way you breathed when you were trying not to scream. Autopsy complete, Corso said finally. You're dismissed. Except candidate Machen. Report to Lab 3 for follow-up blood work. The observation gallery emptied in silence. No one spoke. No one looked at each other. They filed out like mourners leaving a funeral, already compartmentalizing, already forgetting. That was the trick, Peter had learned. Forget fast. Forget hard. Don't think about the empty rack or the boxed belongings waiting for retrieval that would never come. He made it halfway to the mess hall before the shaking started. The reliquary's observation deck was off limits after 22 hours, which meant it was the only place worth going. Peter bypassed the lock with a trick he'd learned flying Border Patrol. Most military installations use the same security protocols, and most protocols had the same exploits. The door slid open with a soft hiss. Sera was already there. She stood at the viewport, silhouetted against the Tannhauser Belt's debris field. The observation deck offered a 180-degree view of the converted mining station surroundings, thousands of asteroids tumbling in slow rotation, icy surfaces catching distant starlight. Beautiful, in a desolate sort of way. You're not supposed to be here, Peter said. Neither are you. Fair point. He crossed to the viewport, keeping a respectful distance. Can't sleep? Didn't try. They stood in silence. Outside, a mining drone drifted past, running lights blinking in sequence. The reliquary repurposed old equipment for station maintenance. Waste not, want not. Even the drones were haunted. How long have you been flying? Sera asked. 12 years. Made ace in the border conflicts. Washed out when I started drinking more than the regs allowed. Peter shrugged. Turned out alcohol and high G maneuvers don't mix. Who knew? You're sober now. 3 months. Sobriety's a bitch. He tapped the viewport. But Cade doesn't care about my liver, long as I can still fly. Sera's reflection in the glass was unreadable. Why volunteer for this? The question Peter had been avoiding. He could deflect with humor, change the subject, walk away. But something about standing in the dark, watching Rickman's autopsy via mental replay, made honesty feel inevitable. I had a wingman, Torres, best pilot I ever flew with. The words came easier than expected. We were running interdiction near the Strand when we caught an ambush. 3 bogeys, no warning. Torres took fire covering my 6. Outside, an asteroid fragment tumbled past. I got him to the carrier. Medics said he'd make it, but something got infected. 3 days later, he coded. Peter's hands curled against the viewport. I was drunk when it happened, passed out in my rack while he died alone. Sera didn't respond, didn't offer platitudes or meaningless comfort. Cade found me 6 weeks later, said the Vanguard initiative needed pilots, said I could do something that mattered. Peter laughed, low and bitter. I figured dying integrated was better than dying drunk. At least this way, Torres gets a story worth telling. What story? That his wingman didn't quit, that I saw it through even when it turned into this. He gestured vaguely at the reliquary. Stupid, probably, but it's something. Sera's reflection shifted. Not stupid. They fell back into silence. Comfortable, this time. The kind of quiet that came from shared understanding, not empty space. Your turn, Peter said. Why'd you volunteer? Sera's jaw tightened. For a moment, he thought she'd shut down. But then, I had a team, breach runners. We were good. Her voice was carefully neutral. Until we weren't. She didn't elaborate, didn't need to. Peter could fill in the rest. The mission that went wrong, the casualties, the survivor's guilt that followed like a shadow. He'd lived it himself. They die? He asked. All of them. You there when it happened? Yes. The single word carried weight. Peter recognized the shape of it, the memory that played on loop, the guilt that never quite faded. He'd spent 3 months trying to drown his version. Sera had apparently decided to weaponize hers instead. Different coping mechanisms, same damage. Cade really knows how to pick them, Peter said. Traumatized, desperate, just functional enough to be useful. That's the desperation quotient. Yeah. He turned from the viewport. Listen, this thing we're doing, it's probably going to kill us. Rickman's the 3rd candidate in 2 months. Odds aren't great. I know. So let's make a deal. Peter extended his hand. If I die, you tell Torres his story. Make sure someone knows he mattered. And if you die, you'll tell mine, Sera finished. She met his eyes. My team's names were Indy, Kaz, Oren, and Styles. Indy was our sergeant. She liked bad coffee and worse jokes. Torres collected vintage flight manuals, had 300 of them in his quarters. They shook. The grip was firm, professional, a contract sealed in the dark. We good? Peter asked. We're good. Sera turned back to the viewport. Peter started to leave, figured he'd said enough, pushed enough boundaries for one night. But halfway to the door, he stopped. Machen? Yeah. You're going to survive this. I don't know how I know, but I do. He managed something approximating a smile. Just make sure you remember the rest of us when you do. You too, Ven. Peter left her there, silhouette against the stars, and made his way back through the quiet corridors. The reliquary hummed with recycled air and distant machinery. 3rd shift meant skeleton crew, minimal activity. Easy to pretend he was alone. He was almost to his quarters when he passed the storage bay. The door was propped open, Maintenance probably, or someone too tired to care about protocols. Inside, rows of metal lockers stood in neat lines. Personal effects from deceased candidates, waiting for retrieval teams that rarely came. Most families didn't want reminders. Most candidates didn't have families worth notifying. Peter should have kept walking. But he saw Rickman's name on one of the lockers, freshly stenciled, and curiosity won out over common sense. He stepped inside. The locker was already inventoried. Someone had worked fast. Standard procedure. Catalog the dead. Box the belongings. File the paperwork. The Corps was efficient about grief. Peter opened it anyway. Standard issue clothing. A slate with personal files. A worn photograph of someone who might have been Rickman's mother. And at the bottom, wrapped in cloth. Peter's hands stopped. He lifted the object carefully. Unwrapped it. Flight tags. Corroded. Ancient. The kind they stopped issuing 15 years ago when the digital ID system came online. But he recognized the serial number before he even read the name stamped into the metal. LT Marcus Torres, TR 447 Alpha Striker. Wing Hellion Sector, his wingman's tags. Peter stared at them, mind blanking out, then racing. Torres had been buried with his tags. Peter had watched the ceremony. The flag-draped coffin lowered into the ground on Hellion Prime, tags and all. So why did Rickman have them? His hands were shaking now. The delayed grief Corso had mentioned hitting all at once, but sharper, stranger, tangled with confusion and rising dread. Torres had died 3 months ago. Natural infection, the medic said. Nothing suspicious. Except now a Vanguard candidate Peter had never met was carrying his dead wingman's identification. Peter turned the tags over. On the back, scratched in rough letters. Subject 7, Genesis Trials. The storage bay's fluorescent lights buzzed. Torres had been part of this. Chapter 5. The First Bond. The chamber smelled like formaldehyde and copper. Sera lay on the surgical table, restraints across her chest and thighs, staring at the reinforced glass ceiling 2 meters above her head. Beyond it, observation gallery. Faces she couldn't distinguish through the glare. Neural baseline stable, Dr. Corso's voice somewhere to her left. Heart rate elevated, but within acceptable parameters. Sera, can you hear me? Yeah. Good. We're going to begin the sedation sequence. You'll feel... No sedation. Sera's throat was dry. You said it reduces compatibility. Silence. Then Corso moved into view, mask covering her mouth, dark eyes unreadable. It also reduces pain. I'm aware. The agony will be... I know. Sera met her gaze. Do it. Corso hesitated, then nodded. Initiating integration protocol. The table tilted backward, 45 degrees exposing Sera's spine. Cold air on bare skin. She wore nothing but a medical gown, already cut open along her back. Electrodes adhered to her temples, her chest, mapping her neural activity in real time. Machinery hummed. Above her, through the glass, Admiral Cade's silhouette, watching. Releasing containment, Corso said. Metal scraped. A hatch opening behind Sera's head out of sight. She felt it more than heard it, a change in air pressure, the taste of ozone. Then the smell hit. Organic. Alien. Like nothing that should exist inside atmosphere designed for human lungs. Her body wanted to reject it, gag, but she held still. The husk is active, Corso said, professional calm fracturing slightly. Neural signature is responding. Faster than expected. Sera felt it before she saw it. Awareness, attention, something turning its focus toward her like a searchlight sweeping across dark water. Recognition. Doctor, male voice from the gallery. Shay, maybe. Bioelectric readings are spiking. That's not normal approach behavior. I see it. Corso moved closer, instruments in hand. Sera, the husk is going to make contact with your exposed nerve clusters. When it does, the pain will be immediate and... It touched her. White fire exploded through her spine. Not pain, beyond pain. Every nerve igniting simultaneously, her nervous system lighting up like electrical wire overloaded. And Sera screamed. couldn't help it, couldn't stop, as something alien and vast and hungry burrowed into her. Tendrils. She couldn't see them but felt them threading through vertebrae, seeking gaps between bone, sliding through muscle like water through sand. Rewriting, claiming. Each contact point sent fresh agony cascading through her body, her back arched against the restraints. Neural adhesion progressing. Corso's voice, distant now underwater. Husk is mapping her nervous system. This is fast. Too fast. The tendrils reached her brainstem. The world fragmented. Indy's face in the breached tunnel, helmet cracked, blood freezing across her visor. No. Her mother's hands on her shoulders, the last time they spoke. You don't have to prove anything to them. Stop. The lattice structure opening, consuming her team one by one, and Sera running, always running. The husk fed. It drank her memories like water, pulling trauma from neural pathways, tasting fear and loss and guilt. Sera tried to resist, tried to wall off the worst of it, but the husk was already inside, deeper than thought, and there was nowhere to hide. You. The word wasn't spoken. It arrived fully formed in her consciousness, vast and ancient and certain. We remember you. What? Sera managed, but the husk was still burrowing, still spreading, and fresh pain hit like artillery fire. Her spine rewrote itself. She felt it happening, bone density increasing, nerve clusters duplicating, redundant systems forming where none should exist. The husk wasn't just bonding, it was rebuilding her from the inside out. Rejection probability dropping, someone said. Shay, neural compatibility at 78% and climbing. That's impossible. Different voice. No candidate has ever exceeded 60 on first contact. The husk showed her. Memory, but not hers. Older, corrupted by time and damage, but still coherent enough to recognize. Herself, younger, strapped to a different table in a different facility. Scientists in biohazard suits. Needles. Gene sequences projected on screens. Her infant body convulsing as they inserted something that shouldn't fit inside human DNA. A woman's voice. Subject shows stable integration of lattice genetic markers. Proceeding to phase 2. Generation 0. She'd been built for this. She's seizing, Corso said, sharp now. Prepare countermeasures. Belay that, Cade's voice from the gallery. The integration is progressing normally. This isn't normal. For her, it is. Let it continue. The husk kept digging. The breach that killed her team, but different this time, clearer, and Sera saw what she'd missed before. The lattice didn't attack randomly. It recognized her, opened for her, let her through while consuming everyone else. Lies. That wasn't how it happened. Except it was, and Indy had seen it, had looked at Sera in those last seconds with something that wasn't just fear, but understanding. Stop, Sera whispered. Please. The husk didn't stop. It reached deeper, past memory, into genetic code itself, pulling apart the human sequences from the inserted ones, cataloging what she was versus what she'd been made to be, finding the connection points, the anchors that let it bond so perfectly. You were grown for us. Compatibility at 92%, Shay said, voice strained. That's, I've never seen this. Log everything, Cade ordered. Every reading. Pain fractured into new dimensions. The husk was in her motor cortex now, learning how she moved, testing neural pathways. Sera's right hand spasmed. Left leg kicked against restraints. Involuntary, not her choice. Then control shifted. The husk moved her hand, deliberately, closed her fingers into a fist and released. Testing. Sera felt it happen, felt herself displaced slightly, pushed aside while something else puppeted her body. Only for a second. Then it withdrew. We could take you completely. We choose not to. Why? Sera managed through clenched teeth. You are the bridge, the translator. We need you conscious. For what? To remember. The pain crested, peaked, every nerve firing at once, her body trying to reject the intrusion and failing because the husk was already integrated at the genetic level. Already part of her in ways that made separation impossible. Corso was shouting something about neural load, about critical thresholds, but Sera couldn't focus on words anymore. Only on the husk spreading through her like infection, like cancer, like purpose. Her mother's face again, last conversation. You don't have to prove anything. But I do, Sera thought. I have to know what I am. We will show you. The husk completed primary integration. Every trauma it had consumed, every death, every loss, every moment of helpless terror flooded back, but transformed, refined. The fear was gone. What remained was cold clarity and something else. Power. Sera felt it coiling inside her, muscles enhanced, reflexes accelerated, senses expanding beyond human range. The husk had taken her suffering and forged it into capability. The pain began to recede. Integration complete, Corso said quietly. She's stable. Sera opened her eyes. The overhead lights were too bright, searing, every photon registering with painful precision. She could hear heartbeats from the observation gallery, smell adrenaline sweat, taste recycled air, and the copper ozone signature of the husk still active in her spine. Sera? Corso leaned into view. Can you speak? Yeah. Her voice sounded strange, flatter. I'm here. How do you feel? Alive. Enhanced. Wrong. Like I'm not alone anymore. Corso glanced toward the gallery. Cade nodded. The integration was successful, Corso said. One of the cleanest bonds we've ever achieved. You should rest now. We'll monitor you through... I can feel it. Sera stared at the ceiling, not blinking. It's aware. It knows me. That's normal. The husk develops rudimentary... No. Sera turned her head, met Corso's eyes. It recognized me. Before you released it. Like it was waiting. Corso's expression flickered, concern then professional smoothness. Your neural signature likely registered as compatible. The husk responded to, it called me by name. Silence. That's not possible, Shay said from the gallery. Husks don't have language capacity. But Sera knew what she'd felt. The certainty of recognition. The familiarity. You. We remember you. The restraints released. Corso helped her sit up slowly, monitoring vitals. Sera's back felt strange, the sensation of tendrils still embedded in her spine, foreign but somehow natural, like they'd always been there, waiting to come home. I want her in observation for the next 72 hours, Corso said to someone behind her. Full neural mapping every 6 hours. If there's any sign of rejection, there won't be. Cade's voice, closer now. She descended from the gallery. She's Generation Zero. This is what she was designed for. Sera looked at her. You knew. I suspected. Cade studied her with clinical interest. The genetic markers in your file suggested compatibility, but this level of integration, this confirms it. Confirms what? That whoever created you knew exactly what they were building. Cade glanced at Corso. Get her cleaned up and into recovery. I want detailed reports by Air 800. She turned to leave. Admiral! Sera's voice stopped her. What am I? Cade paused. Proof of concept, she said. The prototype that proves we can win this war. Then she was gone, and Sera was left with Corso's worried expression and the alien awareness coiled inside her spine, patient and knowing and familiar in ways that made her skin crawl. Recovery room, clean sheets, monitoring equipment. Corso left her alone with instructions to rest, but sleep wouldn't come. The husk was too present, too there, sharing space inside her skull. Sera lay in the dark and felt it sorting through her memories. Learning her. Cataloging weaknesses and strengths. Building a map of who she was and showing her things in return. Fragments. Corrupted data. Images that made no sense. A city that never existed. Ships with organic hulls. People who weren't quite human walking through streets of black glass. Her face, older, scarred, standing in a command center surrounded by lattice technology. Indy's voice, "You have to let us go." Sera opened her eyes. The room was empty, dark, just her and the medical equipment's soft breathing, except movement in the corner. Shadow that shouldn't be there. Sera sat up slowly. The figure stepped into the dim light bleeding through the doorway. Indy, same flight suit, same sharp features, same crooked smile, standing there, solid, real, 3 months dead. Chapter 6. Breaking in. Corso found Sera awake at 500, sitting upright in the recovery bed staring at the wall. "How long have you been up?" Corso checked the monitors. Heart rate elevated, neural activity spiking in irregular patterns. Not rejection, something else. "Don't know." Sera's voice was different, flatter, the human inflection stripped away. "What time is it?" "Early." Corso moved closer, pulling up the neural mapping on her slate. The Husks integration had stabilized overnight, tendrils fully embedded in Sera's spinal column, branching into her brainstem and motor cortex. 92% compatibility holding steady. "You should be exhausted. The integration process alone." "I'm not tired." Corso looked up. Sera was watching her now, head tilted at an angle that was almost predatory. Her eyes tracked movement with precision that made Corso's skin prickle. Enhanced visual acuity, probably. The Husk rewiring sensory pathways. "Any pain?" "No." "Discomfort? Nausea? Phantom sensations?" "No." Sera's hand flexed on the bedrail. Once. Twice. Testing grip strength. "I feel fine." Liars, all of them. Corso had monitored enough post-integration candidates to recognize the deflection. They never felt fine. The successful ones just learned to function through the wrongness of sharing headspace with something alien. "I'm going to run some tests," Corso said, already pulling up the diagnostic protocol on her slate. "Reflex assessment, cognitive baseline, neural load capacity." "When can I start training?" Corso paused. "You integrated yesterday." "I know. Standard recovery protocol is 72 hours minimum before—" "I'm ready now." Sera stood, moved to the window. Her gait was different, smoother, predatory, like she was testing new musculature with each step. "I can feel it. The husk. It wants to move." That wasn't standard post-integration behavior. Most candidates spent the first week learning to coexist with the husk's presence, negotiating control of their own bodies. Sera sounded like she'd already surrendered territory. Corso made a note on her slate. Subject exhibits accelerated psychological adaptation. Possible autonomy compromise. Monitor. "I'll discuss it with Admiral Cade," she said instead. "For now, you need rest." "I don't need—" "That's an order, Machen." Sera turned, looked at her with those two sharp eyes. Then nodded and returned to the bed, movements controlled and deliberate, like she was conserving energy for later. Corso left before she could analyze that thought too closely. Day 3. Pitor Ven's integration. Corso watched through the observation glass as they brought him into the chamber, wrists already shaking. Not fear, withdrawal. She'd reviewed his file. Alcohol dependence, self-medicating grief. Not ideal for Husk compatibility, but Cade had approved him anyway. Desperate times. "Neural baseline is unstable," one of her texts reported. "Cortisol levels elevated. Should we sedate?" "No." Corso kept her eyes on Peter's vitals. He refused. Same as Machen. Admiral Cade stood beside her, arms crossed, watching the chamber with clinical detachment. "How long until we know if he's compatible? First contact will tell us. If the Husk recognizes his neural signature, it will." Cade's certainty was unsettling. He's got the trauma profile, dead wingman, survivor guilt, self-destructive tendencies. The Husk feeds on that. Corso wanted to argue, but she'd seen enough integrations to know Cade was right. The Husk didn't bond with stable, well-adjusted soldiers. It needed damage, cracks to exploit, suffering to consume and transform into capability. They released the husk. Peter screamed within 30 seconds. The integration was rougher than Sera's, more resistance, less natural compatibility. The husk burrowed into his spine with brutal efficiency, but Peter fought it, body convulsing against the restraints, blood pressure spiking, neural activity fracturing into chaos. "He's rejecting," the tech said. "Should we abort?" Corso's hand hovered over the emergency release. One press, and they'd flood the chamber with neural suppressants. Kill the husk before it killed Peter. Standard protocol for failed integrations. "Wait," Cade said. "Admiral, his vitals." "Wait," Peter's screaming cut off. Silence. Then his eyes opened. "Compatibility stabilizing," the tech breathed. 64%, 67, holding at 69. Not as high as Sera's unprecedented 92, but well above the survival threshold. Corso exhaled slowly, lowering her hand. "See?" Cade said. He just needed to stop fighting. But Corso watched Peter's face on the monitor and saw something that looked less like acceptance and more like surrender. Like he'd given up some essential part of himself in exchange for survival. She made another note. Subject Ven. Integration successful, but psychologically compromised. Recommend extended observation. Cade would ignore it. She always did. Week 2. Combat trials. Corso stood in the observation booth above the training floor, watching Sera move through the hand-to-hand course. Opponents came at her in waves, combat instructors, hardened Marines, even a few candidates from the regular integration cohort. All of them trained killers. Sera put them down like they were children. "Jesus Christ," one of the techs muttered. "She's not even trying." But she was. Corso could see it in the micro-expressions, the way Sera's eyes tracked movement half a second before her body responded. The husk was making decisions faster than conscious thought, routing combat data through enhanced neural pathways. An instructor lunged. Sera sidestepped, but her movement started before the lunge, like she'd known it was coming. Her elbow came up, caught the instructor in the temple, dropped him. "Did she predict that?" the tech asked. "No." Corso's throat was dry. "The husk did." Another opponent. This one came from behind. Silent, knife drawn. Sera spun and caught his wrist mid-thrust, twisted, and drove her knee into his solar plexus hard enough that Corso heard the impact from the booth. The man went down gasping. Sera stood over him, breathing steady, not even winded. "That's 15 in a row," Cade said from behind Corso. When had she arrived? "Better than any candidate we've ever integrated. Better than Shy." Corso pulled up Shy's file on her slate. Lieutenant Cormac Shy, second integration attempt after his first husk died from trauma overload. The new bond had taken root 2 days ago, and now he was in the weapons proficiency range, scoring perfect marks on every test. She switched the feed to his camera. Shay moved through the tactical course like liquid death. Economy of motion, no wasted movement, no hesitation. He flowed from target to target, putting rounds center mass with mechanical precision. When his weapon ran dry, he transitioned to his sidearm without breaking stride. "Time," the range master called. "New station record. By 40 seconds. Shay didn't acknowledge the achievement, just reloaded and moved to the next course. "He doesn't speak anymore," Corso said quietly. "Did you know that?" Cade was watching Sera's feet again. So he used to. Brief responses, but functional. Now he just doesn't. The husk is optimizing him. Language is inefficient in combat. He's not in combat. He's on a training range. Cade turned to her. "To the husk, everything is combat. That's what makes them effective." She nodded toward Sera's feed. "Watch." On screen, Sera faced 3 opponents simultaneously. One had a stun baton. She should have been overwhelmed. Instead, she moved. Not human movement. Too fast, too fluid, angles that shouldn't work. She slipped inside the baton's reach, struck the wielder's throat, used his falling body as a shield against the second attacker. Her hand shot out, broke the third opponent's knee with a sound like breaking wood. 10 seconds. 3 trained soldiers neutralized. Sera stood in the center of the floor, breathing shallow and quick. looking at her hands like she didn't recognize them. "Stop the trial," Corso said. "What?" "Stop it, now." Corso was already moving toward the door, but Cade caught her arm. "She's fine." "She's not." Corso pulled free. "Look at her biometrics. Adrenaline is spiking, cortisol flooding her system, but her conscious decision-making is practically flatlined. The husk is puppeting her. She's adapting. She's losing control." Cade's expression hardened. "That's not your call, doctor. Your job is to monitor. Mine is to deploy. And I need soldiers who can win, not hesitate." Corso wanted to argue, wanted to pull Sera out of training, run diagnostics, prove that the integration was progressing too fast, too far. But Cade was right about one thing. Chain of command existed for a reason. She returned to the booth. Watch Sera continue through increasingly difficult scenarios, the husk making choices her conscious mind couldn't follow. Enhanced reflexes, intercepting attacks she hadn't seen. Striking kill zones she hadn't targeted. Faster, stronger, better. Also disappearing. Day 13. Corso found Sera alone in the observation deck, staring at the stars. "You should be resting," Corso said. "Can't sleep." Sera didn't look away from the viewport. "The husk doesn't need it." "You're not the husk, aren't I?" Finally, Sera turned. Dark circles under her eyes, skin pale, but her movements were still predatory smooth. "I can feel it in my head, Doctor. Sorting through my memories, cataloging my relationships, learning who I care about so it knows who I'll fight hardest to protect." She laughed, bitter. "It's optimizing me for war." Corso stepped closer. "We can slow the integration. Neural suppressants, controlled exposure therapy. Cade won't allow it. I can recommend—" "She won't care." Sera's hands gripped the railing. "She needs weapons. That's all we are now. Tools she can point at the lattice and pull the trigger." The vulnerability was startling. For 2 weeks, Sera had been closed off, focused, increasingly mechanical. This was the first time Corso had seen the person underneath. "You volunteered," Corso said gently. "I did." Sera looked at her hands. "But I didn't understand what I was volunteering for. To become this. To feel myself getting hollowed out piece by piece, filled with something that's me but also not me." Her voice cracked. "I see things now, Doctor. Memories that aren't mine. Places I've never been. A city made of black glass. Ships with organic hulls. And Indy." She stopped. "What about Indy?" Corso asked. Sera's jaw tightened. "Nothing. It's nothing." Lying, but Corso let it pass. "The integration stabilizes after the first month," she said instead. "The initial volatility decreases. You'll learn to coexist with—" "Will I?" Sera turned back to the viewport. "Or will I just learn to pretend I'm still driving while the husk takes the wheel?" Corso had no answer. Below, through the transparent floor sections, the reliquaries' training levels hummed with activity. Candidates running drills, pushing their bonded husks to operational capacity. Building the army Cade needed to fight an enemy that consumed worlds. Sera was right. They were weapons now, and weapons didn't get to choose their targets. Day 14. Emergency alert. Corso was reviewing integration metrics when the alarm sounded. High-pitched, urgent, echoing through the medical wing. She grabbed her slate and ran. "Sit rep," she barked into the comms. "Training accident level 4, a tech responded. "Husk integration went critical during live fire exercise. Candidate lost control." Corso's stomach dropped. "Who?" "Rodriguez. First integration, day 6. The husk overwhelmed his motor control, and he opened fire on—" Corso was already running. Level 4 was chaos. Smoke, alarms, medical teams rushing past. She found the scene in the tactical arena. Rodriguez on the ground, restraints holding him down, the husk writhing beneath his skin like it was trying to escape. 3 others wounded, 1 critical. Cade was already there, barking orders. "Get him contained," she told the security team. "Full neural suppression." "That'll kill the husk," Corso said, pushing through the crowd. "And possibly him. He's a liability. We terminate the integration." Corso knelt beside Rodriguez. Young, maybe 22. Eyes wide with terror. blood seeping from his nose where the neural overload had ruptured vessels. The husk was killing him from the inside, burning through his nervous system faster than his body could adapt. "Please," Rodriguez whispered. "Please don't." The husk surged. Rodriguez's body convulsed. His hand grabbed the sidearm from a nearby guard's holster, movement too fast to stop, and brought it up. Not toward Cade, toward the wounded candidates. The critical one, still breathing, but barely. "He's going to fire," someone shouted. Corso moved on instinct. Threw herself between Rodriguez and the wounded, hands up. "Rodriguez, look at me. Look at me." His finger tightened on the trigger. The husk wanted death, craved it. But Rodriguez's eyes found hers, still human beneath the alien influence. "You can fight this," Corso said, voice steady despite her racing heart. "I know you can. The husk doesn't control you unless you let it." "I can't." "You can." She stepped closer, the gun barrel inches from her chest now. "You're still in there, still making choices." Rodriguez's hand shook, tears streaming down his face, the husk pulling one direction, his human will pulling another. Then Sera was there, moving faster than Corso's eyes could track. She grabbed Rodriguez's wrist, twisted the gun away, and pressed her hand against his forehead. "Sleep," she said. Rodriguez's eyes rolled back. He collapsed. "What did you do?" Cade demanded. Sera looked at her hand like she didn't recognize it. "The husk knows how to make others sleep. I just asked it." Silence. Corso checked Rodriguez's vitals, unconscious but stable. The husk in his spine had gone dormant. "Get him to medical," Cade ordered. "Full workup. I want to know how Machen did that." As they carried Rodriguez away, Corso found Sera standing alone, staring at her hands again, still processing what she'd just done. How easily the husk had responded to her will, or had she responded to its will? The line was blurring. "Thank you," Corso said quietly. Sera didn't respond. Day 15, 0300 hours. Corso was alone in her office, reviewing the accident reports, when Sera appeared in the doorway. No knock, no announcement. Just there, moving silent as death. "Can't sleep?" Corso asked. "The husk is showing me things again." Sera's voice was hollow. "Memories, but not human memories. Older, like it's trying to tell me something." Corso set down her slate. "What kind of things?" "The city, black glass. But there are people there, thousands of them, walking through streets, and they all look like—" She stopped, started again. "They all have my face." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. "Sera, I need to know what I am." Sera stepped inside. "Not what Cade says. Not what the genetic markers suggest. I need to know if I was ever human at all, or if I've always been this." Corso had the genetic analysis on her slate. Generation 0, 23% unknown markers, lattice bioengineering. But seeing Sera standing there, enhanced, altered, barely holding on to herself, made the clinical data feel inadequate. "You're human where it matters," Corso said finally. "Where's that?" "Choice. You're still making them." Sera's laugh was bitter. "Am I? Or is the husk just letting me think I am?" She moved to the window. Outside, the reliquary floated in the black. "Rodriguez almost killed someone today. I stopped him. But I don't know if that was me deciding to help or the husk deciding he was a threat to the program." Her reflection in the glass looked wrong. Too still. Too predatory. "How long before I can't tell the difference?" Corso had no answer. She'd asked herself the same question about every candidate who survived integration. At what point did the person end and the weapon begin? "There's another trial tomorrow," Sera said. "Combat simulation. Full tactical scenario against experienced Marines. Cade wants to see how we perform under pressure." "I know. Shay and I are leading the team. Ven's backing us up." "I know. It's going to be ugly." Sera turned. "The husk wants blood. I can feel it. And in a combat scenario, there's no reason to hold back." Corso's chest tightened. "The Marines have stun rounds, non-lethal protocols. It's just training. The husk doesn't understand training." Sera met her eyes. "It only understands killing." The implication hung between them. I'll recommend postponing. Cade won't listen. Sera crossed to the door, paused. If something happens tomorrow, if I hurt someone, promise me you'll terminate the integration. Don't let me become something that only knows how to destroy. Sera, promise me, Corso wanted to argue. Wanted to say it wouldn't come to that. But she'd seen the data. Watched Sera disappear piece by piece behind the Husks' growing influence. I promise, she said. Sera nodded, left without another word. Corso sat alone in the dark, Sera's request echoing in her mind. Tomorrow's combat trial would push the candidates harder than anything they'd faced. And if Sera was right about the Husks' nature, she pulled up the emergency termination protocol on her slate. Neural suppressant dosage, containment procedures, authorization codes, just in case. 0800 hours, combat trial. The arena was configured for full tactical simulation. 3-story structure, multiple entry points, civilians scattered throughout. The Marines defending had live weapons with stun rounds. The candidates attacking had the same. Corso watched from the observation booth, Cade beside her, Shay, Sera, and Ven gearing up below. Rules of engagement? Corso asked. Neutralize the defenders. Extract the HVT. Don't kill the civilians. Cade's tone was matter-of-fact. Standard breach and clear. The candidates have only been integrated for 2 weeks, which is why we're testing them now. I need to know their capabilities. On the floor below, Sera was checking her weapon, movements mechanical and precise. Shay stood motionless, eyes distant. Ven looked nervous, hands trembling slightly. The Husks still settling into his nervous system. They were going to get hurt, or worse. Beginning trial in 60 seconds, the Rangemaster announced. Corso's hand moved to her slate, the emergency protocol, ready to execute if things went wrong. They're ready, Cade said, seeing her hesitation. Are they? Only one way to find out. The countdown began. Sera moved to the entry point, Shay flanking her, Ven covering their 6. Even through the cameras, Corso could see the change in their posture. The Husks taking operational control, optimizing every movement. 10 seconds. Sera looked up at the observation booth, met Corso's eyes through the glass, mouthed 2 words, thank you. Like she was saying goodbye. 5 seconds. Corso's finger hovered over the abort command. 3, 2. The door blew inward. Sera was through it before the smoke cleared, moving faster than the cameras could track. Shay right behind her, Ven holding position. Gunfire erupted, then screaming. The Marines didn't stand a chance. Sera and Shay moved through them like ghosts, taking them down with brutal efficiency. Stun rounds hitting center mass, perfect shots, no hesitation. But the Husks were doing more than just enhancing combat performance. They were coordinating. Sera and Shay moved in sync, covering angles, flowing around each other like they shared one mind. Ven tried to keep up, but couldn't. The Marines overwhelmed his position. He went down hard, stun rounds slamming into his chest. Ven is hit, the tech reported. He's out. But Sera didn't stop. Pushed deeper into the structure, Shay covering her advance. They reached the HVT, a mannequin representing a high-value target, in under 3 minutes. Extract initiated, Cade said. They're going to... The civilians moved. Not random movement, coordinated, like they'd been waiting. Ambush, Corso breathed. The civilians weren't civilians. They were Marines in disguise. Weapons coming up. Sera saw them. The Husks saw them. And in that split second, Corso watched the decision tree play out on the biometric feeds. Sera's conscious mind screaming to hold fire. The Husk calculating threat levels, survival probability, optimal response. The Husk won. Sera opened fire. Abort! Corso shouted, hitting the emergency protocol. Abort now! But Sera wasn't stopping. She put down the disguised Marines with mechanical precision, moved to the next room, cleared it. Shay right behind her, equally ruthless. Klaxons blared, neural suppressants flooding the arena through ceiling vents. The candidates should have dropped immediately. They didn't. Suppressants aren't working, the tech said, panicked now. They're resisting. Cade leaned forward. How? Corso pulled up the neural maps. The Husks had adapted. Built redundancies, rerouted around the suppression pathways. They were evolving faster than the protocols could contain. On screen, Sera completed the mission, extracted the HVT, moved to the exit, then stopped, turned around, went back inside. "What is she doing?" Cade demanded. Corso's blood ran cold. "Hunting." Sera moved through the structure again, methodical, checking corners, clearing rooms, looking for targets. The mission was complete, but the Husk wasn't satisfied. It wanted more. "She's going to hurt someone," Corso said. "We need to—" Sera found one of the downed Marines, still conscious, struggling to get up, raised her weapon. "Machen!" Cade's voice over the speakers. "Stand down!" Sera's finger tightened on the trigger. Then Ven was there. Injured, barely standing, but there. He grabbed Sera's arm. "Stop," he said. "It's over." Sera looked at him. Through him, the Husk calculating whether he was a threat. "Please," Ven said. "Come back." Something shifted in Sera's eyes. The Husk receded. Her finger loosened on the trigger. She dropped the weapon, collapsed. Corso was running before she hit the ground, down the stairs through security into the arena. Sera was unconscious, vitals crashing. Ven was kneeling beside her, his own integration bleeding through his wounds. "Get her to medical," Corso ordered. "Now." As they lifted Sera onto the stretcher, Corso saw her eyes flutter open. Just for a second. "Did I hurt anyone?" Sera whispered. "No." Corso squeezed her hand. "You didn't." But it was close. Too close. In the observation booth, Cade was already pulling up the mission logs, analyzing performance, cataloging results, building her army. And Corso realized with sick certainty that this was just the beginning. That night, Corso sat in her office, reviewing termination protocols. The candidates were getting stronger, more capable. But they were also getting more dangerous, more unstable, more weapon than person. Her slate chimed. Message from Cade. Deploy schedule moved up. Candidates operational in 48 hours. 48 hours. Not enough time. Not even close. Corso pulled up Sera's file, looked at the genetic markers. Generation 0. Built for this. But built by who? And for what purpose? Her door opened. Ven stood there, bandaged and exhausted. "Doctor," his voice was rough. "I need to show you something." He held out Torres's flight tags, the ones from Rickman's locker. Subject 7, Genesis Trials. "I did some digging," Ven said. "Genesis Trials was the precursor program to Vanguard. 36 candidates, all failed integrations, all dead." He paused. "Except Torres never went through Genesis. He died 3 months ago. Natural causes. But his tags say different." Corso took the tags, felt the weight of them, the implication. "Someone's lying," Ven said, "about Torres, about Genesis, maybe about all of this." He met her eyes. "I think the Husks have been here longer than Cade's telling us. I think they've been experimenting on soldiers for years. And I think—" Alarms blared. Both of them froze. "Code Black," the intercom announced. "Containment breach, level 7. All personnel—" The lights cut out. Emergency lighting kicked in, bathing everything in red. Corso grabbed her slate, pulled up the containment logs. Level 7. That was where they stored the inactive Husks, the ones waiting for candidates, 12 containment cells, all of them open. "They're loose," she breathed. Ven grabbed a weapon from her desk. "How many?" "All of them." The building shook, something massive moving through the lower levels. "Hunting." Corso looked at Ven, at Torres's tags in her hand, at the emergency protocol still displayed on her slate. She made her choice. "Get to the armory," she told Ven. "Wake up Sera and Shai. We're going to need them." "What are you going to do?" Corso pulled up the containment override, the master control that could seal level 7. "Lock the Husks inside, but someone had to activate it manually. From inside level 7. I'm going to buy us time." Ven grabbed her arm. "That's suicide." "That's an order." She pulled free, started running. Behind her, Ven shouted her name. But Corso was already gone, racing through red-lit corridors toward level 7, toward the unsealed containment cells and the Husks moving through the dark. Someone had to stop them. Someone had to seal the breach. She reached the access hatch, punched in her override code. The door opened. Darkness beyond. And movement. Tendrils. Awareness turning toward her. Corso stepped inside. The door sealed behind her. Chapter 7. Political Warfare. General Thane Kurek had been flying military transports for 32 years, and he knew what wrong looked like from orbit. The reliquary hung in the black like a tumor on the void. Irregular geometry, no symmetry, bulkheads grafted together from different ship classes, derelict cruisers welded to research platforms, cargo haulers fused with medical frigates. All of it cobbled together in some hidden system where the Corps' budget oversight didn't reach, and admirals played God with soldiers' lives. "Sir, they're denying our approach vector." His pilot sounded uncertain. Young. Too young to remember when admirals followed the rules instead of making new ones. "Override it." Kurek kept his eyes on the station. "Authorization Kurek 7 Alpha 9. Flag officer inspection. Unscheduled. Static on the comms." Then a woman's voice, professional but cold. "General, this facility operates under special project clearance. You don't have authorization. I have 3 stars and a direct line to Fleet Admiral Sorensen. Deny me docking, and I'll have this station quarantined by 600. Kurek leaned forward. "Your choice." Silence. Long enough that his pilot glanced back, checking if they should abort. Then the docking clamps engaged. "Base 7, the voice said. "Security escort will meet you." Kurek unbuckled, grabbed his slate. He'd been reading classified intercepts for 2 weeks now. Fragments, mostly, but enough to piece together what Cade was building out here. Experimental integration program. Xenobiological weapons. 60% mortality rate among volunteers. Abominations masquerading as soldiers. "Stay with the shuttle," he told his pilot. "If I'm not back in 2 hours, transmit the package to Sorensen's office." "Sir, 2 hours." Base 7 smelled like disinfectant and ozone. 4 Marines waited at the airlock. Full combat loadout, faces hidden behind visors. Not an honor guard. A threat. "General Kurek." One step forward. "I'm Lieutenant Hayes. Admiral Cade requests you wait in the briefing room while... I'm not here for a briefing." Kurek moved past them. "Where's your CO?" Hayes blocked his path, polite but firm. "Sir, I have orders to escort you to..." "I'm giving you new orders. Take me to Admiral Cade. Now." Tension rippled through the Marines. Kurek could read it in their stance. Loyalty to Cade, but unwillingness to physically restrain a 3-star. Chain of command cutting both ways. Hayes made a decision. This way. They moved through corridors that felt wrong. Too quiet. Too empty. A research station this size should have techs, scientists, support staff. Instead, Kurek counted maybe a dozen people in 5 minutes of walking. All of them military. All of them armed. "Where is everyone?" he asked. "Shift rotation." Lie. Kurek had spent 3 decades reading soldiers. This one was scared. They passed a sealed blast door marked Level 7. Authorized personnel only. Scorch marks around the access panel. Recent. And beyond it, through the observation window, Kurek saw movement in the darkness. Not human movement. He stopped. "What's on Level 7? "Storage." Hayes kept walking. "Sir, the Admiral is waiting." Storage didn't need blast doors. Storage didn't leave Marines jumpy. But Kurek let it pass. One problem at a time. They reached command level through a lift that smelled like burnt electronics. Kurek's old injury, left knee, shrapnel from the Cygnus campaign, ached from the station's artificial gravity. Point 0.7 standard. Not enough for long-term habitation without bone loss. Everything about this place was wrong. Admiral Kess Cade stood in her office with her back to the door, watching something on a wall-mounted screen. She didn't turn when Kurek entered. "General, this is unexpected." "That's the point of unannounced inspections." Kurek dismissed Hayes with a gesture. Waited until they were alone. "We need to talk about Vanguard." "We don't." Cade still didn't turn. "You lack the clearance." "I have enough clearance to know you're experimenting on soldiers with alien biotechnology. That 63% of your subjects die screaming. That you're building something you can't control and calling it progress." Now she turned. Cade was younger than Kuruk by 15 years, but her eyes were older, haunted, desperate. "What I'm building," she said quietly, "is the only weapon that can stop the loom. By turning our people into monsters. By giving them a chance to survive what's coming." She gestured to the screen. Combat footage, the lattice consuming a destroyer, crew and all, in less than 2 minutes. "You've read the projections. The loom are waking up, faster than we predicted, and when they come in force, every conventional weapon we have will be useless. So you violate the xenobiological warfare accords. The accords were written before we knew what we were facing." Cade pulled up another file. "Genetic markers. Integration protocols." "I'm not the monster here, Thane. I'm just the one willing to make the hard calls." Kuruk had known Cade for 8 years, served with her during the helium push. She'd been a good officer then, principled. Now she looked like someone who'd traded principles for expediency and convinced herself it was necessary. "How many have you killed?" he asked. 17. No hesitation. "And saved 12. 12 weapons, you mean? 12 soldiers who can fight back?" Cade met his eyes. "You want to shut me down? Fine. But explain to Fleet Admiral Sorensen why you condemned the Corps to extinction? Because you were squeamish about biological enhancement." Kuruk's slate chimed. Encrypted message from Sorensen's office. "Speak of the devil." He ignored it. "I want to see your candidates," he said. "No, that's not a request. And this isn't a negotiation." Cade moved to her desk, placed her hand on the access panel. "You have 2 options, General. Leave quietly and file your concerns through proper channels, or I lock down this station and you don't leave until Sorensen orders me to release you." Kuruk had faced down worse than admirals with god complexes. He crossed the room, stood close enough that Cade would have to look up to meet his eyes. "You want to play that game?" His voice dropped to something sharp. "I came here with evidence of Accords violations, unauthorized human experimentation, and gross misappropriation of core resources. Lock me down and I guarantee Sorensen will have special investigation here within 12 hours. Cade's jaw tightened. "You're destroying the Corps from within," Kuruk continued. "Building an army of posthuman killers and pretending it's for the greater good. I've seen this before. Hellion Dynamics, Genesis program, 36 dead soldiers and nothing to show for it." Something flickered in Cade's expression. "How do you know about Genesis?" "I read files." Kuruk pulled up his slate, showed her the intercepts. Classified reports, autopsy results, subject profiles. "You think Special Projects is immune to oversight? Someone's always watching, Admiral." Before Cade could respond, her door opened. A man entered, thin, pale, wearing a Hellion Dynamics corporate badge. He carried a containment case marked with biohazard warnings. "Dr. Sark." Cade's tone shifted to professional courtesy. "You're early. The situation has accelerated." Sark set the case on her desk, nodded to Kuruk. "General, didn't realize we'd have an audience." "Dr. Emil Sark," Cade said, "Hellion Dynamics liaison. He provides us with specialized equipment." Kuruk looked at the case. "Husks." Sark's eyebrows rose. "You're better informed than expected." "I do my homework." Kuruk turned to Cade. "You're still taking deliveries from Hellion? After what they did during Genesis?" "Hellion provides resources we can't source elsewhere," Cade said. "And yes, before you ask, I vetted the specimens personally." "Specimens?" Kuruk's disgust was plain. "You're talking about weapons that bond with human nervous systems, that rewrite brain chemistry, that turn soldiers into something that barely qualifies as human anymore." "Something that can kill lattice bioforms," Sark interjected, "which your conventional forces can't." "My conventional forces follow the laws of war. Your conventional forces are extinct if the loom deploy in strength." Sark opened the case. Inside, 3 canisters, each containing something that moved with its own awareness. "We've just received confirmation. Epsilon Eridani, second lattice structure under construction. Larger than the first." The room went quiet. Kuruk felt his certainty crack. Epsilon Eridani, core system, population 4 billion. "How long until it's operational?" Cade asked. 8 weeks, maybe less." Sark closed the case. The TRC is deploying every available asset, but they need the threaded operational now, not next month, now. Threaded, their designation for bonded candidates, like they were components instead of people. You're rushing this, Kurik said. Cutting corners, pushing integration timelines. We're out of time. Cade moved to the door. Dr. Sark, deliver the specimens to medical. I'll brief the candidates. Admiral, you wanted to see them, General? Fine. Come watch. Training Level 3 was a converted cargo bay, 60 meters square, reinforced walls, observation gallery running the perimeter. Kurik followed Cade to the gallery, Sark trailing behind. Below, 3 figures moved through a tactical course. Kurik recognized the setup. Standard close-quarters battle training, holographic opponents, randomized attack patterns, designed to test reflex and decision-making under stress. But the candidates weren't moving like standard infantry. One was a woman, mid-20s, dark hair, moving with a fluid grace that made Kurik's combat-trained eye twitch with wrongness. She cleared a room in 3 seconds, holographic targets dropping before they could acquire her. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Perfect. Too perfect. Sera Machen, Cade said. 92% integration efficiency, the highest we've ever achieved. Kurik watched Machen engage 4 targets simultaneously. Saw her dodge incoming fire before it was fired, like she knew the pattern before it executed. Her hand moved to intercept a knife thrust that hadn't started yet. She's reading the hologram's code, he said. Predicting... No. Cade's voice was quiet. The Husk is reading neural patterns, learning how the simulation thinks. Machen is just along for the ride. On the floor below, a second candidate engaged, male, older, moving with less grace but brutal efficiency. He took hits that should have staggered him and kept coming. Peter Venn, Cade continued, 69% efficiency. Former pilot. His integration is less clean, but he's stable. The third candidate was silent, moved like a predator. No expression, no acknowledgement when he eliminated targets. Just mechanical precision. Lieutenant Cormac Shy, second integration, 74% efficiency. Kurik watched Shy eliminate 6 holographic targets in 4 seconds. Movements economical and lethal. Then the man stopped, tilted his head, looked up at the observation gallery, looked directly at Kurik, made eye contact. Kurik had seen dead eyes before. Combat fatigue, trauma, the look soldiers got when they'd seen too much death. This was different. Shy's eyes were empty. Not traumatized, just absent, like whoever he'd been before was gone and something else was piloting his body. End simulation, Cade ordered. The holograms dissolved. All 3 candidates stood at attention, awaiting instructions. But Machen's hands were shaking, small tremors she couldn't quite control. Admiral, Machen said, voice strained. Permission to return to quarters. Granted, all of you dismissed. They filed out. Venn helped Machen when she stumbled on the stairs. Involuntary movement, her legs spasming. She pulled away from his touch. Kurik waited until they were gone. You're losing them, he said. They're adapting. They're breaking. Kurik turned to Cade. That woman, Machen, she's fighting her own body. And Shy isn't even human anymore. You can see it. They're our best chance. At what? Winning a war by becoming the thing we're fighting? Kurik's voice hardened. The loom integrate with technology, rewrite biology, turn living beings into components of a hive structure. And you're doing the exact same thing, just calling it enhancement instead of assimilation. Cade's expression shuddered. That's not. It is. Kurik gestured to the training floor. You're creating weapons that will destroy the core from within. Not because they'll fail, because they'll succeed. And when the war is over, what happens to your threaded? Do they get to go home, reintegrate into society, live normal lives? If we lose this war, there won't be a society. And if we win by becoming monsters, does that count as victory? Sark cleared his throat. Gentlemen, Admiral, we have a more immediate problem. He'd pulled up a display on his slate. Sensor data, ship signatures. Helion's Deep Space Monitoring Network detected this 2 hours ago, Sark said. Epsilon Eridani System. 300 unknown contacts, not TRC, not any recognized faction. Kurik studied the data. Mass signatures consistent with capital ships. Energy readings off the scale. Loom? He asked. We don't think so. The signatures are wrong. Different propulsion, different power generation. Sark highlighted one cluster. These vessels are broadcasting identification codes we haven't seen since the First Contact War. The First Contact War, 70 years ago, when humanity encountered the precursors and barely survived. That's impossible, Cade said. The precursors were extinct. Apparently not. Sark pulled up another file. Fleet Command is scrambling response teams, but they're requesting the threaded deploy immediately. Recon mission to the churn. There's a derelict there broadcasting similar codes. They want your people to investigate before full engagement. The churn, ship graveyard, hundreds of derelicts from the contact war, abandoned and quarantined. Kurik felt pieces clicking together. You're sending them into unknown hostile territory with 2 weeks of training. They're ready, Cade said. They're barely holding together. They're ready, Cade repeated, and Kurik heard the desperation underneath. And we're out of alternatives. She was right. He hated it, but she was right. If the precursors were active again, if they'd allied with the Loom, conventional forces wouldn't stand a chance. But sending enhanced soldiers into the unknown, barely trained, fighting their own biology as much as the enemy. When do they deploy? Kurik asked. 12 hours. Cade looked at him. You can file your report with Sorensen. Recommend terminating Vanguard. But you'll be condemning those 3 to execution, and you know it. Kurik's slate chimed again. Sorensen probably, demanding status. He ignored it. I'm coming with you, he said. Absolutely not. You want to deploy the threaded? Fine. But I'm going on record as observer. When this goes wrong, and it will, I want to be there to document exactly how you destroyed these soldiers. Kurik moved toward the door. Prep my quarters. I'm staying. Behind him, Cade said nothing. Kurik took the lift down 3 levels. Hayes and his Marines were waiting at the junction, still nervous, still watching the sealed door to level 7. Lieutenant, Kurik said, what happened here? Hayes hesitated. Orders versus honesty. Code Black, he said finally. Containment breach. 12 Husks got loose. Dr. Corso sealed herself inside to... Dr. Corso. Kurik pulled up the station manifest. Chief Medical Officer. She's trapped in there? We don't know. No comms for 6 hours. Admiral Cade ordered level 7 sealed and... We're waiting. Waiting for what? Hayes didn't answer, but Kurik saw it in his expression. Waiting to confirm Corso was dead before opening the doors. How many security teams do you have? 2 squads, 10 Marines total. Gear up, we're going in. Sir, Admiral Cade's orders... I'm countermanding them. That's a TRC officer trapped with hostile xenobiology. We extract her. Now. Hayes looked torn, then nodded. I'll get the teams. 15 minutes. That's how long it took to assemble gear, prep for breach, position teams. Kurik suited up in borrowed armor, grabbed a rifle he hadn't qualified on in 5 years. His knee ached. His hands weren't as steady as they used to be, but he'd been doing this longer than these kids had been alive. Breach on my mark, he told Hayes. Suppressing fire only. We don't know what we're walking into. Hayes positioned his team. Kurik checked his weapon, thumbed off the safety. 3, 2, 1, mark. The blast door released with a hiss of pressurized air. Darkness beyond, then movement. Kurik activated his helmet light, swept the beam across level 7, empty containment cells. 12 of them. Doors open, and in the center of the room, sitting calmly on an overturned crate, Dr. Yael Corso, alive, unharmed, surrounded by 12 husks, tendrils extended, completely motionless. Doctor? Hayes sounded confused. Are you... Corso looked up, smiled. Hello, General Kurik. The husks told me you were coming. The tendrils moved, not attacking, positioning. Kurik's helmet HUD lit up with targeting warnings. 12 hostiles, surrounding his team, blocking all exits. The husks hadn't escaped. They'd been waiting. Chapter 8. Field Test. Sera's husk knew the churn before they arrived. Awareness prickling along her spine, tendrils shifting beneath her skin, responding to something it recognized. Sera sat in the stealth shuttle's troop bay, harness tight across her chest, and tried to ignore the wrongness spreading through her nervous system. 2 minutes to drop zone, the pilot announced. Lieutenant Chen, borrowed from regular TRC operations, not threaded, not augmented, just human, and therefore expendable if things went wrong. Across from Sera, Peter checked his weapon for the third time, nervous energy bleeding through his movements. His husk was less integrated than hers, less efficient, but she could see it moving beneath his skin when he shifted position. Dark lines threading up his neck, disappearing into his hairline. "You good?" she asked. "No." He looked up, managed half a smile. "You?" "No." Cormac Shea sat motionless beside the airlock, eyes distant, weapon held loosely. He hadn't spoken in 3 days, hadn't acknowledged the mission briefing except to nod once. His husk had consumed most of what made him Cormac, leaving something that moved like a soldier, but didn't think like one anymore. 2 other threaded completed the team. Reeves, young, barely 20, integration efficiency at 58%, kept glancing at the external cameras like he expected something to come through the hull. And Corporal Tan, older, scarred from pre-integration combat, who'd stopped making eye contact with anyone after her bonding, 5 enhanced soldiers, 1 surveillance mission, nothing complicated. Except the husk in Sera's spine was telling her different. "Entering the churn now," Chen said. External feeds showed the transition. 1 moment, empty space. The next, wreckage. Hundreds of derelicts drifted in loose formation. Destroyers, frigates, civilian haulers torn apart 70 years ago during the contact war. Hulls breached, reactors dark. Crew compartments open to vacuum. Some ships were intact enough to salvage. Most were corpses, picked clean by scavengers, left to rot in the black. Sera had been here before, 6 months ago, running breach exercises with her old team, before the lattice, before Indy died, before she learned she wasn't entirely human. "Target vessel is 2 clicks ahead," Chen reported. "RIC freighter, registry shows it as the Margrave. Sensors confirm active power signature, and 3 smaller craft docked." Admiral Cade's voice crackled over comms. "Alpha team, you are cleared for reconnaissance. Mission parameters, observe and document RIC salvage operations. Confirm presence of loom technology. Do not engage unless fired upon. Acknowledge." "Copy," Sera said. "Recon only, no engagement." But Cormac's head tilted, just slightly, like he was listening to something only he could hear. Chen brought them in slow, using debris for cover, killing all but essential systems to minimize detection. Sera's husk tracked every piece of wreckage they passed, cataloging threats, calculating trajectories. Information flooding her consciousness faster than she could process. "Stop," she thought at it. "I don't need this." The husk didn't stop. "100 meters, Chen said. "Deploying you on the far side of that destroyer hull. Stay low, stay quiet." Airlock cycled. Pressure equalized. Sera released her harness and pushed off toward the exit, mag boots engaging when she hit the hull. Peter followed, then Reeves, Tan, and finally Cormac. Chen's shuttle peeled away, silent, vanishing into the debris field. Silence pressed in. No atmosphere meant no sound except what transmitted through physical contact. Boots on hull, breathing in helmets, her own heartbeat thundering in her ears. Sera activated her helmet display, overlaid tactical data on her HUD. Margrave was 200 meters ahead, partially obscured by a gutted frigate. 3 smaller vessels, probably Uruk gunboats, docked to her port side. "Spread out," Sera said over team comms. "Reeves, Tan, take the high approach. Ven, you're with me. Shai." Cormac was already moving, not toward their objective, toward something else. "Shai, hold position." Sera's voice sharpened. "That's an order." He didn't acknowledge, just kept drifting toward a derelict transport, tendrils visible through his suit's joints where the husk had grown too large to contain. "Fuck," Peter pushed off. "I'll get him." "Negative. Stay on mission." Sera watched Cormac disappear around the transport's hull. Her husk wanted to follow, pulled at her motor control, tried to override her decision. She fought it. Reeves Tan, maintain position. Then on me. We stick to the objective. They moved in silence, using mag boots for controlled descent along the destroyer's hull. Sera's husk fed her environmental data, radiation signatures, thermal readings, trajectory calculations for every piece of debris within 50 meters. Too much information. Overwhelming. She gritted her teeth and pushed forward. Margrave came into view. Lights on, airlocks open, figures in EVA suits moving between the ship and the docked gunboats, carrying cargo containers. Sera activated magnification on her helmet, zoomed in on the containers, black glass, organic curves, lattice technology. Cade, we have visual confirmation, Sera transmitted. Auric is extracting loom fragments from the derelicts. At least 24 containers already loaded. Static. Then Cade. Copy. Document and withdraw. Do not. Gunfire. Not from Margrave. From the transport where Cormac had gone. Contact! Reeves's voice panicked. Shay's engaged. Christ, he's tearing them apart. Sera's husk surged. Wanted to join. Wanted blood. Fall back, she ordered, fighting for control. All units, fall back to Margrave. Rajeva's crew reacted. Lights flooded the debris field. Weapons came online. Gunboats detached, engines flaring. Fuck! Peter grabbed Sera's arm. We're blown! Rick's soldiers poured from Margrave. Armored and armed. Not insurgents. Professional fighters. At least 20. Sera's husk stopped asking permission. It moved her. Pushed off the destroyer hull. Trajectory calculated before her conscious mind registered the threat. Sera flew toward the nearest Auric soldier. Mag boots disengaging. Body twisting in 0G. Her hand found her weapon. When had she drawn it? And fired. 3-round burst, center mass. The soldier's chest decompressed explosively. Land. Mag boots engage. Turn. Next target. 2 soldiers bracketing her position. Sera's body moved faster than thought, dodging fire she hadn't seen coming, returning shots that found gaps in armor. One soldier's helmet cracked. Decompression. The second took rounds through the neck seal. Sera watched them die and felt nothing. No. Felt satisfaction. The Husks' satisfaction. Machen, break off! Peter's voice, distant. You're too far forward. Was she? Sera looked around. She'd crossed 50 meters without realizing. 4 dead Rick soldiers floating in her wake, her weapon nearly empty. Stop, she thought. The Husk didn't stop. Movement. Left flank. Sera spun, firing, and caught an Auric officer drawing a sidearm. Rounds stitched across his torso. He spun away, blood freezing in vacuum. Sera? Peter grabbed her shoulder, physically pulled her back. We need to extract. She blinked, looked at him. Saw fear in his eyes, fear of her. Her voice sounded wrong, flat. I didn't mean... Save it, move! Reeves and Tan were retreating toward the rendezvous point, trading fire with Auric soldiers. Cormac was nowhere visible, probably still killing on the far side of the transport. Sera's helmet comms crackled. Multiple contacts inbound. Chen, get them out of there. The shuttle appeared, thrusters firing, weaving through debris. Return fire chased it, Rick gunboats accelerating, weapons hot. 30 seconds to pick up, Chen shouted. Sera pushed toward the rendezvous, Peter covering her 6. Reeves reached the shuttle first, grabbed the airlock rail. Tan right behind him. Then Reeves jerked. Helmet display went red. I'm hit! His voice cracked with pain. Suit breach, Rounds punched through his back. 3, 4. Exit wounds decompressing his suit in explosive bursts. Sera watched him die. Watched his body go limp. Blood flash freezing. Watched Tan try to pull him inside anyway, screaming something that didn't transmit. Leave him. Sera grabbed Tan, hauled her into the shuttle. He's gone. Peter dove through last. Airlock sealed. Chen was already accelerating, debris pinging off the hull. Where's Shy? Chen demanded. Lost visual, Sera said. Her hands were shaking, adrenaline crashing, husk receding, leaving her hollow. Last position was... Cormac appeared on external cameras. maglocked to a piece of debris, surrounded by floating corpses, at least 8, maybe more. Hard to tell what was body parts and what was wreckage. "Shay, rally point now," Sera transmitted. He looked at the shuttle, then back at Margrave, and pushed off toward the rickship. "Shay, belay that. You are ordered to—" He cut his comms. "Fuck." Peter slammed his fist against the bulkhead. "He's going after the loom tech. The Husk wants it." Chen pulled evasive maneuvers as gunboat fire intensified. "I can't stay. We're taking hits." Sera watched Cormac disappear into Margrave's airlock. One man against 20 RIC soldiers, armed with nothing but a husk that didn't care if he survived. "Get us out," she said quietly. Chen burned hard, ducking behind a derelict cruiser. Rick gunboats pursued, but the churn's debris field worked both ways. After 2 minutes of blind flying, they lost the pursuit. Silence in the troop bay. Just breathing. Someone sobbing. Tan, probably, still holding Reeves' helmet. Sera looked at her hands. Blood on her gloves. Not hers. She'd killed 3 people. Maybe 4. The Husk had moved her like a puppet, and she'd let it because fighting took effort, and killing was easier. "Cade, this is Alpha Team," she said into comms. Her voice sounded dead. "Mission failure. Recon compromised. 1 KIA, 1 MIA, returning to base." Cade's response was clipped. "Copy. Prepare for debrief on arrival." Peter sat beside Sera. Didn't say anything, just sat there, both of them covered in someone else's blood. "I couldn't stop it," Sera whispered. "The Husk. It just took over." "I know. I wanted it to." Peter looked at her. "I know." Chen's voice cut through. Alpha Team? We've got a problem." Sera's stomach dropped. "What kind of problem?" "Sensor contact. Multiple buggies inbound to the churn. Transponders read as TRC, but the signatures are wrong. Too big. Too many." Peter pulled up the tactical display, stared. "That can't be right. 12 contacts, destroyer class. Approaching the churn from deep space." Chen adjusted sensors, ran diagnostics. "Confirmed. 12 TRC destroyers. Designation, shit. They're flagged as Special Projects assets." "Special Projects?" Sera's husk went cold. "Cade's command? Negative." Chen's hands flew across controls. "These ships were reported destroyed during the contact war. According to the registry, they don't exist." On screen, the 12 destroyers entered the churn, and behind them, sensor data updated. Not 12 ships. 1,200. Chapter 9. Complicity. Corso waited in the medical bay, instruments laid out, body bag prepped on the exam table. 23 years practicing military medicine. She knew what waiting felt like. Knew the smell of antiseptic couldn't cover the anticipation of blood. Knew how her hands steadied when focusing on procedure, protocol, the clinical distance that kept doctors functional when soldiers came back in pieces. Except this time, the pieces would be someone she'd cleared for deployment. 6 hours ago, she'd signed off on Reeves's final medical evaluation. Integration efficiency at 58%, neural stability marginal but within acceptable parameters. Cleared for limited field operations. Lies. All of it lies, and she'd known it when she signed. The airlock cycled. Corso's slate chimed. Shuttle docking. Casualties inbound. She pulled on gloves, checked vitals monitors. Didn't let herself think about the boy's face when he'd thanked her for the clearance. 20 years old. Thought he was going to be a hero. Lieutenant Hayes entered first, face hidden behind his helmet. Then Peter Venn, limping, blood on his suit. Corporal Tan, carrying something wrapped in thermal blankets. Reeves's body. "Get him on the table," Corso said. Professional, clinical. Venn Tan. Decontamination, then observation. "I want full post-mission physicals on everyone who deployed." Tan didn't move. Just stood there, holding the body like letting go would make it real. "Corporal," Corso's voice cut through. "On the table, now." Tan flinched, laid Reeves down, stepped back. Corso pulled back the blankets. Suit integrity compromised. 3 puncture wounds through the back, exit wounds through the chest. Decompression trauma. Blood flash frozen, standard combat casualty, except for the black lines threading through the puncture wounds. Tendrils. The husk had tried to seal the damage, burrowing out through the holes, seeking purchase in vacuum. Out, Corso told them. All of you, I'll call when I'm done. Hayes ushered Tan and Ven toward decontamination. Corso waited until the door sealed. Then she opened Reeves's suit. 16 minutes. That's how long the autopsy took to confirm what she'd suspected. Reeves's husk integration hadn't been marginal. It had been critical. Neural adhesion degrading, tendrils consuming spinal tissue faster than his body could regenerate. Another week, maybe 2, and the husk would have killed him anyway. But someone had cleared him for deployment. Someone had falsified the neural stability reports, edited the integration metrics, authorized field operations for a candidate whose husk was eating him alive. Corso pulled up the medical logs on her slate, found Reeves's file, scrolled through evaluation history, final clearance authorization, Dr. Y. Corso, her signature, her credentials. She'd never signed it, hands shaking now. Corso pulled up the other recent clearances. Rodriguez, Tan, 3 others currently in observation, all of them falsified, all bearing her signature, all clear despite integration instabilities that should have flagged them for immediate termination. Someone had been using her credentials to push unstable candidates into the field. Dr. Corso, Cade's voice from the doorway. Status report. Corso looked up. Cade stood there in full uniform, Admiral's stars catching the overhead lights, expression unreadable. Reeves died of decompression trauma, Corso said, voice steady, hands still shaking. But his husk integration was already failing. He should never have been cleared for deployment. I'm aware. Cade stepped inside. Unfortunately, the mission parameters didn't allow for optimal selection criteria. You're aware. Corso's slate hit the exam table. You knew he was dying, and you sent him anyway. I sent a soldier on a reconnaissance mission. He died in combat. That's war. That's murder. Corso gestured to Reeves's body. His integration was at 41%, not 58%. Neural degradation was accelerating. Another week in the husk would have consumed his brainstem. She pulled up the falsified reports. And someone used my credentials to clear him. Cade's expression didn't change. The loom doesn't wait for optimal integration windows, doctor. Neither can we. You falsified medical reports. I authorized field deployment based on tactical necessity, using my signature without my knowledge, using the authority granted to me as program director. Cade moved closer. You're the chief medical officer, Dr. Corso. Your job is to assess integration stability. My job is to deploy assets when and where they're needed. Sometimes those priorities conflict. Corso's hands stopped shaking. Everything went cold. How many? How many what? How many candidates have you cleared using my credentials? Cade paused. Then, 12. 12! Corso's voice cracked. 12 soldiers you sent into combat knowing they were dying. 12 soldiers who understood the risks. They didn't understand shit. Corso slammed her hand on the table. Reeves's body shifted. They trusted us? Trusted me to tell them if the integration was failing? And you lied. I made tactical decisions based on incomplete information and accelerating timelines. Cade's tone hardened. The second lattice structure in Epsilon Eridani is ahead of schedule. Loom activity across 3 sectors is increasing. Fleet Command is requesting threaded deployment within 48 hours. I don't have time for medical perfectionism. Perfectionism? Corso's laugh sounded broken. I'm asking you not to send soldiers to die from their own enhancements. They were going to die anyway. Cade gestured to Reeves. Him, Rodriguez, Tan, all of them volunteered knowing the mortality rate. All of them accepted the risk. I just accelerated the timeline. You killed them. I gave them purpose. Cade met her eyes. Reeves died in combat, fighting the enemy, instead of wasting away in a medical bay, while his husk consumed him, piece by piece. Which death would you prefer, Doctor? Corso had no answer, because Cade was right about one thing. The husk would have killed Reeves either way, but dying in combat meant something. Dying in a hospital bed meant failure. How many are stable? Corso asked quietly. Of the current roster? 3, Machen, Ven, Shai. Shay went rogue during the mission. Shay completed his tactical objective. He's MIA, probably dead. Then he died completing his objective. Cade turned toward the door. Continue your autopsy, doctor. I need a full report by 0600. We're deploying the remaining assets to Epsilon Eridani within 72 hours. Corso's slate was in her hand before she decided to grab it. I'm filing a formal complaint with Fleet Medical Command. Falsifying medical records, unauthorized use of officer credentials, sending soldiers into combat with known critical health conditions. That's a court-martial. Cade stopped, didn't turn. You could do that, she said quietly. You could file your complaint, launch your investigation, have me court-martialed and the program shut down. Pause. And then what happens when the Loom deploy in Epsilon Eridani? When they activate the second lattice and consume 4 billion civilians? When Fleet Command realizes we had a weapon that could fight back, and we terminated it because of ethical concerns? That's exactly the choice. Cade turned. I'm building an army of weapons from broken soldiers because the alternative is extinction. You can stop me, but you'll be condemning every civilian in Epsilon Eridani to the same death Indy suffered. Indy. Cade knew about Indy, had known all along, had probably known about Sera's connection before recruiting her. You researched us, Corso said. Before you recruited anyone, you researched our trauma, our losses, found the ones desperate enough to volunteer. I found the ones damaged enough to survive integration. Cade's expression was stone. That requires trauma. I didn't create it. I just utilized it. Corso's slate felt heavy. One transmission. That's all it would take. Send the complaint to Fleet Medical, trigger the investigation, shut down Vanguard and everything Cade had built, and doom Epsilon Eridani. I want oversight, Corso said. Real medical oversight. No more deployments without my authorization. No more falsified reports. You want to send soldiers to die? You do it honestly. Agreed. Too easy. Cade had agreed too fast. And I want access to the Genesis program files, Corso continued. All of them. Whatever you did during those trials, whatever killed those 36 candidates, I need to know what we're repeating. Cade's expression flickered. Genesis is classified above your clearance level. Then get me clearance. That's my price. Corso stepped closer. You want my complicity? You want me to keep signing off on candidates I know are dying? Then I need to understand what we're building. What Genesis tried. Why it failed. She paused. And why Peter Ven's dead wingman has Genesis subject tags when he supposedly died of natural causes 3 months ago. Silence. Cade's jaw tightened. You've been investigating. Someone had to. That information is compartmentalized for operational security. Then I'm a security risk. Court-martial me. Corso crossed her arms. Or give me access and let me do my job. Cade studied her, calculating. Weighing options. 72 hours, she said finally. I'll have Sark compile the Genesis files and forward them under medical research protocols. But doctor, she moved close enough that Corso could see the desperation underneath the command authority. What you learn stays between us. Share it with anyone. Couric, the candidates, Fleet Command, and I'll have you arrested for breaching classified protocols. Understand? Corso understood. Cade was buying her silence with access, trading truth for complicity. I understand. Good. Cade headed for the door. Stopped. For what it's worth, doctor, I'm sorry about Reeves, about all of them. But I'd do it again, because the alternative is worse. Then she was gone, and Corso was alone with a dead boy, whose husk had tried to save him, even as it consumed him from within. Corso finished the autopsy in silence, cataloged the damage, noted the neural degradation, the spinal tissue loss, the way the husk had burrowed through vertebrae seeking something to bond with. 2 hours. That's how long it took to reduce Reeves to data points and clinical observations. She was sealing the body bag when the door opened again. Sera Machen stood there, still in her combat suit, blood dried on the gloves. I heard, Sera said, voice flat. About Reeves, about the falsified reports. Corso's hand stopped. How long were you listening? Long enough. Sera stepped inside, looked at the body bag. Cade knew he was dying, sent him anyway, and you're going to keep helping her do it. Not a question, an accusation. It's complicated. Is it? Sera met her eyes. Because from where I'm standing, it looks simple. Cade's using us, using our trauma, our desperation, turning us into weapons and calling it patriotism. And you're enabling her. I'm trying to keep you alive. By lying? Sera's laugh was bitter. By clearing candidates you know are unstable? By falsifying reports so Cade can throw more bodies at the loom? She shook her head. I volunteered for this because I thought it meant something. Thought I could make a difference. But we're just acceptable losses, experimental subjects with shorter lifespans than the husks bonded to our spines. Corso wanted to argue, wanted to explain the impossible calculus of 4 billion lives versus 12 broken soldiers, but looking at Sera's face, seeing the betrayal there, the realization that everything she'd trusted was a lie, the words died in her throat. I'm sorry, Corso said quietly. Sorry doesn't bring Reeves back. Sera turned to leave, stopped. You want to know what the Husks showed me during integration? Memories that aren't mine, a city I've never seen, ships I've never flown, and Indy. Her voice cracked. Indy standing in my recovery room, 3 months dead, smiling like she never left. She looked back. Was that real? Or did Cade program that too? Corso had no answer. Sera left without waiting for one. Alone again, Corso pulled up her slate, started writing the casualty report, name, rank, serial number, cause of death, combat-related decompression trauma, integration status, cleared for limited field operations. All true, all lies. Her hands were shaking again. She was sealing the file when pain hit. White fire through her spine, like something burrowing into bone, threading through nerve clusters, rewriting neural pathways. Corso dropped the slate, grabbed the exam table, tried to stay upright. The pain spread. Up her neck, into her brainstem. She could feel it moving, calculating, learning her nervous system. Level 7. The husks. They touched her, tendrils seeking purchase, and she thought they were dormant. They weren't dormant, they were integrating. Corso's vision blurred. She reached for the emergency alarm, but her hand wouldn't respond. Motor control degrading. The husk, 12 husks actually, because all of them had touched her, rewriting her nervous system faster than she could process. Integration without consent, without preparation, without sedation. She tried to scream, her jaw locked, neural activity spiking, heart rate critical. The monitors were shrieking, but Corso couldn't move, couldn't call for help, couldn't. Footsteps, someone entering medical. Doctor, Hayes's voice. Are you? Shit. Medical emergency. I need. Corso's vision went dark. She felt herself falling, felt Hayes catching her, felt the husks burrowing deeper, claiming territory, transforming her from doctor to host. 12 husks, integration efficiency unknown. Survival probability, minimal. Hayes was shouting orders, alarms blaring, someone injecting suppressants that wouldn't work because the husks were already too deep. Corso tried to speak, tried to tell them about the falsified reports, about Genesis, about Cade's lies. Her mouth wouldn't move. The husks were taking over. And the last thing Corso thought before consciousness slipped away was how many seconds she had left before the integration killed her. Chapter 10. The lattice expands. Peter Venn had 90 seconds to grab his kit before the destroyer left dock. He made it in 75. The Revenant class didn't wait for stragglers. Gantry arms were already retracting when he hit the airlock, mag boots clanging on deck plating. Tan was already strapped into a crash seat. Shay stood motionless near the bulkhead, barely human anymore, husk tendrils visible beneath his collar. Sera sat alone in the aft compartment, not reading the deployment brief, not checking equipment, just staring at the bulkhead like she could see through steel. Peter dropped into the seat beside her. You eat? No. Sleep? No. Great, me neither. He pulled the harness over his shoulders. We're going to die exhausted and hungry. That got half a smile. Better than well-rested and full. The destroyer shuddered. Transition drive spooling up. The familiar pressure change that made your teeth ache and your vision blur. Peter's husk stirred in his chest. He could feel it now, coiled around his spine, tasting the quantum distortion. 3 weeks integrated, and he still wasn't used to that. The wrongness of something alive inside him, reading his nervous system, making suggestions his body followed before his brain caught up. Sera's integration was cleaner, faster. The husk fit her like it had been waiting. Peter's felt like wearing someone else's skeleton. Cade briefed you? Sera asked. Epsilon Eridani, second lattice. Growing fast. 3 mining colonies already gone. How many dead? Thousands. Or integrated. Amounts to the same thing. The destroyer lurched. White light flooded the compartment. Transition space, where physics bent sideways and time became a suggestion. Peter's stomach dropped. The husk steadied him, regulating blood flow, suppressing nausea. He hated that. Hated needing it. Corso tried to stop the deployment, Sera said. Told Cade we weren't ready. Are we? Does it matter? Peter didn't answer that. Through the observation port, transition space rippled. Colors that shouldn't exist. Geometries that made his eyes water. 5 hours to Epsilon Eridani at combat speed. 5 hours to decide if he was going to do what Kuruk had asked. General came to see me, Peter said. 3 days ago. Sera looked at him then. Really looked. Kuruk? Yeah. What did he want? Peter checked the compartment. Tan was asleep or pretending to be. Shy wouldn't talk even if he heard. Still, Peter lowered his voice. Documentation, medical files, proof that Cade's been falsifying reports. Sera went very still. He wants you to spy. He wants someone to survive this and testify when the TRC court-martials her. If we survive. Yeah. Peter leaned back. The harness creaked. He said I'd get immunity, protection, a discharge with honors instead of a body bag. You believe him? I don't know. They sat in silence. The destroyer's engines thrummed. Somewhere forward, the bridge crew would be running final systems checks, loading tactical packages, prepping weapons that wouldn't work against what they were about to face. What did you tell him? Sera asked. That I'd think about it. And? Peter closed his eyes, felt the husk moving through his nervous system, rewriting synapses, making him faster, stronger, less human. I keep thinking about Reeves, how he was dead before we even deployed, how Corso signed off on him anyway, or someone forged her signature. Either way, he died for nothing. We're all going to die for nothing. That's supposed to be encouraging? No, it's supposed to be true. Sera's hand moved to her chest, where the husk had burrowed in. Unconscious gesture. Kuruk's right. Cade's killing us, but the loom's killing everyone else. So which death matters more? Peter didn't have an answer for that. The destroyer shuddered again. Turbulence in transition space. The lights flickered. Someone shouted from the forward compartment. Probably Rodriguez, who got sick every jump. Do what you need to survive, Sera said finally. I won't judge. What about you? I'm already dead. The husk just hasn't told my body yet. She said it flat, matter of fact, like commenting on the weather. Peter wanted to argue, wanted to tell her she was wrong, that they'd find a way through this, that the integration didn't have to be fatal. But he'd seen the casualty rates, knew the statistics Cade didn't publish. 63 candidates processed, 41 dead, the rest of them dying slower. Hey, Tan's voice from across the compartment. Eyes open now. We're dropping in 5. Get your shit together. Peter pulled his sidearm, checked the magazine. 30 rounds of titanium core ammunition that wouldn't do anything against loom biomatter. But regulations required sidearms, so sidearms they carried. Sera stood, stretched. When she moved, the husk moved with her. Too smooth, too precise. Not quite human anymore. You know what's funny, she said. What? 3 months ago, I was worried about passing my NAVO certification exam. Peter laughed. Couldn't help it. Yeah, priorities change. The destroyer's collision alarm sounded. Transition ending. Peter gripped his harness. Reality snapped back. The Revenant hit normal space hard. Deceleration slammed Peter into his seat. His husk compensated, flooding his muscles with strength, keeping bones from fracturing under the G-force. Alarms shrieking. Red light flooding the compartment. "Contact!" someone shouted from the bridge. "Multiple contacts! Jesus Christ!" The tactical feed went live on every screen. Peter saw it and stopped breathing. Epsilon Eridani, 3 planets, 7 moons, orbital infrastructure for 60,000 civilians, and the lattice. It had consumed the inner asteroid belt, grown across 300,000 kilometers of void, black tendrils thick as stations, pulsing with bioluminescence, spreading like roots through vacuum. The structures twisted in geometries that hurt to look at, angles that shouldn't exist, surfaces that seemed to recede and advance simultaneously. The Threshold carrier group was engaged, 16 TRC destroyers laying down railgun fire. Point defense systems burning loom bioships as they swarmed from the lattice's core. Missiles streaking through the black and accomplishing nothing. The bioships kept coming. The lattice kept growing. "Threaded team to the drop bay," Cade's voice on comms. "Immediate deployment. The Threshold needs you now." Peter unstrapped. His hands weren't shaking yet. The husk wouldn't let them. Sera was already moving toward the airlock, Tan and Shay following. Rodriguez looked green but functional. The corridor to the drop bay was 30 meters. They covered it in 20 seconds. Armor racks lined the walls, hard-shell combat suits designed for threaded physiology. Peter stripped and suited up. The armor interfaced with his husk, neural connections sliding into ports along his spine. Information flooded his brain. Suit integrity, oxygen levels, weapon systems. His husk processed it faster than thought. "Drop pods ready," the loadmaster said, not looking at them. Nobody looked at Threaded directly, like eye contact might be contagious. The pods were coffin-sized, ceramic ablative shell, retro thrusters, barely enough room to breathe. Peter climbed into his. The hatch sealed, darkness, just the HUD painting his vision green. "Insertion in 90 seconds, Cade's voice. "Your target is the bioship cluster attacking the Threshold's port flank. Neutralize them. Hold until conventional forces can reorganize." "Acknowledged," Sera said, her voice steady, like she was confirming a lunch order. 80 seconds. Peter's husk was flooding his system now. Adrenaline, endorphins, combat cocktail designed to make him faster, stronger, less afraid. It was working. His heart rate was dropping. Focus sharpening. The fear became background noise. 60 seconds. Through the pod's external feed, he could see the battle. Bioships the size of frigates, all teeth and tendrils. They moved wrong. Too fast, changing direction without thrust, like they were swimming through space instead of flying. TRC destroyers were dying. The lattice had grown appendages, each one kilometers long, reaching out to grab ships and pull them into the biomass. Peter watched a destroyer, the Valiant, registry said, get caught. The lattice folded around it like a fist. Hull sections buckled. Atmosphere vented. The ship stopped transmitting. 300 crew. Gone. 40 seconds. "First time in real combat?" Tan asked over squad comms. "Yeah. Don't freeze, don't think. Let the husk drive." "That's terrible advice," Rodriguez said. "It's alive advice." 20 seconds. Peter's breathing was synchronized with the husk now. In, out, perfect rhythm. His body wasn't entirely his anymore. Partnership, symbiosis. Call it whatever helped you sleep. 10 seconds. "Threaded team," Sera said. "Remember, we're not here to win, just to not lose long enough for extraction." "Encouraging," Peter muttered. "Launch!" The pod ejected. Peter's stomach tried to climb out through his throat. The husk held everything together. Retro thrusters fired. Deceleration hit like a wall. Then nothing. Just momentum, carrying him toward the swarm. Through the pod's sensors, Peter watched 4 other pods streaking beside him. Sera's, Tan's, Shai's, Rodriguez's. 5 pods. 5 threaded. against a Loom bioship cluster that had already killed 2 TRC destroyers. The HUD counted down. 300 meters. 200. Peter's pod shuddered. Something hit the ablative shell. Proximity defense fire from the bioships. The hull heated. Red warnings flooded his vision. 100 meters. The pod's nose cone blew. Atmosphere screamed past. Peter grabbed the deployment bar. 50 meters. Go! Sera shouted. Peter launched. Vacuum hit like ice water. His suit sealed. Thrusters flared. He oriented on the nearest bioship, 1,500 meters long. All wrong angles and exposed organs, tendrils trailing behind it like hair. His Husks surged. Suddenly Peter was fast. Too fast. The void streaked past. Bioship growing in his vision. Weapon systems armed automatically. Wrist-mounted plasma cutters, shoulder rockets. The Husks' own biomechanical weaponry extending from his forearms like blades. 200 meters. The bioship's defensive tendrils whipped toward him. Peter dodged. Or the Husk dodged. Hard to tell where he ended and it began. 100 meters. Sera was already engaging. Peter saw her on sensors, a streak of heat and violence cutting through tendril clusters, opening the bioship's hull. Blue fluid vented into space. 50 meters. Peter hit the hull. Mag locks engaged. He was on the surface. Plasma cutter igniting, carving through biomatter that tried to regenerate around the wound. The Husk knew what to do, had always known. Peter's conscious mind was just along for the ride. Cut, advance, cut deeper. Something exploded to his left. Rodriguez had breached the bioship's membrane, was fighting inside the creature. Peter's HUD showed his vitals. Heart rate at 200, Husk integration at 93%. The bioship shuddered, started rolling, trying to shake them off. Peter held on, kept cutting. The plasma burned through another meter of hull. The wound opened. Internal atmosphere venting. He could see inside now. Chambers filled with fluid. Structures that might be organs or might be weapons. Core breach in 30 seconds, Tan shouted. Get clear. Peter's Husk was already moving. Magnetic locks released. Thrusters fired. He kicked away from the hull just as the bioship's power source, whatever alien mechanism kept it alive, went critical. The explosion was silent. Beautiful. The bioship came apart in sections, hull fragmenting. Internal structures flowering into vacuum like a grotesque flower. One down. Peter's HUD updated. 11 bioships remaining in the cluster. And behind them, the lattice had grown another 20,000 kilometers. Regroup on the threshold, Mosa Shahran, Sera ordered. We need... The transmission cut out. Peter's sensors screamed. Something massive was emerging from the lattice's core. Not a bioship. Something bigger. The threshold's tactical officer was shouting. Contact. New signature. Designation. Christ. It's 3 kilometers long. Peter turned. Saw it. The thing unfurling from the lattice was a nightmare. Organic and mechanical. Living and dead. Geometries that made his Husk recoil in recognition. It moved like a predator, like something that had been waiting. All ships, Admiral Strauss's voice, tight with fear. Fall back to... The thing fired. Not weapons. Not anything Peter recognized. A wave of distortion that bent space, that made light twist and stars smear. It hit the threshold's forward destroyers, and they just stopped. Engines dead, lights out, floating hulks. Then the hulls started to change. Metal flowing like water, organic matter blooming from the seams. The lattice was integrating them. Jesus, Rodriguez whispered. Peter's Husk flooded him with certainty. They couldn't fight this. Nobody could. Threaded team abort, Cade's voice, shaking. Peter had never heard her shake. Return to the Revenant. Immediate extraction. Sera's pod was already burning toward the destroyer. Peter followed. Behind them, the 3-kilometer nightmare turned. Sensors painted its surface. Peter's Husk fed him analysis. Bioship hybrid. Loom capital class. Armament unknown. Crew integrated. Crew count 4,000. 4,000 integrated humans. The mining colonies. All of them fused into this thing. The threshold was firing everything. Railguns, missiles, point defense lasers. Nothing touched it. The hybrid fired again. 3 destroyers went dark, started transforming. Peter's pod mag-locked to the Revenant's hull. The airlock cycled. He tumbled into the bay, Sera right behind him. "Emergency jump!" someone screamed from the bridge. "Spooling now!" The Revenant's engines shrieked. Transition drive charging too fast. Safety protocols ignored. Through the viewport, Peter saw the threshold die. The hybrid folded around the carrier like a lover's embrace. Hull sections peeled away. Atmosphere vented. Then the lattice's tendrils reached out and pulled the wreckage home. 12,000 crew gunkunawa. The Revenant jumped, reality twisted. Peter hit the deck, his husk barely keeping him conscious through the violent transition. When they dropped back to normal space, they were 3 light-years away. Safe. The compartment was silent except for Rodriguez vomiting into his helmet. Peter pulled up the tactical feed. The threshold was gone. 6 destroyers remained, scattered across 3 systems, running for their lives. They'd lost. The door to the bridge opened. The captain stepped through. Young woman looked like she hadn't slept in days. "Message from Fleet Command," she said. "We held the loom for 47 minutes. They're calling it a victory." Nobody laughed. "Deployment orders just came through." She looked at Sera, at Peter. "The lattice is now consuming Epsilon Eridani at projected rate of 1 planet every 18 hours. Command is mobilizing everything we have. 3 carrier groups, 42 destroyers, and you." "When?" Sera asked. The captain checked her slate. "Transit begins in 6 hours. Expected arrival." The ship's collision alarm shrieked. "New contact. Point-blank range. No transition signature." The tactical screen lit up. Something was outside. Something that hadn't been there 3 seconds ago. The captain's face went white. "How did it?" the hull screamed. Metal tearing. Something was cutting through. Peter's husk flooded him with recognition. Bioship. The same class they just fought. It had followed them through transition space. The lights went red. Hull breach on deck 3. Atmosphere venting. "All hands, combat stations!" the captain shouted. "Threaded team!" The deck buckled. Something massive hit the ship. Peter went down, armor clanging against steel. When he looked up, Sera was already moving toward the breach. "No," Peter said. "No, we can't." But his husk was already flooding him with combat drugs, with readiness, with the certainty that this was what they'd been made for. The bioship was inside. Chapter 11. Inside the Beast. The breach was eating through deck 3 like cancer. Sera hit the corridor at full sprint. Husk already threading through her nervous system, rewriting reflexes she didn't know she had. Behind her, Peter, Tan. Rodriguez, stumbling, still shaking off the transition sickness. Cormac was already through. Of course he was. The bioship had carved a hole wide enough to drive a truck through. Organic material spilled across Revenant's deck plating, pulsing, wet, alive. The smell hit her like a fist, rotting meat. Ozone, something sweet underneath that made her stomach turn. Her husk wanted in. "Threaded forward!" someone screamed from behind. The captain. "Everyone else fall back to..." The deck heaved. Another impact. Something massive colliding with the destroyer's hull. Sera didn't wait for orders. She jumped. Inside was worse. The bioship's interior wasn't a ship, wasn't architecture, was a throat, ribbed walls pulsing with bioluminescent veins, floors slick with mucus, the air thick enough to chew. Her husk flooded her with recognition patterns, threat assessment, kill trajectories, movement ahead, shapes detaching from the walls, loom entities, smaller than the ones in the churn, man-sized, fast. She fired before thinking. Her rifle, standard TRC issue, useless against lattice constructs back on the threshold, punched through the first entity like it was paper. The husk made her better. The second entity rushed her. She sidestepped, let it crash into the wall, put 3 rounds through its core. It collapsed, twitching. "Contact left!" Peter's voice distorted through comms. She turned. 2 more coming through the membrane wall. Tan was already firing, his husk giving him the same preternatural accuracy. They died fast. Too fast. "This doesn't track," Peter said. "These things tore through Marines yesterday." Sera's husk pulsed agreement. "Something wrong. Something—" Cormac's voice crackled over comms. "Deeper. It wants us deeper." "Cormac, hold position," Tan barked. But Sera's tactical feed showed Cormac's marker already 50 meters ahead, moving fast. Hunting. "Fuck." She started running. The bio-ship's corridors branched like arteries. Her husk guided her. Some primal recognition of the architecture, the flow, the purpose. Every 20 meters, she passed another loom entity. Each one died easier than the last. They weren't fighting. They were hurting. "Sera, fall back." Peter behind her, breathing hard. "This is a trap. This is... Cormac's ahead. Leave him." She didn't answer. Couldn't. Her husk was driving now, pulling her forward like a fish on a line. The corridor opened into a chamber. Neural node. Had to be. The walls were different here. Less organic tissue, more crystalline. Lattice fragments embedded in living matter. Pulsing with light. The husk material at Sera's core resonated with it. A low frequency that made her teeth ache. Cormac stood in the center, motionless. His helmet was off. Tendrils from the walls had wrapped around his arms, his neck, threading into his husk's exposed ports. Interfacing. "Cormac!" She crossed the chamber, grabbed his shoulder. He didn't react. His eyes were open, pupils blown, flickering with the same bioluminescence as the walls. Sera yanked him backward. The tendrils stretched, held, then snapped with wet popping sounds. Cormac turned on her, fast, faster than her. His husk was fully subsumed, no human hesitation left. He caught her throat, lifted her off the ground. "Stop," she choked out. "Cormac, it's me." His grip tightened. She felt vertebrae compress. Her own husk surge. Combat drugs, adrenaline, the certainty that she was about to die and needed to do something about it. She drove her knee into his solar plexus. Nothing. Grabbed his wrist, twisted, broke his thumb. He didn't flinch, so she did the only thing left. Activated her husk's defensive protocol. The tendrils erupted from her armor ports, lashed across Cormac's face, found his husk integration points and pulled. He screamed, dropped her. She hit the floor, gasping. Her husk was burning through her nervous system now, every synapse firing, time dilating into stretched-out horror. She could see the individual muscle contractions in Cormac's face, the way his husk fought her intrusion. The moment it decided to kill her. He lunged, she rolled, grabbed her rifle, fired point-blank into his leg. The round punched through armor, through bone. Cormac went down. Behind her, bootsteps. Peter and Tan burst into the chamber, weapons raised. "Don't!" Sera shouted. "Don't shoot him!" Cormac was crawling toward the neural node, one leg useless, dragging behind him, still trying to reconnect. "What the fuck is he doing?" Tan demanded. "Learning." The word came from her husk, not her. Cormac reached the node, pressed his hand against the crystalline surface. The chamber screamed, not sound. Pressure. A psychic shockwave that hit Sera's husk like feedback through a microphone. She went to her knees, vision whiting out. When it cleared, the node was cracking. Fracture lines spreading through the crystalline structure. The bioluminescent veins in the walls flickering. Dying. Whatever Cormac had done, whatever her tendrils had done to him, had broken something fundamental. The bioship shuddered. "Cascade failure," Peter said, reading his tactical slate. "The whole structure's..." "Evacuate!" Sera grabbed Cormac's armor, hauled him up. He was dead weight, eyes rolled back. "Move! Now!" They ran. The corridors were collapsing behind them. Organic walls peeling away from structural supports. Atmosphere venting. The entities that had herded them in were gone. Fled or dead or integrated back into the dying ship. Sera's comms crackled. "Back to Revenant. All threaded. Fall back." "Copy. Moving to..." "Wait." Rodriguez's voice panicked. "Where's Marcus? Marcus, respond." Sera checked her tactical. Marcus Fung, One of the newer threaded, bonded 3 weeks ago. His marker was still in the bioship. Deep, not moving. Marcus, this is Sera. What's your position? Static. Then, trapped. The bulkhead sealed. There's something in here with me. We're coming back for you. No. His voice cracked. Don't. It's... Sera, I can see what it's offering. What? Integration. Full integration. Not like our husks. Complete. The lattice wants to show me... The sound that came next wasn't a scream. Was something worse. Recognition. Acceptance. Then, oh God, I can see it all. Every node, every ship, it's beautiful. Marcus, listen to me. You're compromised. The loom is in your head. Fight it. Why? His voice was changing, getting calmer. Why fight? We're already losing. The lattice is everywhere. Epsilon Eridani, Tau Ceti, 30 systems we don't even know about yet. It's already won. Peter grabbed Sera's arm. He's gone. We have to move. Marcus's last transmission came through clear. Too clear. The lattice has an offer, he said. For all of you, stop fighting. Let your husks complete the integration. Join us. You'll understand. You'll see. Then the comms cut out. Sera stared at the dead channel. Sera! Tan was pulling on her. The ship's coming apart. She moved on autopilot, through corridors collapsing into themselves, over dying entities, past fragments of lattice technology that her husk wanted to stop and study. They hit the breach point, jumped through, hit Revenant's deck hard. Behind them, the bioship was peeling away, dying, venting atmosphere and biomass into vacuum. The Revenant's engines were already spooling. Emergency jump. Sera dropped Cormac's unconscious body, fell against the bulkhead. Her husk was still flooding her system with combat stimulants, with readiness, with the need to go back and... No. Marcus was gone. Integrated, speaking for the lattice now. The Revenant jumped. Medical took Cormac, strapped him down, sedated him. His husk was still active, fighting the drugs, trying to wake him up. Sera sat in the corridor outside, armor still on, rifle across her knees. Peter slid down the wall beside her. You okay? No. Yeah, me neither. They sat in silence. The Revenant's engines thrummed beneath them. Running. Always running. Marcus, Peter said eventually, you think he was telling the truth about the 30 systems? Doesn't matter. The fuck it doesn't. Sera looked at him. We're already committed. Even if the looms won, even if this is hopeless, what else are we going to do? Go home? We're already monsters. Peter didn't answer. The medical bay door opened. Dr. Corso stepped out. She looked worse than Sera felt. Eyes red, hands shaking, multiple husk integration scars visible on her neck. He's stable, Corso said. But I need to talk to you. Both of you. They followed her to a secured compartment, empty except for a terminal. Corso pulled up files. When you pulled Cormac from that neural node, his husk downloaded something. A data package. Compressed. Encrypted with lattice protocols we've never seen before. Delete it, Sera said. I did. 3 times. It keeps regenerating. It's in his husk's core memory now. Permanent. What's in it? I don't know, but... Corso looked at them. His husk has been trying to transmit to the other threaded, to your husks, like it wants to share what it learned. Sera felt her husk pulse. Recognition. Curiosity. I've isolated him, Corso continued. But if he wakes up, if his husk completes transmission to the others... The lights flickered. Sera's tactical slate lit up. New contact. Impossible range. Bioship. Same class as before. It had followed them. Again. How? Peter whispered. Corso's face went pale. Cormac, the data package. It's a tracking beacon. The ship shuddered. Hull breach. Deck 7. All hands. The captain's voice over comms. Threaded 2. The transmission cut. Sera grabbed her rifle. Started for the door. Corso caught her arm. Wait, listen to me. If the loom wanted Cormac dead, it would have killed him. It let you extract him. It let him bring that data package here. So maybe Marcus was right. Maybe this isn't a battle. Maybe it's a recruitment. Sera pulled free. Then they're recruiting the wrong soldiers. She hit the corridor at a run. Behind her, Peter shouted something. Warning, order. Didn't matter. The loom had boarded the Revenant. Time to teach it the difference between integration and occupation. The breach on Deck 7 was different. No organic material spilling through, no entities rushing the corridors, just a single figure, standing in the torn hull, backlit by the bioship's bioluminescence, human-shaped, armored in lattice fragments, moving with threaded combat grace. Marcus. He'd crossed vacuum, boarded the Revenant. Come home. Sera raised her rifle. Marcus raised his hands, peacefully. Don't shoot, he said. His voice was wrong, layered, like three people speaking at once. I'm not here to fight. Then what? I'm defecting. He smiled. The expression didn't reach his eyes. Couldn't, with the lattice material threaded through his pupils. They're coming for us all. TRC, Rake, everyone. The lattice doesn't want to destroy humanity. It wants to upgrade us. Marcus, I volunteered, Sera. I chose this, and I'm here to help you choose too. He took a step forward. Let me show you what I saw, what we could become. No more Kurik, no more Cade. No more wars between factions. Just humanity perfected, unified. Unified under the lattice. Is that worse than dying under Cade's orders? Behind Sera, bootsteps. The rest of the team, weapons ready. Marcus looked past her. At Petor, at Tan, Rodriguez. All of you, he said. You're already halfway there. Your Husks know it. They want to complete, to connect, to understand. Sera felt her Husk pulse. Agreement. Chapter 12. Aftermath. Cade watched the tactical display die. Epsilon Eridani blinked out. 12 contacts reduced to 4. The Lattice's hybrid vessel had withdrawn, not retreated and withdrawn, taking 3 destroyer hulls with it, still transmitting, still calling out to anyone who'd listen. Marcus Feng's voice played on loop, recruitment pitch, surrender terms, promises. She killed the feed. Final count, she said. Her aide, Lieutenant Okoye, 30 years in signals intelligence, steady as bedrock, consulted his slate. 2 destroyers lost, Revenant heavily damaged, transitioning back. Santiago limped to Proxima. Epsilon Eridani system is compromised. Personnel. 800 confirmed dead, another 200 unaccounted for, presumably integrated. 1,000 people, gone or worse. Cade pulled up the casualty manifest. Names scrolled past, ratings, officers, Marines, engineers. Most of them younger than her daughter would have been. She closed the file. When do the threaded arrive? Revenant's ETA is 90 minutes. Medical bay is prepped. Dr. Corso is... Okoye hesitated. She's requesting to speak with you. Priority channel. Later. What's Fleet Command's assessment? They're calling it a tactical draw. Cade almost laughed. We lost 1,000 people and 3 ships. The Lattice lost 1 bioship. That's not a draw. Political necessity, ma'am. If they admit defeat, then Kurik gets his shutdown order. She turned from the display. Where is he now? En route, demanding immediate access to the reliquary and full operational review. Of course he was. Probably already drafting the court-martial charges. The command center hummed around her. Stations manned by people who'd been awake for 36 hours, running on stimulants and fear. 5 more lattice structures had been detected in the last week. The frontier was collapsing. Every system with a mining operation, every colony on the edge, all of it feeding the growth. And humanity's best response was a handful of broken soldiers with parasites in their heads. Cade poured herself coffee from the carafe on her desk. 3 days old, tasted like burnt synthetic. She drank it anyway. Ma'am, Okoye said carefully, the integration footage, the one Marcus transmitted, should I distribute it to the threaded team? All of them. That might be psychologically. They need to see what they're fighting. What they could become. She set down the cup. And what happens if they fail? The medical wing smelled like disinfectant and something organic underneath. Something wrong. Cade walked the corridor, boots clicking on tile. Through observation windows, she could see the returning threaded. Sera Machen on an exam table, armor removed, husk integration ports exposed. The tendrils moved under her skin. Independent. Alive. Peter Venn sat against the wall, head back, eyes closed. Not sleeping. Just done. Rodriguez was vomiting into a basin. Tan stood next to him, hand on his shoulder, saying nothing. Cormac Shea was strapped to a restraint bed in isolation. Sedated. Monitors tracking neural activity that didn't look human anymore. 2 empty beds where Reeves and Fung should have been. Dr. Corso stood at the observation window, watching Sera. Her hands shook, integration scars visible on her neck, her wrists. The level 7 breach had changed her. Multiple husk exposures. She was compromised. Cade had known it for weeks. Admiral. Corso didn't turn around. I need to show you something. Cade joined her at the window. Show me. Corso pulled up neural scans on her slate. Cormac's patterns before deployment, after extraction, and current state. The images told the story. Human cognition degrading, husk integration spreading through his cerebral cortex like infection. The latest scan looked like lattice architecture. He's barely human, Corso said quietly. Another week and he won't be capable of independent thought. The husk will override everything. But functional? Functional for what? He attacked Sera, nearly killed her. His tactical judgment is, I asked if he's functional. Corso's jaw tightened. In combat with proper handlers and heavy sedation between engagements. Yes, he'll kill whatever you point him at. But he won't be Cormac anymore. Good enough. Jesus Christ, Kess. Cade turned to face her. You have something to say, Doctor? This is murder. Slow murder. You're watching them die and calling it deployment. I'm watching them fight. There's a difference. Is there? Corso's voice cracked. Marcus is gone. Integrated. Reeves died screaming. Cormac's brain is being eaten. How many more before you? Before I what? Shut it down? Cade stepped closer. 5 new lattice structures this week. 30 colonies threatened. The risk is escalating. We're losing, Yale. We've been losing since the loom first made contact. The threaded are the only thing that's worked. Worked? Corso gestured at the observation window. Look at them. They're children. Broken children who trusted you. They're soldiers. Soldiers die. That's the job. Corso stared at her. When did you become this? Cade didn't answer. Didn't need to. The latest husk shipment arrived this morning, she said instead. 6 new specimens. Sark says they're more stable. Higher integration success rate. You're recruiting more. Recruiting. Conscripting. Whatever gets bodies in armor. Cade checked her slate. We've identified 40 candidates. Kurik's been blocking the orders, but after Epsilon Eridani, Fleet Command will override him. More dead children. More soldiers. Cade turned to leave. Get them combat ready. I want full deployment in 72 hours. Kess. Corso's voice stopped her. They know. Cade turned back. Know what? About the husks. Where they came from. Sera's been asking questions. Peter's been talking to Kurik. It's only a matter of time before they figure out we're using Loom biotech to fight the Loom. Cade shrugged. Let them know. Won't change anything. It'll change everything. They'll mutiny. They'll refuse. They'll fight. Because the alternative is watching humanity get integrated. Because they've already bonded with the husks and can't go back. Because soldiers follow orders. Cade's voice went cold. And because I'll shoot anyone who doesn't. Corso said nothing. Get them ready, Doctor. That's an order. Sera found her in the command center 2 hours later. No knock, no permission. Just walked through the door like she owned it. Still in combat fatigues. Dried blood on her collar. We need to talk, Sera said. Cade dismissed Okoye with a gesture. Waited until the door sealed. You look like hell, Megan. Marcus is alive. Integrated. He came back. I read the report. Did you read the part where he said the husks want to complete? Where he offered us the same deal? Sera's voice was steady, controlled. Too controlled. Did you read the part where my husk agreed with him? Cade poured 2 glasses of whiskey. Slid one across the desk. Sera ignored it. The husks are loom-derived, she said. Aren't they? Not a question. Kate drank her whiskey. Yes. How long have you known? Since the beginning. Since before Genesis. Since the first specimens arrived from the churn. She set down the glass. The loom grows them. We harvest them. Corso integrates them with human neurology. That's the program. Sera's face didn't change. You're using their own bioweapons. That's called war. That's called suicide. You don't know what they do, what they want. Marcus said, Marcus is compromised. His testimony is invalid. His testimony is the only first-hand account we have of full integration. Sera's control slipped. He was lucid, coherent. He said the lattice is offering us evolution, unification, an end to humanity. Cade stood. You think the loom wants to help us? They're assimilating colonies, converting people, building structures that eat planets. Marcus didn't volunteer. He was taken, rewritten. Whatever he said, it wasn't him anymore. But the husks are weapons, tools, nothing more. Cade walked to the tactical display, brought up the frontier, red zones spreading like plague. We're outgunned, outmaneuvered, and running out of time. The threaded are the only edge we have. So yes, I'm using loom biotech. I'm sacrificing soldiers. I'm lying to candidates and falsifying medical reports and doing whatever it takes to keep humanity from becoming food. Sera followed her to the display. At what cost? Whatever it takes. Even if it turns us into them? We're not becoming them. We're learning to fight them on their level. Cade pulled up deployment orders. New missions are tasking now. You're shipping out in 60 hours. Proxima Centauri, another lattice structure, bigger than Epsilon Eridani. I'm not going. Cade turned to face her. Excuse me? I'm not deploying, not until I get answers. Real answers. About what the husks do. About Marcus. About, you're a soldier, Machen. You don't get answers. You get orders. Then shoot me. Sera's voice was flat. Because I'm done being your test subject. Cade studied her. The exhaustion, the anger, the way her hands shook when she wasn't paying attention. You think you're the first person to question me? Cade asked. To stand in this office and tell me I'm wrong? Couric does it weekly. Corso does it daily. Every officer who's lost personnel under my command has stood exactly where you're standing and told me I'm a monster. Are they wrong? No. Cade sat back down. But they're not in command. They don't have to make the choice between bad options and worse ones. They don't have to look at casualty projections and decide which colonies to save and which to abandon. They get to keep their hands clean and their conscience intact. She pulled up a file, transmitted it to Sera's slate. Read that, then tell me you're not deploying. Sera checked the file. Her face went pale. Colony assessments, 30 systems, population counts, lattice growth projections, 3 billion people in the impact zone, 6 months before total assimilation. We don't have time for ethics, Cade said quietly. We don't have time for consent or oversight or proper testing. We have 6 months to stop the loom or watch humanity end. So yes, I'm using you. I'm using all of you. And I'll use whoever comes next if you die. Sera's hands were shaking. There has to be another way. There isn't. I've looked. For 3 years, I've been searching for another option. Better weapons, diplomatic channels, evacuation plans. None of it works. The loom doesn't negotiate. Conventional weapons don't penetrate their bioships, and we don't have the fleet capacity to evacuate 3 billion people. She stood again. So we fight with whatever we have, or we die. Sera looked at the tactical display, at the red zone spreading across human space. 60 hour, Cade said. Be ready. Sera turned to leave, stopped at the door. When this is over, she said, when we've won or lost, I'm testifying. Couric's inquiry, everything you've done, every lie, every death. If we win, there won't be an inquiry. If we lose, there won't be anyone left to testify to. Sera left without answering. Cade sat alone in the command center, poured another whiskey, drank it. The tactical display updated. Another lattice structure detected. Tau Ceti, growing fast. Her slate chimed. Message from Sark. New Husks shipment ahead of schedule. 12 specimens, ready for integration. She started drafting the recruitment orders. 300 candidates, pulled from active duty across the fleet. Most of them wouldn't survive bonding. The ones who did wouldn't last 6 months, but they'd buy time. Maybe enough. Her secondary slate chimed. Priority encryption. Eyes only channel. Kate opened it. The message was simple. 3 lines, no signature. Lattice expansion accelerating. Human resistance failing. Recommend immediate phase 2 implementation. She read it twice. Checked the routing data. The transmission had originated inside the reliquary, sent to coordinates in receipt-controlled space, encrypted with Loom protocols. Cade pulled up internal security logs, traced the connection through 3 relay points, through firewalls she'd personally authorized, through systems only her senior staff could access. The trail ended at a terminal in the medical wing. Dr. Corso's terminal, active session, current timestamp. Cade stared at the screen. Yael had been feeding tactical data to someone. For how long? Since when? She pulled up message archives, decryption keys she shouldn't have access to, but did because she'd never trusted anyone. 6 months of communications, battle reports, casualty assessments, Husks integration data, threaded deployment schedules, all of it sent to Rick's space. All of it tagged with lattice encryption protocols. Corso wasn't just compromised. She was working for them. Sherman, Chapter 13, Court of War. Kurik's slate woke him at War 400 with priority traffic he couldn't ignore. 3 separate alerts: Fleet Command, Central Intelligence, Core World Media Affairs, all marked urgent, all saying the same thing in different ways. The Vanguard Initiative had become a public disaster. He dressed in the dark of his quarters. 40 years of military routine made it automatic. Boots, uniform, rank insignia. Outside his window, the core world capital stretched across the horizon. Towers of steel and glass. 20 billion people who'd never seen a Loom entity, who thought the frontier was someone else's problem, until last night. The first media report had aired 6 hours ago. Leaked footage from Epsilon Eridani, shaky helmet cam video showing threaded operators moving through a bioship interior. Enhanced beyond human, fast, lethal. Then the integration footage, Marcus Feng's final moments, the screaming, the silence, the voice that came after. Someone had sent it to every major network simultaneously, encrypted package that bypassed TRC censorship protocols. By the time Fleet Intelligence killed the feeds, 12 billion people had watched humanity's soldiers become something else. The political firestorm had started immediately. Kurik's slate chimed again. Fleet Admiral Sorensen's face filled the screen. My office. 30 minutes. The call ended. Kurik checked the casualty reports while he walked. 800 dead at Epsilon Eridani. 2 destroyers lost. Another 1,000 personnel unaccounted for across 6 systems where lattice structures had appeared overnight. And 1 name at the bottom of the intelligence summary, Dr. Yael Corso. Status: detained. Charges: treason. Fleet Admiral Sorensen's office occupied the top floor of TRC Central Command. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the capital. Desk made from Terran oak. Actual wood, imported at cost that could feed a colony for months. Sorensen stood at those windows back to the door. 63 years old. 4 decades of service. Survivor of 3 major conflicts and 2 political purges. Sir, Kurik saluted. Sorensen didn't turn. Have you seen the polling data? No, sir. 78% of core world citizens want the Vanguard Initiative shut down immediately. 84% believe the threaded pose a threat to human security. 91% don't trust TRC command to handle the Loom crisis. Sorensen finally faced him. 91%, Thane. That's the entire political mandate, gone, because Cade decided to play God with bioweapons. The program was authorized under Black Book protocols that assumed operational security. Sorensen pulled up a holographic display, news feeds, protest footage, diplomatic cables. This is the opposite of secure. Someone leaked everything. Deployment records, integration fatality rates, the Husks specimens origins, all of it. Couric watched the feeds. Nova Caracas burning, RIC agitators in the streets, TRC garrison on lockdown. Dr. Corso, Sorensen continued, Kate arrested her 8 hours ago. Claims she's been feeding intelligence to RIC contacts for 6 months. Is it true? We're still decrypting her communications. But the timing's convenient, isn't it? Corso questions the program's ethics, demands oversight, and suddenly becomes a traitor? Sorensen killed the display. Or maybe Cade needed a scapegoat. You think Cade leaked it herself? I think Cade's desperate. The lattice is spreading faster than projected. Conventional forces are failing. She sees the threaded as humanity's only option. Sorensen sat heavily. So she manufactures a crisis, forces our hand, makes us choose between supporting her or watching colonies die. That's strategic. Sorensen's voice went flat, cold. Exactly what I'd expect from someone who's been fighting this war for 3 years with no support and fewer options. Couric said nothing. I'm convening a board of inquiry, Sorensen said. Full review of the Vanguard initiative. Cade will testify. So will you. So will every surviving threaded operator. He stood. And when it's done, I'm shutting it down, all of it. The reliquary, the husk specimens, the integration program. We'll find another way to fight the loom. Sir, if we shut down Vanguard, then we lose the frontier, I know, but we're losing it anyway. At least this way we keep our humanity. Couric met his eyes. Permission to speak freely? Granted. The loom doesn't care about our humanity. 30 lattice structures detected this week, consuming colonies, converting people. Marcus Feng's integration wasn't propaganda. It was real. He's out there right now speaking for them, offering the same deal to anyone who'll listen. Sorensen's jaw tightened. What's your point? My point is shutting down Vanguard doesn't solve anything. It just means we die with clean hands. Couric pulled up his own slate, casualty projections, growth models. 6 months until the lattice reaches core worlds, maybe less. And when it does, we'll wish we had monsters on our side. You're defending Cade's program? I'm saying I don't know what the right answer is anymore. Sorensen studied him. You wanted to shut it down. You came to the reliquary to stop this. That was before Epsilon Eridani, before I saw what the lattice is becoming. Couric closed his slate. I still think Cade's methods are criminal. I still think she's sacrificing people who trusted her. But if the alternative is extinction, then we're already lost. Sorensen turned back to the windows. The inquiry begins in 72 hours. Cade's been ordered to appear. Make sure she does. And if she refuses, then I'll have her arrested for insubordination and we'll hold the inquiry without her. Sorensen's reflection in the glass looked older than the man behind it. Either way, this ends. One way or another. Couric's shuttle touched down at the reliquary 6 hours later. Military police waited at the landing pad. Full combat gear. Weapons ready. Not for him. For whoever tried to stop him. General, the MP commander saluted. Admiral Cade sends her regrets. The facility is locked down for operational security. Under whose authority? Hers, sir. I'm here on direct orders from Fleet Admiral Sorensen. Stand aside. The MP commander didn't move. Sir, I have my orders. And I'm countermanding them. Now step aside or I'll have you relieved for obstruction. The standoff lasted 15 seconds. Then the commander gestured his team back. Couric walked through. Inside, the reliquary hummed with activity. Personnel moving with purpose. Weapons being prepped. Supplies loaded. Deployment preparation. Cade was mobilizing. He found her in the command center, surrounded by tactical displays, casualty reports, lattice growth projections. She didn't look up when he entered. You're refusing the summons, Couric said. I'm prioritizing operational necessity over political theater. Sorensen will have you arrested. Let him try. Cade pulled up deployment orders. I'm sending 3 threaded teams to Tau Ceti, 2 to Proxima, 1 to Ross 154. Every system where lattice structures are building, We hit them simultaneously. Maximum disruption. You don't have the authority. I have the authority of imminent extinction. She finally looked at him. You came here to shut me down, to save your conscience. How's that working out? Kirk's hands clenched. Dr. Corso is in your brig, charged with treason. Corso was feeding tactical intelligence to RIC contacts, using Loom encryption protocols. The evidence is convenient? Cade's eyes narrowed. Careful, General. Or what? You'll arrest me too? Kirk stepped closer. Someone leaked those files, Kess. Someone wanted this crisis. And it benefited you. You think I'd sabotage my own program? I think you'd do anything to keep it running. Cade stood. You're right, I would. Because unlike you, I've spent 3 years watching colonies die while politicians debate ethics. I've read reports from survivors. I've seen what the Loom does to people. The integration process, the restructuring. The moment they stop being human and start being something else. Like your threaded. My threaded are fighting. Your politicians are posturing. My politicians are trying to save humanity's soul. There won't be a soul left to save if we lose. Cade transmitted something to his slate. Read that, then tell me I'm wrong. Kirk checked the file. Intelligence assessment, classified, eyes only. RIC leadership had made contact with integrated Loom entities. Negotiations. Terms being discussed. They're surrendering, Cade said quietly. The RIC. They've decided the Loom's offer is better than TRC rule, better than human independence. They're going to accept integration voluntarily. When? 72 hours, maybe less. They're starting with Nova Caracas, 3 billion people. Kurek felt cold. This is confirmed? Central Intelligence intercepted the communications 6 hours ago. Corso's files corroborated. She wasn't working for the RIC. Cade pulled up the decrypted messages. She was trying to warn them, to stop them from making the deal, but they didn't listen. Then why arrest her? Because she violated protocol, leaked classified data, compromised operational security. Cade's voice hardened. And because I can't have my chief medical officer questioning every order when we're running out of time. Kurek read through the intelligence. The RIC's reasoning was there. Clear, logical. The Loom offered unity, strength, an end to resource wars and political conflict. All they had to do was accept integration, become part of something larger. If Nova Caracas falls, Cade said, the rest of the frontier will follow. Then the midworlds, then core worlds. The Loom won't need to fight us. We'll surrender. Not everyone. Enough. She pulled up casualty projections. Sorensen wants an inquiry. He wants accountability. He wants to shut down Vanguard and find a cleaner way to fight. But there isn't one. There's just this. Ugly, brutal, wrong. Her voice cracked slightly. But it works. Kurek looked at the tactical displays, at the red zones spreading across human space, at the deployment orders sending children into hell. I need to see Corso, he said. She's detained. I'm ordering you to let me see her. Cade held his gaze, then nodded. The brig was 3 levels below the medical wing. Reinforced, isolated, built for containing threats too dangerous for normal detention. Corso sat in the corner of her cell, hands shaking, integration scars visible on her exposed skin. The level 7 breach had changed her. Multiple Husks exposures, partial integration. She looked up when Kurek entered. Come to interrogate me? Her voice was hoarse. To understand. There's nothing to understand. I leaked the files. I violated security protocols. I'm guilty. She laughed bitterly. Just like Cade said. Why? Because she was killing them. Corso stood, walked to the barrier. Every deployment, every mission, they come back less human, more Husk. I watched Reeves die from integration failure Cade knew about. I watched Cormac's neural patterns degrade until he barely registers as sapient. And she keeps sending them out. Keeps recruiting more. Keeps telling herself it's necessary. The Loom is winning, not because they're stronger, because they're offering something we can't. Unity, purpose, an end to suffering. Corso's hands pressed against the barrier. I tried to stop the Auric from accepting. I sent them everything. Warned them integration isn't salvation, it's extinction. But they didn't care. They'd rather become something else than keep fighting. And the leak to the media? That wasn't me. Corso met his eyes. Someone else sent that footage. Someone who wanted Vanguard exposed, destroyed. But I don't know who. Couric believed her. Cade's deploying the threaded to Nova Caracas, he said, to stop the RIC integration, to save 3 billion people who might not want saving. Then they'll all die. The threaded, the RIC, everyone. Corso's voice went flat. Because Cade doesn't understand. The loom doesn't fight, it converts. And every soldier she sends is another potential recruit. Footsteps behind him. Couric turned. Sera Machen stood in the corridor, still in combat fatigues, Husks integration scars visible on her neck. I need to speak with Dr. Corso, Sera said. Couric stepped aside. Sera approached the barrier. Looked at Corso through the field. You tried to save us, Sera said. I tried to stop her from using you. Why? Because you trusted me, all of you, and I let Cade turn you into weapons. We volunteered. You didn't know what you were volunteering for. None of you did. Corso's composure cracked. I falsified your medical reports, Sera. Cleared candidates I knew wouldn't survive integration, because Cade ordered it, because I was afraid of what she'd do if I refused, because I told myself it was necessary. Sera said nothing for a long moment. Then, were you working alone? What? The leak, the intelligence, the files sent to RESI leadership. Sera glanced at Couric. Were you working alone or did someone help you? Corso hesitated. Why does it matter? Because someone's been feeding me information about Genesis, about where the Husks come from, about Cade's real objectives. Sera pulled out her slate. And I don't think it was you. Couric felt everything shift. Who? He asked. Sera didn't answer. Instead, she transmitted something. Encrypted file, restricted access. Couric opened it. Genesis protocol documentation. Complete. Everything Cade had hidden. Everything Corso had tried to access. And a message at the bottom. Nova Caracas needs defenders who understand what they're fighting. Not Cade's soldiers, not RIC leadership, something else. Meet at coordinates below. Come alone, both of you. The signature was RIC military intelligence. Couric looked at Sera. This is a trap. Probably. And you're going anyway. I need to know what they know. About the loom, about integration, about what Marcus became. Sera met his eyes. And I need someone who'll testify afterward. If there is an afterward. This is treason. So is everything else. Sera transmitted the coordinates to his slate. 2300 hours, neutral ground. They're offering intelligence exchange, tactical cooperation against both the Loom and Cade. Why would RIC intelligence contact you? Because I'm threaded, because I've been inside a Loom bioship, because I understand what we're really fighting. Sera turned to Corso, and because Dr. Corso wasn't the only one trying to stop this. Corso's face went white. Sera, don't. The RIC has integrated Loom entities in custody, volunteers who accepted partial conversion, still human enough to communicate, still Loom enough to understand their network. Sera's voice was steady, cold. They're offering access, information, maybe a way to fight the lattice without becoming it? Couric stared at the coordinates, at the impossible choice. Work with RIC intelligence, against his own command, against everything he'd sworn to protect, or watch Nova Caracas fall, watch the frontier collapse, watch humanity surrender, piece by piece. Sera was already walking away. Couric followed. At the corridor junction, Sera stopped. Looked back at him. You coming or not? This is insane. Everything's insane now. She started walking again. At least this way we might learn something useful before we die. Couric checked his slate one last time. Sorensen's summons, Cade's deployment orders, the casualty projections. 3 billion people on Nova Caracas, 72 hours. He followed Sera into the dark. Behind them, Corso called out, General, tell them. The brig door sealed, cutting her off. Whatever she'd wanted to say would have to wait. They reached the shuttle bay 20 minutes later. Sera had already prepped a stealth transport. military grade, equipped for hostile insertion. You've done this before, Couric said. Peter and I extracted RAC intelligence 3 months ago. Different war, same principle. They boarded. Sera took the pilot's seat. Couric strapped in beside her. The shuttle lifted. Clearance codes bypassed reliquary security. In 90 seconds, they were clear of controlled space, heading toward coordinates in the neutral zone, toward an enemy who wanted to talk. If this is a setup, Couric said, we both die traitors. If we don't go, Sera replied, we die anyway. She checked the nav. At least this way it's our choice. The shuttle accelerated. Reality blurred. Transition drive engaging. When they dropped back to normal space, the RX vessel was waiting. Cruiser class, armed, weapons cold but ready, hailing frequencies open, voice transmission only. General Couric, Machen, welcome. The voice was distorted, encrypted. Before we proceed, understand the terms. This conversation doesn't leave the ship. No recordings, no testimony, no evidence. Understood, Sera said. Then dock. We have much to discuss and little time. The docking clamp engaged. Airlock cycling. Couric checked his sidearm. Sera did the same. They stepped through together. On the other side, a single figure waited. Rick military uniform. Colonel insignia. Face partially obscured by integration scars that glowed faintly in the dim light. Partially converted. Still human. Barely. The colonel extended one hand. The other ended in lattice material. Crystalline. Living. We work together, the colonel said, or we both die. Your Cade, our leadership, the loom itself. All of them want us to choose sides. Sera's hand moved toward her weapon. The colonel didn't flinch. But there's a third option, they continued, one that requires trust between enemies, understanding between species, sacrifice from all sides. Couric stared at that outstretched hand, at the impossibility being offered, alliance with someone who'd already crossed the line between human and other. 30 seconds to decide, the colonel said. After that, the loom entity sharing my thoughts will know you're here. Sera looked at Couric, question in her eyes. He reached out, gripped that crystalline hand. Chapter 14. Siege Preparation. The dropship shook on descent. Nova Caracas sprawled below. 3 million souls pressed against the northern ice shelf, prefab towers clawing at thin atmosphere. Sera watched through the viewport. Vela Prime's sun hung low, casting long shadows across the city. From orbit, it looked peaceful. Beautiful, even. The tactical display told a different story. Red markers swarmed the eastern approaches. Loom entities, dozens of them. Smaller than the lattice structures, but fast, adapting, learning the terrain. Contact in 90 seconds, the pilot said. Sera checked her harness. Across the troop bay, Peter sat silent, eyes closed. Communing with his husk or just trying to breathe, she couldn't tell anymore. Cormac was strapped in beside him, sedated, medical restraints on both wrists. 3 other threaded filled out the team. Tan, Rodriguez, a new candidate named Les who'd integrated 6 days ago and still flinched at loud noises. 6 soldiers to hold a city. The math didn't work. It never did. Admiral's on approach, the pilot said. Separate bird. VIP transport. Of course Kate had come. She wouldn't trust anyone else to negotiate with Rick Command. The dropship banked hard. Descent angle steepening. Through the viewport, Sera saw the garrison. TRC colors on the walls. Defense batteries tracking their approach. Beyond it, the civilian sectors looked wrong. Streets empty, windows dark, evacuation routes clogged with transports. They weren't preparing to fight. They were running. The landing gear hit concrete. Impact jarring, equipment rattled. Welcome to Nova Caracas, the pilot said. Try not to die. Sera unstrapped. The ramp dropped and cold air flooded the bay. Vela Prime's atmosphere tasted like metal and stone dust. She stepped onto the pad. Peter followed. Then the others. The garrison commander was waiting. Major Voss. She'd served with him on the threshold 2 years ago. Before burnout. Before everything. He stared. Machen? She nodded. His eyes tracked down her arms. The Husk markers were visible now. crystalline patterns beneath her skin, following neural pathways like frost on glass. In sunlight, they caught the light wrong. Iridescent. Alien. Fuck, Voss said quietly. Good to see you too, sir. Behind him, a squad of Marines watched. Young faces. Standard issue armor and rifles. They looked at the threaded like specimens. One of them was Keller. Sera had pulled him out of a burning transport on Helion Station. Saved his life while her own body cooked inside failing armor. He didn't recognize her. Or he did, and wished he didn't. Admiral Cade wants command briefing in 10, Voss said. He hadn't stopped staring at Sera's arms. Conference room, 3rd level. RIC attending. Commander Ravel is inbound. Voss's jaw tightened. This is her city, Machen. We're guests. Remember that. Sera looked past him, at the empty streets, the darkened towers. Doesn't look like anyone's home. The evacuation order went out 6 hours ago. Civilian transports running maximum capacity. Voss turned away, started walking. The ones who stay are true believers or too poor to leave. Either way, they're Rika's problem. They followed him into the garrison. In the interior corridors felt wrong. Too clean, too new. This wasn't a military installation built for war. It was a presence post, a flag planted. Now it was a tomb waiting to be filled. The conference room overlooked the city, floor-to-ceiling windows showing the northern districts, and beyond them, the ice shelf where the loom entities gathered. Cade was already inside, standing at the window, hands behind her back. She didn't turn when Sera entered. Status. Team operational, Sera said. Cormac's sedated. Medical thinks he's stable enough for deployment if we need him. We will. Peter moved to the window, stared out at the gathering swarm. Conventional forces, Cade asked. 2 battalions, Voss said. Heavy armor. Air support grounded. Atmospheric interference from the lattice construct. It's playing hell with navigation and targeting systems. Then we fight on the ground. Against that? Voss pointed toward the eastern horizon where red markers pulsed. Admiral, I've seen the reports from Epsilon Eridani, seen what happened to the Threshold battle group. Those things adapt faster than we can kill them. So we adapt faster. The door opened. Commander Jace Ravel entered. Rec military uniform, dark gray, no insignia except rank. She was older than Sera expected, 50s maybe, scars on her hands that looked like work, not combat. 2 officers followed her, both armed, both watching the threaded with the kind of stillness that meant ready to shoot. Admiral Cade. Revel's voice was dry, measured. Thank you for coming. Commander. They stared at each other, decades of proxy war compressed into silence. Revel broke it first, turned to Sera. You're the one who fought inside the bioship. Yes, ma'am. Lost a man. Sera's chest tightened. Marcus, screaming over comms while the loom took him apart and rebuilt him into something else. Yes, ma'am. Revel nodded, glanced at the others. At Peter, who still hadn't moved from the window. At the sedated shape of Cormac on the stretcher the medics had wheeled in. And you think 6 of you can hold my city? No, Sera said. Cade's head turned, sharp. Sera kept her eyes on Ravel. I think we can kill the lattice construct before it reaches the population centers. After that, conventional forces mop up the smaller entities. But we can't do it alone. You want my soldiers to die for TRC objectives. I want them to live, same as you. Revel's expression didn't change. The moment that construct is dead, your forces leave Vela Prime. All of them, garrison included. Cade stepped forward. That's not non-negotiable. Revel's voice cut like wire. You brought this war to our doorstep, Admiral. The least you can do is leave when it's finished. The room held its breath. Cade's hands flexed, once, then stilled. Agreed. Voss looked like he'd been shot. We defend the city together, Cade continued. Threaded take point on the lattice. Your forces provide support and extraction. When it's done, we withdraw. Revel extended her hand. Cade shook it. The officers started discussing deployment patterns, fire zones, civilian corridors. Sera stopped listening. Through the window, the sun was setting. Darkness spreading across Nova Caracas like spilled ink. Out on the ice shelf, The loom entities had stopped moving, waiting. Sera found the Marines in the garrison mess, off duty, playing cards and drinking coffee that smelled like battery acid. Keller saw her first. His hand froze mid-deal. Holy shit! The others turned. 6 faces. 3 she recognized. Torres, Singh, Ramirez. They'd served together on the threshold, pulled garrison duty together on Helion Station, shared the kind of bad rations and worse jokes that made a unit feel like family. They looked at her like she'd crawled out of a nightmare. Machen? Torres stood. His chair scraped concrete. They said you burned out. Medical discharge. I did. Then what the fuck are you? Sera held up her hands. Let them see the husk markers. The way the patterns moved under her skin, responding to neural impulses she couldn't fully control. Something new. Singh pushed away from the table, hand moving toward his sidearm. Easy, Sera said. I'm still me. Are you? Ramirez hadn't moved, just stared. Because the Machen I knew didn't have alien tech growing inside her. The Machen you knew couldn't stop a lattice construct either. Silence. Keller finished the hand, laid down his cards, looked at her properly. Why are you here? To ask you to trust me. That's a lot to ask. I know. Sera pulled up a chair, sat down. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to hide, to not let them see what she'd become. But hope was tactical. Hope meant showing up. When the loom hits this city, conventional weapons won't stop it. You've seen the projections. We've seen them, Torres said. The threaded can engage it directly, disrupt its coordination, give you a chance to evacuate the civilians and hold defensive positions. And after we kill it, or it kills us. Either way, you'll know. Singh's hand left his weapon. Slowly, he sat back down. You pulled me out of the Helion fire, Keller said. Carried me 300 meters while your armor was cooking. Yeah. Broke 4 ribs doing it. Medical said 3. 4. He picked up his cards again. Studied them. I figure I owe you. Torres nodded. We all do. Ramirez looked at Singh. Some silent communication passing between them. What do you need? Singh asked. Sera felt something in her chest unclench. Not trust. Not yet. But the first fragile step toward it. Fire support. When we engage the lattice, we'll need conventional forces to hold the perimeter. Keep the smaller entities from flanking us. We can do that. And if I tell you to fall back, we fall back, Torres said. We're not stupid, Megan. We've seen what happens to regular soldiers in close combat with those things. She nodded, stood. Ramirez caught her arm. One thing. The squad's asking, are you still human? Sera looked at her hand, at the husk markers that pulsed with borrowed light, at fingers that could crush a steel. I don't know, she said honestly, but I'm still on your side. She left them there, walked back through corridors that felt too narrow now, her enhanced senses picking up every vibration, every whispered conversation, every racing heartbeat. The husks stirred. Threat approaching. Eastern sector. Lattice advanced scouts. She found Pitor on the western wall. He stood alone, watching the ice shelf. They're moving, he said. I know. Cade wants us deployed by Aura 400. I know that too. He turned, looked at her properly. Your old squad. They'll fight. Will they trust us? They'll try. Peter smiled, thin. That's more than we had yesterday. Movement below. Sera leaned over the wall. In the garrison yard, engineers were setting up defensive emplacements. Heavy weapons, portable shields. It looked like preparation. It looked like hope. Fragile, temporary, but real. When this is over, Peter said, what do you think we'll be? Alive if we're lucky. No, I mean, he gestured at himself, at the husk markers on his arms that matched hers. Will there be enough human left to matter? Sera didn't have an answer. The sun finished setting, darkness complete. On the ice shelf, the loom entities began to move. The brief was at WA 200, all squad leaders. Voss running the tactical display while Cade stood silent, and Rebels officers watched with the kind of attention that meant they were looking for betrayal. Sera listened to the fire patterns, the designated fallback positions. the civilian corridors marked in green, but her attention kept drifting to the eastern approaches, to the red markers that multiplied every hour. Contact estimated at 600, Voss said. Threaded deploy at 0500 to eastern ice shelf. Engage the lattice construct before it reaches the city perimeter. Rules of engagement? One of Rebel's officers asked. Weapons free on all loom entities, Cade said. Civilian sectors are off limits unless you're conducting evacuation operations. And if the threaded turn? Sera's husk flared. She forced it down. They won't, Cade said. But if they do, then you put them down. Cade's voice carried no emotion. Same as any other threat. The officer nodded, satisfied. Sera caught Peter's eye. He looked away. The brief ended. Squad leaders filed out. Sera stayed. Admiral, Cade turned. I need Cormac conscious for this. Medical says, I know what medical says, but if we're going into that construct, we need everyone, including him. Cade studied her. He nearly killed you on the bioship. He was compromised. Different situation. Is it? Sera held her ground. I can keep him stable. Peter and I together. And if you can't, then shoot him. But give us the chance. Cade's expression didn't change, but after a long moment she nodded. Wake him, but he stays on your leash, Machen. First sign of instability. I'll handle it. Sera left before Cade could change her mind. The medbay was quiet. Cormac lay on a gurney, restraints on both wrists. His husk markers had spread since Epsilon Eridani, covering his arms, his neck, creeping toward his face. The medic on duty looked up. He's not cleared for Admiral's orders. The medic frowned but stepped back. Sera approached the gurney, touched Cormac's shoulder. Wake up. The husk connection flared. She felt his consciousness, distant, struggling, half submerged in patterns that weren't entirely human anymore. Cormac, I need you. His eyes opened. For a moment they weren't his. The pupils were wrong, too dilated. Reflecting light like a cat's. Then he blinked and he was back. Sera, we deploy in 3 hours. I need you functional. He looked at his hands, at the restraints, at the husk markers that had consumed so much of him. I don't know if I can control it anymore. You don't have to. She released the restraints. Just point it at the loom and hold on. He sat up, slowly, every movement careful, like he wasn't sure his body would obey. The others? Peter's solid. Tan and Rodriguez are scared but holding. Liz is green, but she'll learn. And you? Sera looked at her hands, at the patterns that pulsed with alien light. I'm scared too. Good, Cormac said. That means you're still human. 0500 arrived too fast. The threaded assembled in the garrison yard. 6 figures in unmarked armor. Weapons maglocked to their backs. Husk markers visible at collars and wrists. The Marines watched from the walls. Sera felt their eyes, felt their fear. But she also felt something else. Not trust, not yet, but the possibility of it. Cade appeared, walked the line, inspected each soldier. When she reached Sera, she paused. This is it, Machen. Once you engage that construct, there's no pulling back. No extraction if it goes wrong. I know. The whole system is watching. Core worlds, RIC. Every scared colonist from here to the frontier. What happens in the next 6 hours will decide whether the threaded program lives or dies. Sera met her eyes. Then we better not fuck it up. Cade almost smiled. The transport lifted, carrying them toward the ice shelf, toward the red markers that had multiplied into hundreds. Below, Nova Caracas sprawled in darkness. 3 million souls waiting to see if monsters could save them from monsters. Sera activated her comms, patched through to Voss. We're moving to contact. Acknowledged. Fire support standing by. She switched to squad frequency. Threaded, sound off. Peter, ready. Cormac, functional. Tan, scared shitless but ready. Rodriguez, same. Liz, The new candidate's voice cracked. I'm here. Good enough, Sera said. The transport descended, touched ice. The ramp dropped. Cold air and the smell of ozone. Ahead, the lattice construct waited. Massive, growing, pulling material from the ice shelf and reshaping it into geometries that hurt to look at. Smaller entities circled it. Bioships, drones, things that had no name yet. Sera stepped onto the ice. The husks surged. Contact. Multiple entities. Lattice coordination detected. Pattern recognition. 94% matched to Epsilon Eridani construct. Threat level, catastrophic. She raised her weapon. Behind her, the others fanned out. 6 soldiers against an army. The math still didn't work, but they had something the loom didn't. Hope, fragile, tactical, real, and the willingness to burn for it. Sera opened comms to the garrison, to the Marines on the walls, to every frightened soul in Nova Caracas. This is Lieutenant Sera Machen, Vanguard Initiative. To all TRC and RIC forces, we are engaging the lattice construct. Hold your positions. Protect the civilians. We'll handle the rest. She cut the transmission, looked at her team. Let's show them what Threaded can do. They advanced across the ice. The loom entities turned to face them. And Sera felt the point of no return approaching, not in the battle ahead, but in something deeper. The husk whispered, full integration available, enhanced combat protocols, warning, neural baseline shift irreversible. She understood. This was the choice. The line she couldn't uncross. Fight as she was, half human, half other, struggling to hold both together. Or accept what she'd become. Let the husk take full control, become something that could win but might never be human again. The lattice construct shuddered, began moving toward the city. Sera's finger hovered over the mental trigger. Accept integration. Become what you need to be. She looked back once, at Nova Caracas, at the lights, at the people who trusted her to stay human while doing inhuman things. Then she looked forward, at the lattice, at extinction, at the only choice that mattered. She accepted. The husk flooded her nervous system. Human thought patterns collapsed and reformed into something faster, cleaner, utterly alien. Sera Machen stopped existing. Something new opened its eyes. Chapter 15. The gardener arrives. Peter saw it first. The sky tore open and something vast pushed through, displacing reality like a fist through silk. Not a ship, not anything with engines or hull plating. Organic, kilometers across, pulsing with bioluminescence that painted Nova Caracas in sickly greens and purples. Fleet Intelligence had designated it the Gardener. Looking at it now, the name felt wrong. Too gentle, too small. Contact, Sera's voice came through comms. Different, flatter. The full integration had changed her vocal patterns. All units, fall back to secondary positions. Peter's husk shivered. Not fear, recognition. The gardener wasn't attacking. It hung in low orbit like a tumor, and where its light touched the planet's surface, things changed. Gravity fluctuated. The ice shelf cracked and buckled. Structures pushed up from beneath the crust, crystalline, geometric, alive, terraforming. Jesus Christ, Rodriguez breathed. They'd pulled back from the ice shelf engagement. The smaller loom entities had scattered when the gardener arrived, retreating into the canyon systems like rats fleeing a flood. Now the threaded team stood on the garrison wall, watching the planet reshape itself. Orders? Tan asked. Sera didn't answer immediately. Peter glanced at her. The husk markers had spread across her face during the integration, thin lines following neural pathways. When she blinked, the pattern shifted. She wasn't entirely Sera anymore. There's a facility, she said, beneath the city, loom structure, inactive when I found it during initial recon. And now? Peter already knew the answer. It's waking up. The ground shook. Not an earthquake. Something else. Rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Civilians screamed in the streets below. The evacuation had turned into a stampede. Transports lifted overloaded, shedding cargo and passengers. Bodies fell. No one stopped to help them. Commander Ravel appeared on the wall, armor scorched, face pale. What the fuck is that thing doing? Preparing the planet, Sera said. For what? I don't know. But the buried facility is the key. It's responding to the gardener's presence. Then we destroy it. Or disable it. Sera turned, locked eyes with Revel. Your call, Commander. But we need to move now. Revel looked at the gardener, at the city tearing itself apart, at the civilians dying in the streets. Do it. The facility entrance was in the commercial district. Sera had found it 3 days ago during sweep operations, a maintenance tunnel that descended too far into geology that didn't match survey data. Now the tunnel mouth glowed. Peter felt it from 50 meters away, pressure building behind his eyes, the husk writhing like a living thing, trying to pull him forward. Signal detected. Pattern, Gardner-class entity, proximity alert, integration, cascade imminent. Peter, Sera's hand on his shoulder. Stay with me. He nodded, couldn't speak. The team descended, six-threaded, Sera at point, Peter behind her. Then Cormac, still restrained but conscious, Tan and Rodriguez. Liss bringing up the rear. The tunnel walls were standard prefab, but deeper they changed, became something else. Organic material fused with rock, growing, breathing. Peter's husk screamed, not pain, joy. Coming home. How deep? Rodriguez asked. 300 meters when I stopped before, Sera said. Could be more now. The descent took 20 minutes. Peter counted each step, focused on breathing, on staying human. But the signal kept building. White noise that wasn't noise, patterns, messages, commands in a language his brain shouldn't understand but did. Recognize, accept, integrate. The tunnel opened into a chamber. Peter stopped breathing. It was massive, cathedral-sized. Walls grown from the planet's bedrock, shaped into geometries that hurt to look at. Bioluminescence pulsed in rhythm with the gardener overhead. At the chamber's center, a structure rose, part machine, part organism, neurons and circuitry fused into something that predated human civilization by millennia. And it was active. Holy shit, Tan whispered. Sera approached the structure. Slow, weapon raised. Peter tried to follow. His legs wouldn't obey. The husk had locked his muscles, keeping him still, safe or trapped. Sera, his voice cracked. Something's wrong. She turned. Peter fell, not physically. His body stood upright, but his consciousness dropped into darkness, into signal noise so dense it had texture. He felt the gardener's attention shift, felt it notice him, notice all of them. 6 little fires in the dark, sparks to be cultivated or extinguished. Integration sequence initiating, neural baseline reconfiguration, warning, consciousness substrate unstable. Recommend full, Peter, Sera's voice, distant, drowning. The husk flooded him, every nerve, every thought, rewriting his biology faster than he could scream. He tried to fight it, tried to hold on to something human, but there was nothing left to hold. Through the signal noise, he felt Cormac moving, breaking restraints, medical alarms shrieking. Then Cormac's consciousness vanished, replaced by something else, something that wanted to kill. Sera saw it happen. 1 second Cormac was restrained, sedated, barely functional. The next his husk erupted, markers spreading across his skin like wildfire. Eyes going dark, not black, absent, windows into nothing. The restraints shattered. He moved faster than human reflex, grabbed Liss by the throat and slammed her into the wall hard enough to crack stone. Cormac, stand down! He didn't respond, didn't recognize his name. Liss kicked, clawed at his hands. Her husk flared, trying to match his strength. Not enough. Sera fired, 3 rounds center mass. Cormac's body absorbed the impacts, flesh sealing around the wounds. He dropped Liss and turned, looked at Sera, smiled. Contact. Rodriguez opened fire, full auto, rounds tearing through Cormac's chest. He walked through it, grabbed Rodriguez's rifle and crushed the barrel like paper, then grabbed Rodriguez and threw him across the chamber. Impact. Rodriguez hit the far wall, didn't get up. Tan and Liss scattered, finding cover, weapons up. Sera moved in. Close quarters. No room for firearms. She dropped her rifle, drew the combat blade maglock to her thigh. Cormac came at her like a machine. No hesitation, no fear, pure calculated violence. She dodged the first strike, barely. His fist cratered stone where her head had been. Second strike caught her ribs. She felt bones crack, Husk compensating, flooding the injury with repair nanites and pain suppressors. She drove the blade into his throat. Cormac grabbed her wrist, twisted, broke it. Sera didn't scream. The Husk was fully active now. Pain was information. Injury was tactical data. She let it take over. Let herself become the weapon Kate had forged. She kicked Cormac's knee, joint shattering. He collapsed. She retrieved the blade with her good hand, drove it through his eye socket, into the brain. Cormac stopped moving for 3 seconds. Then his Husks started repairs, rebuilding the eye, knitting neural tissue, pulling the blade out through reverse muscle contractions. He stood up. Sera backed away. This wasn't combat anymore. This was extermination. The loom had fully claimed him, turned him into something that couldn't die, wouldn't stop. Sera! Tan threw her a charge, military-grade explosive. She caught it, armed it, shoved it into Cormac's chest cavity. 5-second fuse. She ran. The explosion was muffled, organic. Cormac's body absorbing the blast. When the smoke cleared, he was still standing. Chest torn open, ribs exposed, internal organs visible and pulsing with Husk integration. And he was screaming. Not attacking, just screaming. A sound that wasn't entirely human. Pain and rage and something else. Awareness trapped inside a body that wouldn't let him die. Sera looked at her team. At Rodriguez unconscious against the wall. At Liz clutching her crushed throat. At Tan trying to reload with shaking hands. At Peter on his knees, eyes rolled back, communing with the signal noise. They couldn't kill Cormac, couldn't save him. Could only listen to him scream. Fall back, Sera said. We can't leave. Fall back! They retreated toward the tunnel. Sera grabbed Rodriguez, dragged him. Tan helped Liz. Peter didn't move. Peter? Sera shook him. On your feet, now. His eyes focused. Barely. I can hear it, he whispered. The gardener, it's not terraforming. What? It's remembering. The chamber shuddered. The central structure pulsed. Faster now, synchronized with the gardener's rhythm. And Peter's husk showed him what it meant. The facility wasn't a weapon, wasn't an invasion platform. It was a seed, planted millions of years ago. Dormant, waiting. The loom hadn't come to conquer humanity. It had come to harvest what it planted. And the threaded, the husks, the integration, all of it weren't defense. They were the crop coming ripe. Sera, Peter's voice broke. We were never fighting them. What are you talking about? The structure blazed. Information flooding through the Husk network, through every threaded in the facility, through Sera and Peter, and even Cormac broken and screaming, showing them the truth. Humanity had never been human, not originally. The species had been seeded, engineered, left to evolve in isolation until the right conditions emerge, until they developed enough to host the husks, to complete the integration cycle. The loom wasn't alien, it was coming home, and they'd been waiting for this moment since the first Homo sapiens picked up a stone and wondered what it could build. Peter looked at Sera, at the husk markers covering her skin, at what she'd become. We were always there, Hardy said. The facility screamed. Chapter 16. Assault on the Gardener. Breach, hull splitting, vacuum roaring. Sera's mag boots locked to the boarding pod's deck as they punched through the gardener's outer membrane. Not metal, flesh. The construct screamed, not sound. Signal. Pure data flooding through the Husk network, making her teeth ache and her vision blur. Go! 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 Tan first through the opening. Rodriguez behind him, Liz limping, throat still bruised, weapon up. Peter came last. He'd changed his mind topside, refused to stay behind while they boarded a city-sized organism that thought humanity was livestock. Sera dropped through, landed in tissue, wet, pulsing. The gardener's interior was a nightmare of bioluminescent corridors and neural pathways thick as her arm. Everything moved, breathed, watched. Contact left. Loom entities emerged from the walls. Bioforms she'd seen before, and new ones. Hybrid things, human-shaped but wrong. Marcus's face on three of them, grinning, dead eyes tracking her movement. Sera fired. Center mass. The Marcus thing absorbed the rounds, kept coming. Peter's rifle barked, burst fire, controlled. The thing's head exploded. Husk matter spraying. It collapsed. Two more took its place. Grenades! Tan armed a charge, threw it. Detonation muffled by organic walls that absorbed the blast and sealed the damage in seconds. Useless. Advance! Sera moved forward. Weapon up. Husk burning through her nervous system, feeding her targeting data faster than conscious thought. Nexus is 300 meters forward, 2 levels down. How the fuck do you know that? Rodriguez. She didn't answer. The Husk knew, could feel the gardener's structure, its heartbeat, its purpose. They pushed deeper, corridors narrowed, walls pressed close, living tissue that recoiled from their touch but always reformed. Behind them the breach was sealing, organic material knitting itself back together. No extraction. Win or die here. Sera's comms crackled, Cade's voice, distant, breaking up. Status, losing your signal. Still mobile, Sera said. Approaching central. Static. Then nothing. They were alone. A junction ahead. 3 passages, all identical, all breathing. Sera's Husk flared. Left passage. Certainty without analysis. This way. They followed. No questions, no choice. The passage descended, steep, walls closing tighter. Sera had to duck, shoulder scraping tissue that flinched and wept clear fluid. Light ahead, green, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The passage opened into a chamber, massive, cathedral-sized. The walls were transparent here, some kind of membrane showing the planet below. Nova Caracas burning, structures erupting, the terraforming in full swing. At the chamber's center, something waited. Not a machine, not exactly. A nexus. Neural tissue and crystalline structures fused into geometries that hurt to look at directly. Thousands of connections branching outward, feeding into the gardener's systems, its brain. Sera stepped forward. Machen! Peter grabbed her arm. She shook him off. The nexus called to her Husk, invited her, promised understanding if she'd just connect, just interface, just become. Behind them, the passage sealed. Loom entities flooded the chamber, dozens, hundreds, pouring from openings in the walls. Bioforms and converted humans and things that had no name. Defensive positions. Sera didn't look back, kept walking toward the nexus. Gunfire erupted, screaming, the wet sound of tissue tearing. Tan's voice. We can't hold. Rodriguez. Fuck! They're everywhere. Liz, calm. Out of ammo. Switching to. Her transmission ended. Sera reached the nexus. Touched it. The Husk interface activated automatically. Tendrils of neural tissue reaching out. Finding the markers on her skin. Connecting. Data flooded her. Not human data. Loom consciousness. Vast. Ancient. Patient. She saw the truth. Millions of years ago, the Loom had seeded thousands of worlds, planted genetic material, left it to evolve, bloom, develop consciousness and civilization and technology. Humanity wasn't unique, wasn't special, just one crop among many. The gardener had returned to harvest, to reclaim the worlds it had cultivated, to integrate the species that had grown there, bringing them home to the collective consciousness. Not invasion, reclamation. The Loom had owned this planet before the first fish crawled onto land, before the first mammal drew breath, before humanity even existed, and now it wanted what was theirs. Behind her, the fighting intensified. Peter, shouting orders, weapons fire, the smell of burning flesh. The Nexus showed her more. Options, pathways, choices. She could shut down the gardener's systems, all of them, overload the neural network, cause a cascade failure that would destroy the construct from the inside. But the threaded team was inside, 20 TRC soldiers providing covering fire from the boarding pods. The Revenant-class destroyer docked to the Gardener's hull. Destroying the construct would kill them all. Or she could integrate, fully. Let the husk complete its purpose. Become the bridge between humanity and the loom. Broker peace, surrender. Let the harvest continue. Let humanity join the collective. Lose themselves but survive. Two options. The chamber shook. Massive detonations somewhere deep in the Gardener's structure. More TRC ships engaging, firing on the construct, trying to destroy it from outside. They had minutes, maybe less. Sera, Peter's voice, desperate. Whatever you're doing, do it faster. Gunfire screaming, the wet crunch of bodies hitting walls. The Nexus waited. Sera's hand hovered over two neural pathways. Left, system overload. Destroy the Gardener. Kill everyone aboard. Save Nova Caracas. Save humanity's autonomy. Right. Full integration. Surrender. Join the collective. Save the team. Lose everything that made them human. No third option. No clever solution. No way out. Just two terrible choices. The chamber bucked. Another explosion. Closer. Sera felt the Gardener dying. Felt TRC weapons tearing through its hull. Felt it trying to repair faster than it was being damaged. Running out of time. Peter appeared beside her. Face covered in blood. Not his. Weapon empty. Magazine dropped. Sera. I know. He saw what she was seeing. Through the Husk connection. Through the neural interface. Saw the two pathways. Saw the choice. What do we do? Sera looked at her team. Rodriguez down, not moving. Tan firing his last magazine. Liz fighting with a broken rifle like a club. Looked through the transparent walls. At Nova Caracas, 3 million souls who didn't know they'd been crops waiting to be harvested. Looked at the Nexus. At the two pathways. 30 seconds until the TRC barrage overwhelmed the Gardener's defenses. Until the construct exploded. Until everyone died. 20 seconds until full loom integration took her. Until she stopped being Sera. Became something else. 10 seconds to choose. Her fingers touched both pathways. Human or collective. Death or surrender. 5 seconds. The Gardener screamed. Sera chose. Chapter 17. The price. Peter saw Sera's hand move toward the right pathway. Integration. Surrender. The end of everything human. No. He lunged. Grabbed her arm. Pulled. Sera's fingers brushed the neural interface. Contact made. Data flooding. Her eyes rolled back. Peter yanked harder. Full strength. His husk screaming warnings. But he didn't care. Her hand tore free. Sparks. Neural discharge. The Nexus convulsed. Sera collapsed. Peter caught her. Dead weight. Her husk markers blazing white hot. Then dimming. The Nexus shrieked. Not sound. Signal. Pure agony transmitted through the husk network. Around them, the chamber bucked. Walls splitting. Tissue tearing. The Gardener's systems failing. Not shut down. Not controlled. Cascade collapse. Fuck! Tan grabbed Rodriguez's body. Started dragging. Move! Now! Liz was already running. Weapon abandoned. Just survival now. Peter lifted Sera. Fireman's carry. Her weight distributed across his shoulders. His husk compensating. Feeding strength he shouldn't have. They ran. Behind them, the Nexus exploded. Organic matter spraying. Neural pathways severing. The Gardener's brain dying. The passage they'd entered through was gone. Sealed. Tissue fused solid. There! Liz pointing. Side corridor. Opening, closing. Peristaltic movement like the construct was trying to digest them. They dove through. Impact. Peter's shoulder hit tissue. Sera's weight shifting. His grip slipping. Keep moving. Corridor twisting. Narrowing. Bioluminescence flickering. Dying. Around them, loom entities collapsed. The Marcus things seizing. Convulsing. Their connection to the Gardener severed. They fell like puppets with cut strings. One grabbed Liss's leg. Dying reflex. She kicked its face, bone crunching. It let go. The corridor opened into what might have been a circulatory chamber. Massive, vertical, tissue pumping fluid that smelled like copper and rot. No exit, yes. There. 20 meters up. Opening. Light beyond. Maybe a way out. Climb! Peter didn't wait. Started up the wall. Tissue was slick, warm, pulsing weakly. His husk fed him grip strength, anchoring his fingers in flesh that tried to reject him. Each handhold tearing, each step leaving bloody prints. Sera's weight threatened to pull him down. He adjusted, kept climbing. Tan followed. Rodriguez's body secured to his back, refusing to leave him behind. Liz climbed beside them, faster, lighter. She reached the opening first. Clear? It's... The chamber shook. Massive detonation. External. TRC ship still firing. The opening Liz had reached collapsed. Tissue sealing. Trapping her on the other side. Her scream cut off. Fuck! Liz! Tan pounded the wall. No response. Gone. Peter forced himself to keep climbing. Different opening. Had to be. The gardener was dying. Hemorrhaging. Openings everywhere. There. Another passage. Higher. Smaller. His arms burned. Husk pushing his muscles past human limits. Past pain. Into damage he'd pay for later. If there was a later. He reached the passage. Pulled himself in. Dragged Sera after him. Tan made it. Breathing hard. Eyes wild. Still carrying Rodriguez. Liz! Gone. Peter's voice flat. Keep moving. Guilt later. Survival now. The passage descended. Steep. They slid more than walked. Tissue sloughing off the walls. Everything breaking down. Ahead, light. Real light. Not bioluminescence. The boarding point. Peter's husk flared. Warning. Structural compromise imminent. The gardener's hull was failing. They emerged into the chamber where they'd breached. The boarding pod still there. Mag clamped to tissue that was necrotizing. Turning gray. Dead. TRC soldiers waiting. 5 of them. Weapons trained on the passage. When they saw the threaded emerge, one lowered his rifle. Jesus. Thought you were dead. Not yet. Peter stumbled toward the pod. Everyone aboard. Now. The soldiers moved. Discipline overriding fear. They grabbed Rodriguez from Tan. Got him strapped in. Peter laid Sera down, her breathing shallow. Husk markers still dim. Unconscious or worse. A shudder ran through the gardener. Massive. Structural. We need to go. The pilot, young, scared. The revenants signaling emergency disengage. They can't hold position. Then move. The pod systems activated, clamps releasing. But the tissue had grown around them, fused. Thrusters fired, tearing free, hull plating screaming. They punched through the gardener's membrane into open space, Nova Caracas below, the city burning, terraform structures collapsing as the gardener's signal died. Behind them, the construct was tearing itself apart, sections breaking, fragments the size of skyscrapers tumbling toward atmosphere. Some would burn up, some wouldn't. Peter watched through the viewport, saw a piece the size of a city block impact the ice shelf. Explosion. Shockwave visible from orbit. How many dead? Hundreds? Thousands? Price paid. No choice. Had to be done. He told himself that. Didn't make it true. Revenant on approach, Wanarish, the pilot said. Docking in 90 seconds. The destroyer hung off their port side. Scarred. Hull breached in 3 places, but intact. Alive. The pod matched velocity, trajectory sinking, 50 meters. 30. Behind them, more of the gardener broke apart, massive pieces. One was tumbling their direction. Slow. Inevitable. Pilot, I see it. Adjusting. Thrusters firing. Lateral movement. The pod's frame groaning. 20 meters to the revenant. The debris was closing. 50 meters. 40. 10 meters to dock. 30 meters to impact. Clamps extending. Mag lock engaging. 20 meters. The pod shuddered. Docking sequence started. 10 meters. Airlock cycling. 5 meters. Too slow. They weren't going to impact, not direct, glancing, but enough. The debris clipped the pod's aft section, tore through armor, atmosphere venting, the pod spun, mag clamps failing, losing connection to the Revenant. Emergency bolts fired, last resort, physical anchors slamming into the destroyer's hull. They held. Barely. Peter's harness cut into his chest. Blood in his mouth, bitten tongue. Sera's body floating, weightless, unconscious, vulnerable. He grabbed her, pulled her close, secured her to his harness. The pilot worked controls, trying to reel them in. The pod was dying, atmosphere gone, life support failing, hull breach widening. "We're losing her!" The pilot's voice panicked. Through the breach, Peter saw more debris, dozens of pieces, all around them, a field of wreckage from the dying Gardener. The Revenant was moving, trying to navigate through it, engines flaring, point defense systems engaging smaller pieces. But there was too much, too close. A chunk the size of a transport punched through the destroyer's number 3 engine. Explosion, plasma venting. The ship lurched, started tumbling. The pod's connection to the hull strained, emergency bolts groaning. "Sir!" One of the TRC soldiers. "The hangar bay, look!" Peter turned, saw the Revenant's main hangar, saw other pods docked there, saw boarding parties returning, saw a piece of debris, small, fast, untracked, punch through the hangar's outer door. Decompression, explosive, instant. Everything in the hangar bay ejected into space. Pods, personnel, equipment, bodies tumbling, flash frozen, gone. Their only way aboard. The airlock they'd been heading for was on the hangar deck. Now it was open space, vacuum, death. No extraction point, no way in. The Revenant's engines flared, emergency burn. The destroyer was leaving, had to, couldn't hold position in the debris field, couldn't wait for them. The pod's emergency bolts started failing. 1, 2, 3. "Pilot, I know!" 4th bolt failed. They were drifting, losing contact. The Revenant accelerating away. Through the pod's dying systems, Peter heard the comms. Broken, static-filled. "Separation confirmed. Casualties. Unable to retrieve." Cade's voice, distant, final. "Godspeed threaded." Transmission ended. The last bolt snapped. Chapter 18. Reckoning. Corso's hands didn't shake anymore. 3 days ago they had, when the MPs released her from the brig, when she walked past the cells that still held lesser traitors, people who'd sold secrets for money, not conscience. Now, in the medical wing, examining what was left of Sera Machen, her hands were steady. Professional distance, clinical detachment. The lies doctors told themselves. Sera lay on the table, unconscious. Husk markers covered 70% of her exposed skin, higher than any integration Corso had documented. The patterns pulsed faintly, synchronized with her heartbeat but offset by 0.3 seconds. Neural lag. The Husk processing faster than human biology. Corso adjusted the scanner. Focused on the brainstem. Crystalline structures had infiltrated the medulla, wrapping around neurons, replacing them, not augmenting, replacing. "Vital stable," Cade's voice from the doorway. Corso didn't look up. "Define stable. Alive. Functional." "By those metrics, yes." Corso saved the scan. "By any other definition of human health, no." Cade entered, boots clicking on tile. She wore dress uniform, fresh from some briefing or ceremony, celebrating victory. Nova Caracas had survived. The Gardener destroyed. Thousands dead from the terraforming, but millions saved. Heroes, the news feeds called them. The threaded who'd boarded a living construct and torn its brain out. Corso had watched the footage, seen Peter drag Sera's limp body through disintegrating corridors, seen them drift in a dying pod until a Rick patrol ship, Commander Ravel's people, had picked them up and returned them to TRC custody. Irony, the enemy saving them. How many survived? Corso asked. 4 threaded. Sera, Petor, Tan, Cormac. Cormax is still alive? Sedated, restrained. His husk won't let him die. Cade moved to the window, looked out at the reliquary's docking bay where news crews waited. Rodriguez died in the Gardner. List during evacuation. 18 conventional forces lost in the debris field. 20 total, not bad for destroying a city-sized organism. Corso felt sick. Fleet Admiral Sorensen sent authorization this morning, Cade continued. The Vanguard Initiative is expanded. Full funding. Recruitment authorized across all TRC territories. Congratulations. Dr. Corso, I'm resigning. Corso pulled up the next scan. Peter's brain. More crystalline infiltration. Faster progression than Sera's. Effective immediately. You'll have my formal statement by end of day. Silence. Long enough that Corso looked up. Cade stood by the window. Expression unreadable. Not angry, not surprised. Tired. I need you, Cade said. You have my research. My data. Train someone else. There is no one else. You're the only person who understands Husk integration at the cellular level. Then humanity's in trouble. Corso closed the scans. Because I'm done being complicit in this. You leaked classified material to the Riki, got people killed, destabilized the entire program. Cade's voice hardened. You don't get to claim moral high ground now. No, I don't. Corso met her eyes. But I get to stop making it worse. Footsteps in the corridor. Heavy, military cadence. General Couric entered. He looked older than 3 weeks ago. Stress lines around his eyes. Gray at his temples that hadn't been there before. He nodded to Cade, ignored her, looked at Sera's unconscious form. How is she? Alive, Corso said. That's not what I asked. Corso pulled up the neural scans, displayed them on the wall screen. Husk integration has reached critical mass. Another month and she won't be human anymore. Not in any meaningful sense. Couric studied the images, not flinching, taking it in. I came to apologize to her, he said. She's unconscious. Then I'll wait. He pulled up a chair, sat beside the table, looked at Sera's face, half covered in husk markers, half still recognizably the Marine she'd been. Cade moved toward the door. General, if you'd prefer privacy, stay. Couric didn't look away from Sera. You should hear this too. Corso saved her scans, started to leave. You as well, Doctor. She stopped. Couric reached out, touched Sera's hand. The husk markers flared briefly, recognizing threat, then settled. I was wrong about her, Couric said. Told her the program would destroy who she was, turn her into a weapon, something other than human. He paused, breathing carefully. I was right about the program, wrong about her. She's still a Marine, still a soldier. Despite everything you've done to her, Admiral, she hasn't stopped being Sera Machen. Cade said nothing. But I was right that this needs to end. Couric stood. Before it consumes more people like her. Before we build an army of dying soldiers and call it victory. The loom isn't stopping, Cade said. Nova Caracas was one construct. Long-range sensors show activity across a dozen systems. The threaded are the only effective counter we have. Then we're doomed. Couric moved toward the door, paused beside Cade. Because building our defense on people with 2-year life expectancies isn't sustainable. It's just slower suicide. He left. Cade and Corso stood in silence. On the table, Sera's breathing remained steady, mechanical, the husk regulating her autonomic functions with inhuman precision. 2 years. Cade's voice was quiet. Corso pulled up her analysis. The projection models, the cellular degradation rates, all the data she compiled over 3 sleepless days in the brig when they'd finally given her a data pad and basic access. 18 months to 2 years, she said. For Sera, Peter's progressing faster, maybe 14 months. Cormac's already beyond saving, weeks at most before complete subsumption. You're certain? I've been tracking integration rates since Genesis. Every candidate shows the same pattern. The husk accelerates biological processes initially, healing, strength, neural processing. But it's not augmentation, it's replacement. Hostile takeover at the cellular level. Corso brought up comparison scans, early integration, mid-stage, late. By month 18, the host's original neural tissue is less than 30%. Personality fragmentation begins. Memory loss. Identity dissolution. By month 24, what's left isn't human anymore. It's loom hybrid. Conscious but not them. Cade stared at the scans. Processing. Calculating. None of the candidates have reached month 24, she said. No, because they die in combat first, or we sedate them when they start turning. Call it medical intervention, but it's mercy killing. You can't know. I autopsied Reeves. Corso's voice hardened. Remember? The one you sent out with falsified clearance? His husk had consumed 80% of his neural tissue. He was a walking corpse, Cade, aware enough to suffer, not human enough to die cleanly. Cade's jaw tightened. Corso continued. Every threaded follows the same trajectory. Integration, effectiveness, degradation, death. The only variable is timeline. Combat accelerates it. Stress, husk activation. Each time they tap into full enhancement, they burn out faster. Can you slow it? No. Reverse it? No. Then what's the point of telling them? Cade turned. If there's no treatment, no cure, why destroy what time they have left with? Because they deserve to know. Corso's composure cracked. Because sending them out to die without telling them they're dying is necessary. Cade's voice cut like steel. You think I don't know? You think I haven't watched every candidate degradation chart? Haven't counted the days until each one breaks down? She moved to the scan display, touched Sera's neural image. I know exactly what this program costs, what it takes from them. And I do it anyway because the alternative is extinction. The loom doesn't stop, doesn't negotiate. They come to harvest, and conventional forces can't touch them. So you harvest our own people instead. I make hard choices. Cade's hand dropped. Someone has to. Movement on the table. Sera's eyes opening. Slow. Unfocused. Corso moved to her side. Easy. You're in medical. You're safe. Sera blinked, husk markers brightening as consciousness returned. Her gaze found Cade, then Corso. Peter? Alive, Corso said. Recovering. Tan? Cormac. Tan stable. Cormac. Corso paused. Cormac's us sedated. Sera processed that, sat up slowly. Corso didn't try to stop her. The husk would override any injury, keep her moving whether her body was ready or not. How long was I out? 72 hours. Sera looked at her hands, at the husk markers covering her skin like frost, flexed her fingers, testing response time. Something's different. Corso exchanged a look with Cade. Sera caught it. What? There's been some progression, Corso said carefully. Your integration accelerated during the Gardner assault. Neural tissue restructuring. Enhanced processing speed. Motor function improvements. What's the cost? Silence. Sera's eyes narrowed. There's always a cost. What is it? Cade stepped forward. The integration is terminal. Long-term viability projections show. How long? Corso answered. 18 to 24 months, based on current progression rates. Sera stared at her. Not Cade. Her. You knew. I suspected. Couldn't prove it until I analyzed the full data set. How long have you suspected? Corso's throat tightened. Months, but the data was incomplete. Cade restricted my access after Genesis. I couldn't. You knew. Sera's voice flat, empty. Both of you sent us out knowing we were dying. We needed. Cade started. Shut up. Sera didn't look at her, kept her eyes on Corso. You. How long have you known it was terminal? I didn't know. Not for certain. The progression models required. Fuck the models. Sera stood, husk compensating for muscle weakness, making her steady when she should be collapsing. Yes or no, did you suspect integration was fatal before you integrated me? Corso felt the weight of it. The question, the answer. Yes. Sera nodded. Once. Processing. And you did it anyway. The loom threat was, I don't care about the threat. Sera's hands clenched, husk markers flaring. I care that you turned me into this without telling me I was signing a death warrant. You signed the consent forms, Kate said. You knew the risks. I knew combat risks, mission risks. Not this. Sera gestured at herself, at the husk markers. You made me a weapon with an expiration date and called it service. Cade's expression hardened. You've saved thousands of lives. Stop two lattice constructs. Without you, without me, you'd have found another way, or we'd all be dead. Sera moved toward the door. Either way, I'd have died human. You're still... No. Sera stopped, looked back. I'm not. And you know it. Both of you. Her gaze settled on Corso. I thought you were different. Thought you actually cared about us. About keeping us alive. I do. Then why didn't you stop this? Sera's voice cracked. Why didn't you refuse? Walk away before you turned people into whatever I am now? Corso had no answer. Sera waited. 3 seconds. 5. Then she turned, walked toward the door. Corso found her voice. Sera, wait. Dr. Corso. Sera didn't look back. When my 2 years are up and I start turning into something else, do me a favor. What? Don't try to save me. The door opened, closed. Corso stood in the medical wing, surrounded by scans showing terminal integration, surrounded by the evidence of her complicity. Cade moved to leave. You knew, Corso said. From the beginning. You knew it was fatal. Cade paused in the doorway. Yes, she left. Corso looked at the empty table where Sera had been, at the husk tissue samples, at the research that would continue without her. Her hands started shaking again. She'd told herself she was helping, that understanding the husk would lead to better integration, safer protocols, that the knowledge justified the cost. But Sera's question echoed. Why didn't you stop this? Corso pulled her credentials, set them on the table beside the tissue samples. Resignation submitted, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. The bond between doctor and patient, between Corso and every threaded she'd integrated, shattered. Not because she'd failed to save them, because she'd known they couldn't be saved, and did it anyway. Chapter 19. The network activates, the Revenant-class destroyer. Kestrel smelled like every military ship Sera had ever served on. Recycled air with an undertone of lubricant and coffee that had been brewing too long. She sat in the observation blister, forehead pressed against the cold plasteel, watching the stars stretch into lines as they transitioned to sublight. 2 years, maybe less if the integration accelerated. Her husks stirred beneath her skin, mapping the ship's systems through the deck plating. Hull integrity, power distribution, life support, information she didn't ask for but couldn't ignore, like having a second brain that wouldn't shut up. You're up early, Peter's voice. Sera didn't turn. Couldn't sleep. He lowered himself into the seat beside her, moving carefully. His husk had taken damage at Nova Caracas, and it showed. The markers on his left arm were darker, almost bruised-looking. Integration struggling to compensate. They sat in silence for a while. Outside, the Kepler 442 system grew closer, stars resolving from streaks back into points of light. I volunteered, Peter said eventually. I know. Cade tried to bench me, said my husk was compromised. It is. Yeah. He flexed his left hand. The fingers moved stiffly. But they need bodies, and I'm still functional. Sera finally looked at him. The husk markers had spread further up his neck since she'd last seen him in medical. Dark veins beneath pale skin, like roots of some invasive plant. You didn't have to come. Neither did you. Peter's smile was tired. We both got our marching orders. Investigate the lattice. Interface. Find a weakness. Standard suicide mission. You think it's suicide? I think Lieutenant Archer said the loom tried to communicate at Kepler 442. Peter shrugged. I think tried to communicate usually means almost killed everyone who listened. So yeah, probably suicide. Dark humor. The only kind worth having. Sera turned back to the viewport. The Kestrel was one of 12 ships deploying to contest its systems. The TRC's coordinated response to what Fleet Admiral Sorensen was calling network synchronization. Long-range sensors had lit up 3 days ago, a dozen lattice constructs activating simultaneously across human space, pulsing in rhythm like a heartbeat, not attacking, preparing. You ever wonder, Peter said, if we're making it worse? Every time we interface with their tech, we're giving them more data, more understanding of how we think, how we fight. Every day. But we do it anyway. Because the alternative is letting them activate unopposed. Sera's husk pulsed, confirming her words. Or maybe arguing. She couldn't tell anymore. And that's definitely worse. Peter was quiet for a moment. Then, 2 years, huh? So he'd heard. Give or take. Corso tell you that before or after you told her not to save you? During. Peter laughed. A short, bitter sound. Christ, we really are disposable. We signed up to be. No. He shook his head. We signed up to fight, to serve, not to be. He gestured at himself, at the husk markers. This. Sera didn't have an answer to that. The intercom crackled. All personnel, transition to Kepler 442 in 30 minutes. Threaded operators report to Briefing Room Bravo. They stood. Peter moved like an old man, joints stiff, compensating for damage his husk couldn't quite heal. He'd been threaded for 8 months. By Corso's timeline, he had less time than Sera. You scared? He asked. Of dying. Of what you'll become before you die. Sera thought about it. About the husk that had offered full integration. About accepting it, piece by piece, until there was nothing left that remembered being human. Yeah, she said. I'm scared. Good. Peter headed for the door. Means you're still in there somewhere. Briefing room. Bravo held 6 people. Sera, Peter, 2 other threaded operators she didn't know well, Tan and Vickers, and Commander Halsey, who ran Kestrel's tactical operations. A holographic display showed the Kepler 442 system. 3 planets, 2 asteroid belts, and 1 ancient lattice construct orbiting the second planet like a mechanical moon. Intel summary, Halsey said, pulling up sensor data. The lattice activated 48 hours ago. No energy signatures consistent with weapon systems, but it's broadcasting. Repeating pattern, high-frequency, radio waves. We don't know if it's communication or some kind of beacon. Lieutenant Archer's report mentioned communication, Sera said. Archer's report mentioned his entire boarding team experiencing synchronized hallucinations before the lattice expelled them. Halsey's tone was flat. 3 of his people are still in psychiatric care. So when I say communication, understand that's generous. Tan, a wiry man with husk markers covering his shaved scalp, leaned forward. What's our objective? Interface. Understand the network topology. Identify a vulnerability we can exploit. Halsey highlighted the lattice. This is the oldest one we've found, possibly the first one built in human space. If there's a command node, a central nexus, it's here. And if there isn't? Vickers asked. She was young, maybe 25, with husk markers that looked fresh. New integration. Then we learn what we can and get out. Sera studied the tactical display. The lattice was massive, kilometers across, a geometric impossibility of intersecting rings and spires that hurt to look at too long. It pulsed in the hologram, matching the rhythm the sensors had detected. Synchronized, like a heartbeat. Questions? Halsey asked. Peter raised his hand. When you say interface, you mean plug in directly? Let it into our heads? The husk is designed for that. Yeah, but the husk is also designed to kill us in 2 years, so maybe we should be cautious about what else we let it do. Halsey's expression didn't change. Your concerns are noted. The mission parameters stand. Peter sat back. Of course they do. The briefing wrapped 10 minutes later. They had 4 hours until insertion, time to prep equipment, review contingencies, pretend they had control over any of this. Sera headed for the armory. The Revenant-class destroyers had good armories, better than the carriers, which prioritized ordnance over small arms. Sera checked out a standard loadout, pulse rifle, sidearm, breaching charges, medical kit. The Husk would handle most threats, But muscle memory said, bring a gun anyway. Peter was already there, running diagnostics on his equipment. The rifle's display showed green across the board, but he cycled the action 3 times anyway. Old habits. You remember BASIC? He asked. What about it? The DI who said we'd know we were real soldiers when we stopped being afraid and started being angry. Sera loaded magazines into her vest. Yeah, Gunnery Sergeant Park. Mean bastard. You think he was right? I think he was full of shit. Sera locked the last mag into place. Fear keeps you alive. Anger gets you killed. What about now? Peter set the rifle down. We're past fear, past anger. What does that make us? Sera thought about Corso's face when she'd said, don't try to save me. About Cade's cold calculation. About the 2 years she had left before the Husks consumed what was left of Sera Machen and turned her into something else. Survivors, she said. That's supposed to be comforting? No. Peter laughed. Good, because it's not. They finished prep in silence. The ship's lighting had shifted to pre-combat yellow, a visual reminder that they were approaching hostile space. Somewhere on the bridge, Commander Halsey was coordinating with the other ships in the deployment, making sure everyone died in an organized fashion. You ever think about going home? Peter asked. Where's home? Wherever you came from before all this. Sera tried to picture it. Her parents' house on Titan, the ice plains she'd grown up on, the girl she'd been before the Marines, before the Husks, before Nova Caracas and Corso's revelation. No, she said. That person doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, Peter's voice was quiet. Me neither. The intercom crackled. Transition to Kepler 442 in 5 minutes. All hands to stations. They headed for the deployment bay. The bay was organized chaos. Pilots running pre-flight checks, crew chiefs shouting over the engine whine, someone arguing with logistics about ammunition allocation. The boarding shuttle sat in the center, a blunt-nosed brick designed to survive atmospheric entry in close-quarters combat. Sera strapped in beside Peter. Ton and Vickers took the seats across from them. First time? Sera asked Vickers. The young woman nodded, trying to look confident, failing. Stay close to me, Sera said. Do what I do. Don't try to be a hero. Yes, ma'am. I'm not an officer. Don't call me ma'am. Yes, ma. Vickers caught herself. Right, sorry. Ton caught Sera's eye and grinned. He'd been through this before. The babysitting, the hope that the new ones would last long enough to learn. The shuttle vibrated as the Kestrel dropped from FTL. Outside the ship, the Kepler 442 system materialized. The second planet was a rust-colored sphere wrapped in toxic atmosphere, and orbiting it, impossible and ancient, the lattice turned slowly in the void. Sera's Husk recognized it immediately, pulsed in response. Home, it whispered. No, not home. Never home. Launch in 60 seconds, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. Peter checked his rifle one more time. Ton muttered something that might have been a prayer. Vickers gripped her restraints, knuckles pale. Remember, Sera said, we interface. We learn. We leave. Simple. Simple, Peter repeated. Right. The bay doors opened. Vacuum and starlight flooded in, and then Sera saw it. On the tactical display, blinking red, 12 more lattice constructs appearing at the system's edge, not from FTL, not from jump points, from nowhere, materializing. Contact! Halsey's voice, sharp with alarm. Multiple lattice signatures, Vector 37 Mark 12. The Kestrel shuddered, not from weapons fire, from the lattice network activating. All of them, simultaneously. The pulse hit like a physical wave. Sera's Husk screamed recognition, flooding her nervous system with data she couldn't process. Beside her, Peter convulsed. Tan's eyes rolled back. Vickers gasped, clawing at her restraints. On the display, the 13 lattice constructs pulsed in perfect synchronization. Then they moved, not toward the Kestrel, toward each other. They're converging, someone shouted. Engines to full! Get us clear! But they were too close, too slow. The lattice constructs were accelerating, burning impossible trajectories, collapsing toward a single point in space, toward the Kestrel. Sera's husk showed her the geometry, the timing, the inevitability, impact in 90 seconds. Hard to port, Halsey ordered. All power to maneuvering thrusters. The deck lurched. The shuttle tore free from its moorings, slamming into the bay wall. Vickers screamed. Somewhere, metal shrieked and buckled. Sera fought through the Husks' interference, forced herself to look at the tactical display. The lattice constructs were 30 seconds from convergence. The Kestrel was still in their path. Peter grabbed her arm, Husk markers blazing. Sera, they're not attacking. I know. They're building something. The display showed it now. The pattern, the purpose. 13 ancient constructs accelerating toward a single point, their geometric impossibilities beginning to merge and interlock like pieces of some vast machine. Building, right on top of them. Impact in 15 seconds, the pilot said, voice eerily calm. We're not going to make it. Sera's husk pulsed urgently, showing her the network, the synchronization, the purpose. Not a weapon, a door. And they were in the threshold. Brace! Halsey shouted. The lattice constructs filled the viewport. 10 seconds. 5. The deck pitched. The lights died. 3 seconds. Chapter 20. The broken Inherian impact never came. The lattice constructs converged around the Kestrel, forming a sphere of interlocking geometry that should have crushed them into atoms. Instead, the deck stabilized. The emergency lighting flickered back on, and through the viewport, Sera watched reality fold. Space twisted, colors bleeding into impossible spectrums. The shuttle bay dissolved around them, not destroyed, but translated. Sera's husk interpreted the shift as a dimensional pocket, a bubble of stable space-time carved from the convergence point. They weren't in the Kestrel anymore. Status, Peter gasped, fighting his restraints. Sera's hands moved across her suit's diagnostics. Intact. Atmosphere stable. Location, her husk pulsed, feeding her coordinates that made no sense. Unknown. Vickers was hyperventilating. Tan spoke rapidly in a language Sera didn't recognize. Prayer or panic, impossible to tell. The shuttle sat at an angle, half embedded in something that looked like metal but felt organic under Sera's husk-enhanced perception. The viewport showed stars, but wrong stars. Constellations that had never existed in Kepler 442. We need to move. Sera popped her restraints. Now! Peter followed her toward the airlock, rifle already in his hands. Behind them, Tan helped Vickers to her feet. The shuttle systems were failing, life support dropping, hull integrity compromised from the translation. They had minutes, maybe less. The airlock cycled. Sera stepped through. The precursor ship stretched in every direction, a cathedral of impossible architecture. Corridors that branched at angles geometry shouldn't allow. Walls that pulsed with bioluminescence. Veins of light running through crystalline structures. And everywhere, the sense of age. Not millennia, but epochs. Civilizations had risen and fallen while this vessel drifted. Sera's husk screamed recognition. Home. Not home. Origin. What the hell is this place? Tan whispered. Peter's rifle swept the corridor. Precursor ship. Has to be. The species that created the loom. Or fought them. Sera moved forward, following the pull in her husk. It knew where to go. Stay close. Watch for... The corridor lit up. Glyphs materialized in the air. Three-dimensional script that shifted and evolved as Sera approached. Her husk translated automatically, feeding meaning directly into her neurons. Welcome, inheritors. Jesus Christ, Peter breathed. The glyphs resolved into images. A species, bipedal, four-limbed, vaguely humanoid but wrong in ways Sera's brain struggled to process. They built cities across 100 worlds. They reached for the stars, and they encountered the loom. The images showed it, constructs appearing in orbit, beginning terraforming operations. The species fought back, but the loom adapted, learned. Every battle taught it new strategies. Every weapon was countered. They were losing, so they built the husks. Sera watched the images unfold. Biological weapons, designed to interface with loom systems. to infiltrate, to reprogram from within. The species integrated them into volunteers, soldiers, scientists, anyone willing to become something else to save their people. It worked, for a time. But the husks consumed their hosts. 2 years, maybe less. The volunteers became weapons, then became nothing. And still the loom came. In the end, the species made one final choice. The images showed it. A network activation, every husk bearer interfacing simultaneously. A coordinated assault on the loom's central intelligence. They won. They shut down the terraforming network, saved the remaining colonies. But none of the interface survived. The species mourned, then died anyway, their population too depleted, their worlds too damaged. But they left this ship, left the husks in stasis, left a message for whoever came next. The loom are not malicious. They execute directives from architects who never arrived. Their programming is corrupted, but not evil. They can be rewritten. You who carry our final weapon, inherit our burden and our hope. Sera's husk pulsed, and the ship responded. A console materialized from the wall. Organic and mechanical merged seamlessly. The interface was designed for her, for any husk bearer who made it this far. No, Peter grabbed her arm. Sera, don't. I have to. You don't know what it'll do. I know exactly what it'll do. Sera pulled free. The network's synchronizing. 12 systems, millions of people, and we're the only ones who can stop it. There has to be another way. There isn't. Sera moved to the console. The loom aren't invading. They're executing corrupted terraforming protocols. They think they're preparing worlds for a species that's been dead for 1,000,000 years. We can't fight them, can't destroy them all, but we can reprogram them. Peter's husk markers flared. At what cost? Full integration, permanent. Sera's hands hovered over the interface. I'll be the bridge, my consciousness distributed across the network, rewriting their core directives. That's a death sentence. We're already dead. 2 years, remember? This way it means something. Sera, get back to the Kestrel. Sera looked at him. Tell Corso she was right. Tell Cade. She stopped, shook her head. Tell her I finished the mission. Tan stepped forward. Let me do it. My husk integration's further along. I've got less to lose. Your integration's unstable from Nova Caracas. You'd burn out before completing the interface. Sera met his eyes. It has to be me. Vickers was crying silently. Peter stood frozen, rifle hanging useless in his hands. Peter. Sera waited until he looked at her. You've been a good friend. Better than I deserved. Don't take care of them. The ones who come after us. Make sure they know. Her voice cracked. Make sure they know we tried to be more than weapons. She placed her hands on the console. The husk interface was instantaneous. Sera's nervous system merged with the ship's network and through it to the lattice constructs across 12 systems. She felt her consciousness fragmenting, pieces of herself distributing across nodes light years apart. Pain, white-hot and infinite, but also clarity. She could see the loom's programming, the corrupted directives looping endlessly. Terraforming protocols designed for a species that valued methane atmospheres and crushing gravity. Biological warfare that killed oxygen breathers because they contaminated the prepared worlds. The loom thought they were saving the galaxy. They were executing their purpose, and humanity was in the way. Sera began to rewrite. It wasn't fast. Each node required individual attention, each construct a separate subroutine. Her consciousness stretched thin, awareness flickering between a dozen battlefields. Nova Caracas, Vela Prime, Kepler 442, colonies she'd never heard of, populations she'd never meet. She saved them, one by one. The loom network paused, received new instructions. The terraforming constructs withdrew, their corrupted protocols overwritten with simple final commands. Cease operations, await instruction, harm no sentient life. Sera felt herself dissolving. The pieces of her consciousness spread across the network, losing cohesion. Memories fragmenting, her mother's face, her father's laugh. The ice plains of Titan, The girl she'd been before the war. Peter's voice distant. Sera, can you hear me? She couldn't answer. Couldn't remember how, but she felt the loom network stabilize. Felt the colonies breathe. Felt millions of lives continue because she'd chosen this. Worth it. The thought faded. Sera Machen became data, became code, became the bridge between species that had never met and never would. Human and husk in something new entirely. The console went dark. Peter Ven. 3 weeks later. The Threshold, Conference Room 7. The after-action reports filled 3 folders: casualty counts, resource expenditure, tactical assessments. Kate had read them all twice, her expression unreadable. Peter stood at attention, his damaged husk making the posture painful. Beside him, Tan and Vickers maintained formation, the only survivors of the Kepler 442 mission. Operator Machen disobeyed direct orders, Cade said, engaged in unauthorized interface with unknown alien technology, compromised TRC assets and personnel in pursuit of an unvetted tactical objective. Yes, ma'am. The network shutdown was successful. 12 colonies saved, projected casualties in the millions. Prevented. Cade's eyes were cold. But we've lost our most experienced threaded operator, lost the tactical advantage her integration provided. Lost permission to speak freely, Admiral. Cade's jaw tightened. Granted, Sera Machen saved more lives than this war has taken. She found a solution when everyone else, including you, was ready to fight until extinction. Peter took a breath. She deserves better than being called a casualty statistic. Silence filled the conference room. Cade stood. You're dismissed, Operator Ven. Ma'am, dismissed. Peter saluted, turned to leave. Ven, he stopped. The memorial service is tomorrow at 0800. Your presence is requested. Cade's voice was carefully neutral. Full honors. She earned that much. Peter left without responding. The corridors of the Threshold were too clean, too orderly after weeks in combat zones. Crew moved efficiently, their routines unchanged by one more death in a war full of them. Peter's husk ached, integration continuing despite the damage. Corso had said he had maybe 18 months left, longer than Sera got. He found Corso in Medical Bay 3, reviewing integration scans. She looked up as he entered, her face drawn. Peter, I wasn't expecting... I need to know. He closed the door. Is there any chance, any possibility she survived the interface? Corso's expression was answer enough. Her consciousness is distributed across the lattice network, fragmented beyond any possibility of retrieval or reconstruction. She pulled up a schematic. The precursor ship's logs confirm it. Integration at that scale is irreversible, fatal. But she's still out there, part of her. Data fragments, enough to maintain the network reprogramming, but not enough to constitute a person. Corso's voice was gentle. Sera's gone, Peter. What remains isn't her. He'd known, had watched her dissolve into the interface, consciousness fragmenting in real time, but some small, desperate part of him had hoped. She made me promise, Corso said, to not try saving her when the integration progressed. I failed that promise with you, with Tan, with everyone. But Sera, her voice broke, she didn't give me the choice. She knew what it would cost. Yes. Corso closed the files. And she did it anyway. That's what makes it. She stopped, shook her head. I don't know what that makes it. Heroic or tragic or stupid. Maybe all three. Peter's comm unit buzzed. Priority alert. All threaded operators report to deployment bay. Immediate mobilization. Another crisis. Another mission. The war continued with or without Sera Machen. I have to go. Corso nodded. Peter, the memorial tomorrow. You should speak. Say something about who she was before the husk. I didn't know her before. Then say who she was after. Someone should remember that too. Peter left medical and headed for deployment. The corridors were already filling with personnel, the usual pre-mission chaos. Somewhere on the bridge, tactical officers were analyzing threat assessments in probability matrices. Somewhere in command, Cade was authorizing another operation that would cost lives, and maybe if they were lucky, save more. The deployment bay held 3 shuttles and 24 operators. Threaded in baseline, mixing in the organized confusion of a rapid response. Peter grabbed his gear, ran the diagnostics by muscle memory. Operator Venn. General Kurek stood by the tactical console, his expression grim. You're being reassigned, effective immediately. Sir? Admiral Cade wants you on the front line. Kepler Station, Outer Rim. The Loom Network's withdrawal left power vacuums, and the RIC is moving to fill them. Kurek handed him new orders. Diplomatic mission. You'll be liaison between TRC forces and local governance. Peter scanned the orders. Diplomatic, non-combat. A desk job with a fancy title. Admiral Cade thinks I'm compromised. Admiral Cade thinks you're a liability after Kepler 442. Kurek's voice dropped. But I think you're the only operator who understands what Sera did, what it meant. And you want me to... What? Spread the word? Make her death mean something? I want you to stay alive long enough to testify when this is over. Kurek's eyes were hard. Cade's program is expansion mode. More threaded, more integration, more soldiers with expiration dates. Someone needs to stand up and say no. Peter looked at the orders. Safe assignment. Minimal risk. A chance to survive past 18 months. Sera's voice echoed. Tell her I finished the mission. I'm declining the reassignment, sir. Kurek's expression didn't change. That's insubordination. Yes, sir. Cade will have you court-martialed. Probably. Peter set the orders down. But Sera didn't sacrifice herself so I could hide behind a desk while more people die. I'm threaded. I've got 18 months. I'm using them where they matter. The order stands, operator. Then I'm refusing the order. Kurek studied him for a long moment. Then he picked up the orders and tore them in half. What order? He turned to leave. Get to your shuttle, Venn, and try not to die stupidly. We're going to need witnesses. Peter grabbed his rifle, checked the magazine, chambered around. The shuttle engines were already warming up. Tan waved him over, Vickers checking her gear beside him. The mission brief would come during transit. Always did. But for now, Peter had his answer. Sera had shown him what sacrifice looked like, what it cost, what it meant. Now he'd show everyone else. The shuttle's ramp was closing when Cade's voice came over the comm. Operator Venn, you are ordered to stand down and report to command immediately. Peter looked at Tan, at Vickers, at the dozen other operators who'd heard the order. He powered off his comm.